Professor Chulani, are you doing the puja? I think you're muted. I heard a bell, but I can't hear anything else.
Hello, I'm Professor Rambukella. Good morning. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. I'm Professor Rambukella.
Good morning.
Are we supposed to be seeing or hearing Saraswati Puja now?
Good morning.
Good morning. It's Professor Stein. It's nighttime here. I'm in the dark. That's why I'm not turning it on.
Yes. It will start now, I think.
Acha, theek.
Very good morning to everybody. This is Professor Amit Soni.
Hello everyone, and this is Masood from Bangladesh. Hopefully I'm audible.
Hello.
Hi, Masood. I'm Professor Stein from San Francisco.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Nice
Hello,
to meet
Dr.
you.
Masood. I am Dr. Amit Soni from India.
Okay. It is meaning that I am audible for everyone. Thank you.
Yes, you are. Good morning, everybody.
Hello. Hello, I am Professor Chulani Rambukella from University of Peradeniya, Department of Archaeology, Sri Lanka. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Madam.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. I'm Professor Chulani Rambukella, Department of Archaeology, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. I wish you all the best for the conference.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Okay. I'm working on the director of Archaeology and Museum Department of KPTS. Nice to meet you all. Thank you so much.
I am Dr. L.A.K. Singh from India, Odisha state. I am a wildlife researcher for last 47 years. And very wonderful thing with Rewa, Professor Misra, they are doing. And it will be nice to listen to you gentlemen and ladies. Thank you.
Welcome all of you, Professor Chulani Madam, uh, Dr. Sunny Kumar Singh ji, Dr. Reddy ji, Dr. Masood Sir, Sayyid Gul. I am Professor Iskan Mishra, and welcome all of you this international webinar inaugural session. So first, I will start with our Saraswati Pujan, our principal and our research. First, Saraswati.
Thank you very much, all of you, for joining us in the national webinar organized by Department of Botany, Govt. MS Golvalkar College, Rewa, Madhya Pradesh. Here, this is the international webinar, and apart from our country, the number of persons from other countries are also participating in this webinar. Webinar will be spread from 15 to 5 to 15 November 2022. We have a number of sessions. Now we are going to start the ceremonies of the webinar. First of all, principal of the institution and convener of the webinar will be worship Ma Saraswati. Later on, we will be start the regular sessions. Principal Dear colleagues, I would like to mention a few words pertaining to this webinar. The theme of webinar is Socio-Cultural, Archaeological, Natural, Geo-Heritage States, Monuments and Museum, Identification, Conservation and Management. The webinar is online and it will be spread between 5th November to 15th November. A number of persons will be delivered their valuable talks on the various aspects of the webinar. And it has 87 talks. There are 87 talks in the webinar between the required periods. Our speakers, chairperson, co-chairpersons will be cooperators to complete the webinar. After a few moments, we will formulate the shape of the webinar along with our eminent speakers, chairpersons, and co-chairpersons. The chairpersons, the chairperson and co-chairpersons will be cooperators. Besides going the regular sessions, some aspects of the webinar will be presented by convener Dr. Mishra. Dr. Mishra. Welcome to all of you by the principals, convener, and by us also by this depot. And besides this, Dr. Mishra will be present a few words pertaining to the webinar. Dr. Mishra.
Oh, welcome all of you.
आवाज ही नहीं आ रही है।
अंसारी साहब आवाज आ रही है?
नहीं आ रही है, आवाज ही नहीं आ रही है।
मैं हमें तो सुनाई दे रहा है, हमें
हम लोगों को तो आ रही है।
हाँ, it's audible to us.
We can hear.
Yes.
We can hear.
आ रही है। अंसारी साहब देखिए आपके ऑडियो में कोई
We can hear you, sir.
वॉल्यूम बढ़ाइए आप। बाकी लोगों को आवाज आ रही है?
अब आई है, अब आई।
Yes.
Hello, good morning
Welcome all of
everybody.
you.
I am Sanuja Kasturarachi, Director General of the Department of National Museums,
Welcome,
Sri
madam.
Lanka. Can you hear me clearly?
Welcome, madam. Yes, yes.
Okay,
Yes, madam.
thank you.
So, welcome all of you. शासकीय माधव सदाशिवराव गोलवलकर महाविद्यालय मध्य प्रदेश इंडिया में दिनांक 5 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर तक अंतरराष्ट्रीय ऑनलाइन वेबिनार का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। इस आयोजन में मुख्य रूप से साउथ ईस्ट एशियन कंट्रीज को फोकस किया गया है। अंतरराष्ट्रीय वेबिनार का मुख्य विषय सोशियो कल्चरल, आर्कियोलॉजिकल, नेचुरल, जियो हेरिटेज, मॉन्यूमेंट एंड म्यूजियम है। इंटरनेशनल वेबिनार के इनाग्रल सेशन में मैं प्रोफेसर स्कंद कुमार मिश्रा, कन्वीनर वेबिनार सीरीज इनाग्रल सेशन की लीड स्पीकर मैडम सनुजा कस्तूरियाची, डायरेक्टर जनरल नेशनल म्यूजियम डिपार्टमेंट श्रीलंका, चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर जे केदारेश्वरी, प्रेसिडेंट भारतीय धरोहर एवं संस्कृति एंड फॉर्मर डायरेक्टर आर्कियोलॉजी एंड म्यूजियम आंध्र प्रदेश इंडिया, को चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर मोइजुद्दीन हैकल, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर आर्कियोलॉजी, तक्षशिला इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ एशियन सिविलाइजेशन, कायदे आजम यूनिवर्सिटी इस्लामाबाद पाकिस्तान का अपने इंस्टीट्यूट, यूनिवर्सिटी और इंडिया की ओर से स्वागत, अभिनंदन, वेलकम करता हूं। वेबिनार के उद्घाटन सत्र के विशिष्ट अतिथिगण मिस्टर शरथ विक्रम सिंघे, एडिशनल डायरेक्टर जनरल नेशनल म्यूजियम डिपार्टमेंट श्रीलंका, प्रोफेसर BH सोनावाने, फॉर्मर प्रोफेसर एंड हेड एंशिएंट हिस्ट्री एंड आर्कियोलॉजी, MS यूनिवर्सिटी वडोदरा इंडिया, डॉक्टर AG पांडुरंगन, फॉर्मर डायरेक्टर JNTVGRI केरला एंड कोऑर्डिनेटर बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व प्रोग्राम भारत सरकार, डॉक्टर आसमा इब्राहिम, डायरेक्टर स्टेट बैंक कराची पाकिस्तान, घनश्याम गुरुंग, कंट्री रिप्रेजेंटेटिव WWF नेपाल, डॉक्टर हम्माद नकी खान, डायरेक्टर जनरल WWF पाकिस्तान, डॉक्टर मोहम्मद मसूद इमरान, प्रोफेसर आर्कियोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट जहांगीर नगर यूनिवर्सिटी ढाका बांग्लादेश, प्रोफेसर KM सुरेश, फॉर्मर प्रोफेसर एंड डायरेक्टर म्यूजियम कन्नड़ा यूनिवर्सिटी हम्पी कर्नाटका, प्रोफेसर जगत वीरासिंघे, प्रोफेसर एंड डायरेक्टर आर्कियोलॉजी केलानिया यूनिवर्सिटी श्रीलंका, प्रोफेसर रोम खाटीवाड़ा, प्रोफेसर एंड हेड नेपालीज हिस्ट्री कल्चर एंड आर्कियोलॉजी त्रिभुवन यूनिवर्सिटी नेपाल, डॉक्टर रामकृष्ण, फॉर्मर डायरेक्टर जियोलॉजिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया, प्रोफेसर D राजशेखर रेड्डी, convener Intech Visakhapatnam chapter and former professor Zoology Andhra University India सहित इस प्रोग्राम में ईमेट रूप से जुड़ करके और पधारे लाला अश्विनी कुमार सिंह जी और अदर पर्सन का मैं सभी का और सभी लीड स्पीकर, सेशनल चेयरपर्सन, को चेयरपर्सन, एक्सपर्ट प्रोफेसर, साइंटिस्ट, आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट, पार्टिसिपेंट्स का इस प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी कंट्रीज के मुख्य रूप से भारत, पाकिस्तान, श्रीलंका, नेपाल, बांग्लादेश सहित वियतनाम, थाईलैंड, कंबोडिया, मलेशिया, भूटान के इमिनेंट स्पीकर, प्रोफेसर, आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट, इंडोलॉजिस्ट, म्यूजियोलॉजिस्ट, वाइल्ड लाइफ एक्सपर्ट, बॉटनिस्ट अपने देश के विभिन्न महत्वपूर्ण आर्कियोलॉजिकल साइट, मॉन्यूमेंट, म्यूजियम, नेशनल पार्क, वाइल्ड लाइफ एंड इट्स कंजर्वेशन, कल्चर एंड हिस्ट्री, जियो हेरिटेज, वाटर आर्कियोलॉजी पर महत्वपूर्ण जानकारी प्रस्तुत करेंगे। कार्यक्रम में टोटल 87 इमिनेंट टॉक की सहमति प्राप्त हुई है। साथ ही विभिन्न विषयों के एक्सपर्ट, एक्सपीरियंस पर्सन सेशन के चेयर एंड को चेयर के रूप में अपने व्यूज प्रस्तुत करेंगे। उक्त जानकारी विशेष रूप से साउथ ईस्ट एशिया से संबंधित विषयों के लिए महत्वपूर्ण होगी तथा इन सभी देशों के स्टूडेंट, रिसर्चर एवं फैकल्टी मेंबर के लिए अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। महाविद्यालय इन व्याख्यानों को स्टूडेंट, रिसर्चर और फैकल्टी, आर्कियोलॉजिकल डिपार्टमेंट, वाइल्ड लाइफ डिपार्टमेंट तक पहुंचाने के लिए कार्यक्रम की रिकॉर्डिंग और प्रोसीडिंग बुक तैयार कर रहा है। यह इंटरनेशनल सीरीज फर्स्ट का आयोजन है। पहले इंस्टीट्यूट की ओर से 8 नेशनल वेबिनार आयोजित किए गए हैं, जिनमें भारत के सभी इंडिया के सभी 18 बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व, 54 इम्पोर्टेंट नेशनल पार्क, 35 टाइगर रिजर्व, 32 नेशनल बॉटेनिकल एंड यूनिवर्सिटी गार्डन, 21 जूलॉजिकल पार्क, बायोडाइवर्सिटी, वाइल्ड लाइफ पर टॉक आयोजित की गई हैं। भारत के प्रमुख आर्कियोलॉजिकल साइट, मॉन्यूमेंट, म्यूजियम पर भी 55 टॉक एवं जियो हेरिटेज, वाटर हेरिटेज पर चर्चा हुई है। इसके यूट्यूब बनाकर संस्थानों को दिए गए हैं। प्रोसीडिंग बुक का फर्स्ट वॉल्यूम तैयार हो चुका है, दूसरे वॉल्यूम का कार्य चल रहा है। वियतनाम से 2, कंबोडिया, भूटान, मलेशिया, थाईलैंड से 1, यूएसए से 3, बेल्जियम से 1 तथा इंडिया से 26 जानकारी क्षेत्र के एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस, स्टूडेंट, रिसर्चर के लिए अत्यंत उपयोगी होगी। साथ ही क्षेत्र के सोशियो कल्चर एवं हेरिटेज विषयों पर प्रकाश डाला जाएगा। अंत में मैं पुनः सभी एक्सपर्ट्स, पार्टिसिपेंट का वेलकम करता हूं। थैंक यू।
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Once again, I am submitting a brief review of the webinar. The Government MS गोलवलकर कॉलेज
ये कन्वीनर की ओर से सभी का वेलकम है सर, और ये बुके के द्वारा
thank you very much, Dr. Mishra. Symposiums, and during the period of Corona, near about 2.5 years, the institution have organized a series of national webinars. A number of lead speakers is of international webinars because it is first international one and we have no adequate infrastructures as well as adequate knowledge pertaining to international webinars. Therefore, in this series, and I hope and help us to complete the webinars. The webinar is spread in from the different countries, Vietnam, Thailand, Cambodia, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Bhutan, Malaysia, and also numerous delegates it will be appear in the form of edited books. Students and other persons interested in the beneficial and archaeological aspect of our society, nature, and nation. We are common people which are interested in this aspects, and we once again welcome all of you, and we are very thankful to all of you. In this series, a brief review of the seminar will be mentioned by Dr.
जी केदारेश्वरी, प्रेसिडेंट भारतीय धरोहर एवं संस्कृति एंड फॉरवर्ड डायरेक्टर आर्कियोलॉजी एंड म्यूजियम गवर्नमेंट ऑफ मध्य प्रदेश, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ आंध्र प्रदेश, इंडिया. Please give a brief talk prior to the session.
Therefore, I may request to Dr. Kedareshwari, please be ready to mention the brief aspect of the webinar.
Yes, madam.
Yes, madam.
Start now?
Are
Can
you
I
ready?
start now? Yeah, yes, of course I'm ready. Namaskar.
Okay, madam. Okay.
Season's
Namaskar.
greetings from India to this August webinaries, overseas and our neighboring countries too. We welcome you to India on our webinar, as we call it. Has been spread over 11 days and it covers almost the entire gamut of heritage. I am sure that all our participants will be giving us fresh insights into their own little worlds, and this will be a brainstorming session. When we talk of heritage, once when I was addressing a group of heritage managers, I asked them to define heritage, but I was disappointed. Heritage is nothing but a legacy which we have inherited from the past, which we appreciate and we enjoy in the present, but our moral duty to humanity and to the universe is to preserve it for posterity, for the future. I do not understand sometimes when people say monuments and museums alone are heritage. For me, the entire universe, the deep oceans, the rich forest, the high mountains, everything that the high energy form, which we all refer to in different terms, God, the power behind everything, the universal power is heritage. When we come into this world and our umbilical cord with our mother is severed, then starts our journey. But Lord Krishna has pointed out that this journey begins much more before, when the soul or the life is competing for a womb. So we all are in a space of competition. But behind all this should be our endeavor to preserve this heritage. That is our moral duty. When I joined as Director of Department of Archaeology and Museums way back in 2003, I would love to share with all of you that this Department of Archaeology and Museums was founded by none other than the 7th Asafja Nizam, Osman Ali Khan. Just to go from the known to unknown, I would like to tell you, most of you would have heard about the Nizam's jewels, about the Jacob diamond, about the Kohinoor. This is the land from where I'm addressing you all. And when the Nizam tried to protect this heritage, he composed 2 committees, okay? The main committee and the supplementary committee, to just ensure that this jewelry was kept carefully in HSBC. And he formed an agreement. He was very careful about these because all of these have been mined in the diamond mines of the Deccan. The entire emeralds and the rubies came from overseas, the Burmese rubies. Someday when I get an opportunity, I'll give you all a presentation on the Nizam jewels, which is awesome. This is also heritage which he preserved in his days. Thanks to his efforts, that when somebody tried to smuggle them out and sell them, there was a whistleblower who drew the attention of the Government of India to this collection, which is the richest in the world today. When the exhibition went on in Hyderabad, the Al-Sabah people, Al-Sabah royal family, they came and they said that this was equally or more precious. Now, what is the point I'm making? The jewelry of the Nizams, Osman Ali Khan at one time was the richest person in the world, was kept carefully by him, and today we are able to appreciate the jewelry, the craftsmanship. Now, this is our primary duty, to come together, have a brainstorming session on various aspects of heritage, and then go forward. It was Nizam Osman Ali Khan who opened the Department of Archaeology and Museums way back in 1914, opened the first museum in Telangana, then Andhra Pradesh, which comprised of Tamil Nadu, parts of Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Karnataka, and Andhra Pradesh. Sorry, not Tamil Nadu. So this person opened the Department of Archaeology and started collecting, started preserving, opened the museum to the public. And this, when I took over in 2003, nearly a century later, the department was still yet to have a logo. This logo we prepared, and it represents the buildings, the monuments, the heritage of Andhra Pradesh. My point is that every scope we get humanity. So with these words, I do hope and I'm sure that this entire international webinar will be a success, and I wish you all the best. Namaskar.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much for submitting very pious and very nice words pertaining to. And the first speaker of our first session is Mrs. Sanuja. Mrs. Sanuja, Director General of National Museum, Sri Lanka. And Mrs. Sanuja? Okay, thank you, madam. Thank you. You should be ready to deliver.
Yes.
Mrs. Sanuja. The title of this speak is National Museum of Sri Lanka, a special reference to this in Colombo. Madam Sanuja will be present to talk on this eminent topic. The chairperson of the webinar is once again Dr. J. Kundeshwari. Dr. J. Kedareshwari is eminent chairperson of this session, former director, Archaeology and Museum, Government of Andhra Pradesh, India. The co-chairperson of the session is Dr. Moduddin Haikal, Assistant Professor at Sila Institute of Ancient Civilization, Wade Azam University, Islamabad, Pakistan. I may request to Madam Kundeshwari, please preside over the session and cooperate us to complete the first session along with your co-chairperson and the speakers. Madam Kundeshwari, please submit.
Namaskar once again, and may I welcome Professor Director General Sanuja Kasturiarachi to this session to give us the lead talk on the National Museum of Colombo from Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka and India have an umbilical connection. This umbilical connection dates back to the period when Emperor Ashoka's daughter traveled along the Dakshinapatha and sailed to Sri Lanka to plant the first branch of the Bodhi tree. The Bodhi tree has blossomed. Buddhism from its cradle traveled, then it's found its way to our South Asian, Southeast countries. Madam, you hail from a very pious Buddhist country, and I welcome you today. It is my honor to welcome you today to present the lead talk. Madam Sanuja has obtained BA Honours in Sociology from the University of Colombo. Honours is such a prestigious word. Nowadays, most of the universities don't have this. Honours is equivalent to doing your PG in sociology. Madam, I really appreciate this. She joined the Department of Sociology, University of Colombo as an assistant professor in 1997. 1999, she joined the Sri Lanka Scientific Service and has been appointed as an assistant director, anthropology, Department of National Museums. She completed her master's in sociology, the Director General of the Department of National Museums. I won't keep you away from her presentation. We look forward to her presentation. Welcome, madam. Welcome to our country online. Thank you.
Over to Madam Sanuja for her
Yes.
talk.
Yes. Thank
Okay,
you, Madam Dr. Kadireshwari. I want and good morning, dear colleagues. who joined with the International Webinar Series 2022-23 on the theme of Socio-Cultural, Archaeological, Natural, Geo-heritage sites and museums, focusing on South Asian countries. Thank you, Professor Skand Kumar Mishra, respected convener of this seminar, for inviting me to the inaugural lead talk. Your dedication in organizing this webinar is highly appreciated. This webinar would be a good platform for us as heritage managers, conservators, and museum professionals to share information on our related fields of studies. Thank you, Madam Dr. Kadareshwari, Chairperson of the session, for introducing me. For Chairperson, Dr. Musuddin Hakal, thank you for being with us for this session. I feel be honored having this opportunity to participate this webinar with all of you. Then let us get an approach to my lead talk. Sure.
वीडियो
Madam Saloja?
Yes, yes. A minute, please.
Okay, madam.
Yeah. I will share my screen with you now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, madam. Please continue.
Can you share my screen, please? Can you see my screen?
Your slide is big. Okay.
Is it
okay,
okay?
madam.
Okay, then I will continue.
Okay, continue, please. Slide is big.
Yes. My topic of inaugural talk is National Museums of Sri Lanka, special reference to National Museum Colombo. You can see the picture of Colombo National Museum here. And the museum concept is not novel to Sri Lankans. Collection of historical objects as memories could be seen in ancient times. Relics of the ship that they, as mentioned by Dr. Kadareshwari before, Seri Sangamita sailed to Sri Lanka with Sri Mahabodhi were placed in Mahavihara complex so as to visit by general public. People also used to private collections as the memories of the past, and this concept was institutionalized in 1877 with establishing Colombo National Museum by British Governor Sir William Henry Gregory. Colombo National Museum was opened to the public on 1st January 1877. It's initially both cultural and natural history objects were displayed there. You can see some old photographs of the museum at the beginning. In 1873, National Museum Ordinance provided legal powers to establish national museums in Sri Lanka. To administer all, the National Museum Department of National Museum was established in 1942 by the National Museum Ordinance number 31. Now we are 145 years old. I will brief you the vision and mission of the Department of National Museum Sri Lanka. Our vision is, as an illustrious nation, the preservation of the cultural and natural heritage inherited from the past and its presentation in a more fruitful fashion for future generations in a manner that successfully addresses the challenges of globalization. Our mission is the protection of cultural and natural heritage resources scientifically and systematically, and their presentation for the evaluation, education, and entertainment of the public. To fulfill that objectives, the Department of National Museums have 11 branch museums all over the island. The Colombo National Museum, National Museum of Natural History, Galle National Museum, Ratnapura National Museum, Kandy National Museum, Anuradhapura Folk Museum, Dutch Museum, National Maritime Museum Galle, Independence Memorial Museum Colombo, Magampura Ruhunu Heritage Museum Hambantota, and Ancient Technology Museum in Polonnaruwa. Those are the branches museum under the purview of the Department of National Museums. Now I will brief you all the museums under the Department of National Museums to have an idea what exhibitions would they have. Colombo National Museum starting from prehistoric period, the galleries of the ground floor of the museum has been arranged according to the historical sequences. Rest of the galleries show the artifacts associated with different themes. You can see here the Kandy period gallery of the Colombo National Museum. This is the Art and Craft Gallery. This is the Prehistoric Gallery. This is the Traditional Agriculture Gallery of the Colombo National Museum. Now I am talking about the National Museum of Natural History, which is situated in the Colombo National Museum premises. National Museum of Natural History, which reflects the natural heritage of Sri Lanka, was established on 23rd September 1986. This is the entomology gallery. The geology gallery, which is recently opened to the public. This is a giant skeleton. If someone has visited Colombo National Museum sometimes ago, I think you can remember this giant skeleton. Now it is displayed in the Natural History Museum. This is the Zoology Gallery. It is also newly established and open to the public. Now, I am talking about the Kandy National Museum. This building established during Kandian period was then known as Pallevahala. This Pallevahala building was used to deposit the various items of historical value made by Kandy Art Association established in 1832, and it was opened for the public as a museum in 1942. This is some galleries from Kandy National Museum, which is situated in that monument building. This is the Golvalkar National Museum to aware the public on traditional cultural heritage of southern Sri Lanka. The Department of National Museums developed this museum and opened to the public on 31st March 1986. This is Shenhe Gallery, the first gallery of the Golvalkar National Museum. These are the other galleries. It is not a very large museum. In the Golf Fort, there is another museum maintained by the we conducting new programs for that. And also we are thinking how museums could act as a place for relaxation in such a period with very stressful periods of people, how they can use museum to relax their minds. So museums could help people to learn and to share, to play a long-term role in supporting a healthier population. We are thinking about it. And museum venues bring people together at the heart of their communities, which helps both their physical and mental health at every stage of their life. And museum doors are open widely to people of all ages, backgrounds, and social status. Heritage sector is a valuable asset to communities and can be a powerful force to enable more of us to live longer in good health. You can see how museum space is used by small children to spend the time leisurely there. This is some children-based activity we conducted to celebrate the International Children's Day. This is an art competition held at that day. This is the Biodiversity Park, Patnapura. You can see how children enjoy the Biodiversity Park. This is education programs conducted by the Colombo National Museum and other branch museums. This is the celebration of International Day of Sign Languages. We are trying to address a new audience and widen the audience of the Department of National Museums. This is the celebration of World Tourism Day. So I would like to invite all of you to see national museums in Sri Lanka, and there are 5 subject-wise sections of the Department of National Museums: ethnology, anthropology, botany, zoology, and entomology. So I cordially invite researchers to come and research our collections in collections, and you can join with us through our website, Facebook page, YouTube channel.
Madam, thank you very much.
I wish all the success for the webinar going on coming few days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much for a nice presentation and providing very cute information about the Museum of Sri Lanka. Since we are recording the complete movements of this webinar, and due to shortage of power for a few time, we could not record your slides. Therefore, I may request you, Madam Saluja, I may request you, please restart the slides only so I may record the events and presentation of your slides, not the talks. Please repeat for our recording. Madam Saluja?
Sorry, I couldn't hear clearly. Could you please...
Madam Saluja, my voice is coming to you. I may request you, please present your slides only for our recording.
Okay.
Okay, slides only. Just it will be painful for you, but for our recording, please present the slides. Just a minute, sir. Just a minute, sir. After the recording of slides, I will move toward the discussions and comments. Okay. Okay, madam.
Is it okay now? Can you see the slides?
It is not visible, madam.
No.
It is not visible in our screen. Yes, yes, it is visible now. The second slide. Second slide, please. Please enlarge the slides in full screen.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, okay, madam. Next slide, please. Next. Next. Okay, next. Okay. Next, please.
File.
Now is it okay?
Okay, now session is open for the discussion, and I may request to chairperson and co-chairperson of the session, please sum up the session with a lucid and short discussion. Madam Saluja, chairperson and co-chairperson of the
Yes.
session.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation, Madam Sanuja. In fact,
Thank
you
you,
have
madam.
taken us through Sri Lanka and its heritage, covering culture, anthropology, biodiversity, and can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, madam.
I know. And I was just thinking that almost all subjects of heritage are covered in your Sri Lanka National Museums. And it is very interesting to note that visitors have a choice to visit which museum they would like to see. In fact,
Yes.
11 museums cover different aspects. And I really like the concept of Palle Bahala, the art association which covers works of art. And I was just going through your slides and I have understood that your Ratnapura museum also has gems. I have also seen the problems and challenges you have faced during the pandemic period and you are facing during this economic crisis the country went through. But yet, I must once again come back to your museums and say that your traditional agriculture is on display, your ancient technology is on display, and it is for the visitor to take what he wants, choose which museum he would like to go. I'm really grateful for this presentation, and I would like to specially commend the Colombo library which you have shown us. Is it online? Is the facility online, madam?
No, actually, we don't have online facility.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, can I suggest something that
Yeah.
I know you are undergoing an economic crisis and saving humanity is very important right now, but could you apply for some kind of a grant from very highly placed associations or Getty, something like Getty and others, for a grant to do this online work? It would be, very welcome to see the collection of Sri Lanka online.
Yes. Yes, madam. We are planning in 2023 to digitization and online project of the museum library.
Yes.
I am hoping to give this facility to international
readers
community to use our library as soon as possible. Thank you for your proposal.
Thank you very much. And now I open the house for any questions or any observations the August online audience would like to present. You're not audible, you're muted. You have to unmute yourself, yes.
No, it's I think. My question is, madam,
yes.
What about the double coconut in the museum? Because it's very rare and very rare thing, and it is found in Maldives and Sri Lanka and Seychelles Island. What about the presence or display of double coconut in the museum in Sri Lanka? Because many museums we have seen that photographs and everything. Is it? Am I audible now?
Yes, yes.
I think.
Yes, you are audible.
My question.
For Madam Sanuja's response.
Not very clear. Could you repeat your comment again?
The display or presence of double coconut in your museum, in the museum of Sri Lanka, or as you have shown the biodiversity park and other things also. double coconut is a very unique thing, botanical curiosity. It is found in Peradeniya Botanical Garden. So I want to know that. It is displayed in many museums. I think in our museum also.
Actually,
Double coconut.
double coconut.
Double coconut, Lodosia maldivica.
Actually, Madam Suneja, there's one of our August one person scholar who would like to present this. On your behalf, he would like to answer. Sunavira. Mr. Sunavira, are you there?
Yes, madam.
Yes.
Yeah, I am glad to answer these questions. Actually, double coconut we have in the Royal Botanical Garden, Sri Lanka. It's one of the double coconut avenue in Sri Lanka, and we do have several plants, and also we regenerate all these plants. And now we have good specimen there. So also botanical garden we make as a in situ ex situ conservation sites. So and I think you can hear some talks. Dr. Cyril, Professor Cyril Vijayasundara, he may explain more things about that. I want to help for the Madam our Director General of National Museum. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for answering. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Suravira. Actually, I didn't have an idea about that issue. So thank you for your answer.
Sanvajaji, will you please appraise of the activities of Sri Lanka Committee of International Council of Museums? Am I audible?
Yes.
Will you please appraise of the activities of the Sri Lankan Committee of ICOM?
Yes.
Council of Museums?
Yes. ICOM, as Sri Lankan National Committee, we are doing many few programs per year, and when we are celebrating the International Museum Day, according to the ICOM theme, we are doing special programs for that, and some educational programs as the ICOM National Committee in Sri Lanka.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Excuse me. Good morning. I am retired Professor Satyanarayana from the Wildlife Biology Department in Tamil Nadu, India. Really excellent, excellent museum. Excellent museums in Sri Lanka. Really, I'm very excited. Both and also really highly appreciable with regard to the biodiversity part. It is the a kind of the museums maintaining a biodiversity part. I'm sure that you are maintaining only the models, not the live animals in the biodiversity part. Is it right? Only the models or the live animals?
Madam Sanuja, the question is whether you are maintaining this biodiversity park through natural heritage, or are you maintaining it through models?
Yes, models. And what about your opinion?
We don't have living
specimens.
Animals. Yeah. We are maintaining it through the models, and we have very beautiful nature park there.
Thank you, madam.
And lastly, one more clarification. What about your digital museum? Are you just encourage digital museum to avoid the killing of the animals and the preservation for the animals in your museum?
Yes.
Hello. Excuse me, I am talking.
Still, you are doing the taxidermy and killing the animals and legal protection for your museum?
No, we don't killing animals. We have a taxidermy section, but only we taxiderm the animal. we got as carcass. We don't kill the animal and don't
For
starve them.
taxidermy. Oh, that's very reassuring.
Yeah.
Great consideration. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, yeah.
Madam, your co-chairperson is wanting to say something. He
Please,
has been
please,
raising a
please,
hand.
please go ahead, co-chair, please.
Dr. Hakkal.
Can I explain one
morning,
more thing
everyone.
about killing of animal? Madam?
Yes, please.
Yeah, because I'm representing the Department of Wildlife Conservation Sri Lanka. So, according to the Sri Lankan law, Fauna and Flora Protection Ordinance, we do not allow killing of any animal. But the thing is, we are collaborating with the National Museum, and when we come across with the dead animal or rare species, we especially giving those specimen to the rare specimen to the National Museum. As an example, when I was in a department head office in charge of the marine unit of the Department of Wildlife Conservation, we gave dugong specimen, I think 1 or 2 specimen to the National Museum. So we don't want to kill the animal, but when we come across with the carcasses or the dead animals, then we are giving to the National Museum. Also, National Museum also requested to the Director General of the Wildlife. When we so because of that, we can give this specimen to them. So that's the thing. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Channa. I'm audible to you or not? I don't know.
Yes, yes, you are.
Excuse me.
I am Moizuddin here from Pakistan and expressing my salam or good morning to everybody.
Alaikum salam.
And this presentation has been well concluded by Madam Kadeswari. And overall, the presentation was expressing or showing us the displayed material at Sri Lanka as a whole in every museum. But here I would like to ask that some prehistoric material has been shown in one gallery. And I want to ask that what is the earliest human evidence on the existence of human existence or evidence of existence at Sri Lanka?
Good question. Good question.
Could you please explain your question again, Dr. Hakan?
Yes, that here in Pakistan, we date the earliest existence of human being to 2.5 million years ago, that we have evidences from Soa Valley, and also continued by Mesolithic and Neolithic evidences. I want to just know that in Sri Lanka, are there any existence of stone tools or surface collection or something like that, which can be studied or which have been displayed at these museums?
Yes.
If you would like to elaborate.
Yes, Colombo National Museum has that kind of collection, and we are open for the research request from other research of the other countries. We have collections of that kind.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Professor Ramukella. Is it possible to make a comment here?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Mishra and the organization and organizing committee to organize this very valuable conference. And as Madam Hadireshwari mentioned that heritage and archaeology in Sri Lanka and India is very important. I would like to answer this question regarding the museum, and as well as in Sri Lanka, our heritage is very long-lasting one, and we have unbroken sequence in Sri Lanka archaeologically. It starts from 1 4,000 millions ago, but the evidence of human beings, we found that 40,000 back BP from several cave sites. In the National Museum also, we have stone tools related to the prehistoric, especially related to the Mesolithic period. We very confirm Mesolithic period from Sri Lanka from 48,000 BP and up to today. It is very unbroken. We have very unbroken sequence related to the human settlements in Sri Lanka. And we are the very oldest country in South Asia related to the prehistoric stone tools than Europe. I'm not going to so far for that, but we have done many research related to the pre-proto-historic. And we have Ponparippu sites evidence at the National Museum also. Those are related to the proto-historic. It began from 950 BC, right? I'm not going for that more details. If you need, you can read more details related to the pre and proto-historic periods. Actually, I have done many research related to Sri Lankan museums, and you can see this book, my book, Heritage Representation in Cultural Diverse Societies, Sri Lankan Museum Perspective. This book got national awards for best research and academic. I have done 3,536 objects in I research in National Museum Colombo. I tried to find out cultural diverse, the representation of cultural diverse societies. I made many comments in this book, and I propose very important aspects related to the Sri Lankan museums as well as South Asian and other. I propose one methodology as chronotypological and locational sequence. This methodology for exhibiting objects to identify any ethno-archaeological or cultural aspects. I'm not going to discuss these things in detail here. If you wish, we can discuss in future. The other thing is, I have done many research related to the museum and national identity, representation of nation in National Museum. In that article, I mentioned we have to have norm. When we talk about the National Museum, are we name this national for only for nominal, not necessary to say use or the word national. How can we use word national? Are we representing the nation? Or we have to, I would like to draw your attention for that aspect also. We have to discuss these things in future. Otherwise, we can't survive within this museum scenario. Therefore, especially, I would like to invite all this community to discuss this matter. Therefore, we have to have norm. We have to have the agenda. We have to have conceptual approach for museums. We have to discuss these things under one umbrella. That is my comment. Thank you for listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Madam Chulani. Thank you so much. I think it is over to management.
Hello.
We now bring this
Dr.
session to
Sanjuta. Hello.
Just a minute, please. I would like to speak a few words with Madam Chulani, Sri Lanka. Madam Chulani,
sorry?
Are you
Please
listening
introduce
my voice?
yourself.
Are you listening my voice?
Yeah, oh, yes. Okay.
Madam, here is a message for you. We have sent a message through email and on your WhatsApp that you have been served as our chairperson in tomorrow's first session. Tomorrow's second session, Madam Tulani.
Yeah.
You should be available on tomorrow's for the chairperson.
Yeah, it's okay. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have you received our email?
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Email and WhatsApp message. We have sent you already.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Madam. Over to the session. Please sum up the session so I may start the next session. Over to the chairperson of the session and co-chairperson of the session.
Here I want to, Madam Kedashwari, I want to add one thing which I have seen in National Museum Colombo, which I rarely see in museums in different countries. They have one outside display there of ancient toilets of ancient periods made up of a stone, but they have kept it outside. So I would request Madam Sanjuta that it's also a heritage related to the hygiene practices, and it is very rarely found in museums, especially in archaeological museums. So she must take care of it, and there are very beautiful toilets, stone toilets in the open display in National Museum of Sri Lanka. So when I visited there, I have seen there, and we were just amazing that how means about their heritage, their culture.
That objects displayed in the
open display.
National Museum.
Yeah.
Thank you for your suggestion, and we will work out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Professor Kalal, would you like to close this session?
Please.
As my co-chair, or?
Yes, madam.
Please do. Please do.
Thank
please
you.
Sum up the session, please.
This presentation, well presented by Madam Sanuja, was covering the museums from Sri Lanka, and these galleries they show the history, the nature, and the culture of communities living or have left their remains on the land of Sri Lanka. And these museums are really protecting and presenting the heritage. And now the researchers and communities are working on different aspects, including conservation, and the proper systematic conservation was observable from her presentation. This presentation is expressing or representing that country, the Sri Lanka, in a way that the people and the communities are involved and interested in protection of their heritage. And this heritage is not only belonging to the communities of Sri Lanka, but it is a global heritage, and it is our common asset, which has been protected by this country. Thank you so much that everybody participated in this lecture, including the presenter, and all your comments that you have provided made us clear about the topic, and your discussion enlightened us about the significance of these museums, and particularly about the toilet evidences which have been presented, and also about the animals which have been presented only in the park, and their connection and their preservation is also important, that they are part of they remain part of us throughout our history. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, chairperson of the session, as well as to our eminent speakers for providing the very nice and very informative talks. Now we are going to move towards our next session. The eminent speaker of this session is Mr. Senarath. The eminent speaker of this session is Mr. Senarath, Additional Director, Department of Natural Museum, Colombo, Sri Lanka. Mr. Senarath. Mr. Senarath, are you on the line?
Yes, online.
Okay, please
Yes, okay.
prepare your slides and please be ready for the presentation. The eminent chairperson of the session is Dr. Asma Ibrahim, Director, State Bank Museum, Karachi, Pakistan. Dr. Asma.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hello, everyone. Hello,
Okay, madam.
and a very good morning. Can you hear me? Can you all hear me?
Yeah. You are chairperson of the session. The
Yes.
Okay. The co-chairperson of the session is Mr. Bhujang Rajarao Bobede, Director, Research, Foundation, Nagpur. Mr. Bobede will be act as co-chairperson of the session. Now I may request to chairperson Dr. Asma Ibrahim, please submit a brief review of our eminent speaker and please preside over the session.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me this chance to be here with you all and chair the session. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Serinath Vikram Singhal. Serinath Saab is the Additional Director General of the Department of National Museums. In 1994, he was able to qualify himself by obtaining second-class upper division honors degree for a Bachelor's of Art in Archaeology from the University of Jayawardenepura. At that time, he was awarded the Gold Medal for Academic Excellence and Greatest Competence at the General Convocation in 2005. He completed his MSc in Archaeology from the Postgraduate Institute of Archaeology. In 2006, he achieved Diploma in Museology from the same institute. Also, he is working as a visiting lecturer for several universities. He has organized a number of museum exhibitions such as Polonnaruwa Ancient Technology Museum, Kandy Museum, Ratnapura Museum, Dambana Tribal Museum, National Irrigation Museum, etc. He has published several books in national and international research papers regarding the arms and weapons, numismatics and epigraphy and museology fields. Also, he is a member of IQAC International Council of Museums, Sri Lanka, Archaeologist Council, and the member of the Provenance Research of Sri Lankan looted objects, swords, dagger, and firearms, now in Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam. So I have the pleasure and the honor to preside this session, and I would request him to please, Professor Serinath, to please present his presentation to the audience. Thank you to Professor Serinath.
Over to Professor Serinath for your presentation, please.
Yes. Mega.
Welcome, Vikram Singh ji, and thank you, Asma ji. I am co-chairperson of Gobde. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay. Is this audible?
Of course, it is visible.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to sincere my gratitude to Professor Misra inviting me to participate this important webinar. And we can share our knowledge regarding the socio-cultural as well as archaeology, anthropology, and museology through all the country and all the society, not only Sri Lanka, India, and other country. And my my topic is Ancient Technology Museum, Colonel, a new museum concept in Sri Lankan museum field. Our previously our director present briefly regarding this museum. I would like to discuss about this museum, very broad broad platform, and background. Actually, a museum are still not a showroom. Uh, they would be organized as an institution, decide to several the people uh, developing higher education, study, and research needs, protecting their heritage, adapting to the needs of the new society and to the need of the people. Those are some of major challenging facing museum professional in the uh, 21st century, not only Sri Lanka, but also I think India. Follower Asian Technology Museum, a new concept, and I would like to introduce a milestone in the field of museum in Sri Lanka. Uh, about 140 years after the establishment of the Colombo National Museum, the first museum in Sri Lanka, this is the largest and fully completed museum project in the country. And what is important of this museum? Actually, Sri Lanka has recorded history over 205,000 years from remote past. The Sri Lankas use very high technique, method, and strategy to accomplish their activities effectively. When compare with the other ancient civilization.
Past. Batadage is a building that protects a stupa from the elements. Chetiyagara such as this can be seen in Thuparamaya and Lankaramaya in Anuradhapura and Vatadage in Polonnaruwa. The stupa was built with brick on a malua or circular platform of stone, which is 17 feet above ground of natural rock.
This is special thing. Shiva
A shrine dedicated to god Mahashiva was recovered here, and it was named as the number 2 Hindu shrine. This is the most ancient Hindu shrine recovered from Polonnaruwa. It was built during the early period of the Chola rule. The shrine is well preserved. A stone inscription on its wall says that it was built in memory of the queen of King Maharaj, the chief Chola king of Kerala. The shrine is comprised of all architectural features of a Hindu religious venue. It is
that you can see the stone bridge, the original object of your various type of urinal stone and toilet stone. And this is very important when we engage in excavation. 1995 in Abhayagiriya, we have found a number of pods, one pods, including sand, charcoal, and lime. The when we uh, fit into the urinal stone, urinal go through these three pots to the earth. This is very important sanitation technology system in Sri Lanka. You can learn and you can study further yeah, with this model and original object in the museum. This short video, you can understand how our
Value placed on good practice. For servings of food.
from Dharamsala.
Sure that the work was completed punctually. The monks were issued coupons which they could exchange for servings of food. They also had some.
You can see the toilet complex in Polonnaru and urinal, some urinal tires, underground urinal
Of the standard
tires.
design in the countryside and in the jungle that they were integral to the Sinhalese culture thousands of years ago.
Very nice design.
The technical complexity in this system
toilet
is evident
urinal
where
stone.
the urine, which is expelled into the stone commode,
And you can
flowed through
understand
its tiny hole and then was made to pass down through 3 filtering vessels. The natural aggregate used in filtering, such as amber, sand, and lime, ensured that in the end, the filtered urine yielded clear water that could safely be absorbed back into the ground. Who had rejected all sinful desires for physical comfort. The Bhaddasima Prasada at the Alahana monastic complex, the Urakata walls, they depict the advanced knowledge of the construction industry and the water and waste management technologies of the Sinhalese in the 12th century.
and next in wooden painting and sculpture technology, wood technology, painting technology. We can, all of you know Sigiriya painting technology and Polonnaruwa Tiwanka Pilimage painting and Candy painting. And we focus in this gallery regarding technology of painting, technology part of the painting through various model and real objects. We have found very important manuscript called Shariputra, which is mentioned regarding the sculpture, making sculpture. It is very very important. This is also Lambatatu when we made
Lambathatua,
Buddha
or the plumb
statues.
bob, was one of the main measuring tools of the Sinhalese. Setting up of a plumb bob thread was an important task related to the construction of Buddha statues, which was used to maintain the symmetry of a statue. The plumb bob threads must be hung properly from the front and rear sides of the statue. It was called lambamana in the 6 types of measures related to statue creation. The other purpose of the plumb bob thread is the ability to measure the distance on the thread to the features.
And naval technology, it is very famous naval technology in Sri Lanka.
Ancient Sri Lankans used water vessels under different categories according to their users. Angula, Palam Parwa or boat bridge, Parwa, Pila Urwa, Pala Urwa are types of boats and canoes.
Wow, I'm the first. I think I'm supposed to be the first or the second PhD holder 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Can you see it now?
Yeah.
It is not coming.
And earlier I was also Vice President Museums Association of India. But I think unfortunately I haven't listened to you good many times. So this is very fortunate that this time I will listen to you.
My privilege. It's an honor. Let me see what best I can do. Don't be hungry till I finish. I'm not able to share this.
Are you pressing that square screen-like thing and present?
There's a hand there.
No, the next one, not the hand,
Next
the other one.
Okay.
And when you go there to say present, and then press it. And open a new window.
3 dots are there.
Screen, a window, open the window.
Yeah, and then from that, within that window, you open your presentation.
Share, okay. You open the presentation.
Share screen, yeah.
Okay. Can you see now?
Nope.
Now?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's right there. It's right there. But share it in a full image. Actually, do its presentation, PPT presentation, madam.
Just
so it will be bigger.
You
bigger
see that
inside.
screen underneath? The screen.
Is that all right?
Yeah. Not yet. It's showing, but you can start your presentation actually because it's PPT file. Yeah,
I'll do that. Now, this changing dynamics of museums, I must first congratulate Sri Lanka for its excellent technology they have used in presenting their display systems and communication systems. And I feel that I must really congratulate the DG and the additional DG. Before that, this is the logo I was talking about of the Department of Archaeology and Museums. Preserve and promote heritage for posterity, a statement I made in opening session. Now, when I talk of museums, the story of the museums in India is still largely unwritten. When the first museum in India was opened in 1814, it was called the Ajaib-Ghar, House of Curios. But the collection for this museum began late as 1784, as early as 1784, with the founding of Asiatic Society in Kolkata, which was a ruling seat of the British Empire. Beginning in the 19th century, this century, 1814 onwards, the museum movement toddled and raced from being Ajaib-Ghars or House of Curios to new heights in the new millennia, reaching levels of technology which are available to us now. When museums are founded, are you able to see the slides, please?
Yep.
Yeah. Museums are always established either by the nobility, the ruling class. In the Europeans, it was the royal houses which started this museum movement, and with varied aims, purposes, objectives, and as such, even in India, a lot of collection mushroomed and blossomed into museums, both in the government and non-government sectors, corporate offices, teaching institutions, and historical freedom struggle memorials, airports, etc. Now, as we move forward, I would like to present the first museum of India, the 7th museum of Asia, the Indian Museum, Kolkata. When the British or the colonialists built anything, the architectural style and language was that which was followed back at home, that is in London. So at that time, when they constructed this building, it was a Palladian architecture, which was in vogue in London, and the same was carried out throughout the colonies in the world. You can see a similarity if you travel through all their colonies, which are, of course, independent countries today. The Indian Museum, Kolkata, is encyclopedic. It was supposed to be encyclopedic because when Warren Hastings and William Townsend Jones started the collection in Asiatic society, it was a quest and thirst for knowledge. It was a collection policy, and then it was a documentation and research policy. When the India passed through the freedom struggle, we saw a lot of history, and you can see the bullet marks here. All of you can remember.
We cannot see. We are not
But
changing the
your
slides.
slides are not moving. Yeah.
Can you see now?
No.
Why is it not
You have
moving?
to start. It start PPT presentation. Actually, there is one cup sign down. You can see
Just
at the
a minute.
bottom of your screen. There is one cup sign.
1 minute. Yes.
Yeah. So you
Very
start
sorry.
your
Now can you see?
full screen. Yeah. Start full screen presentation. Actually, that will be better.
Okay, 1 minute. The full screen. This is the full screen. This is a slideshow.
No, you have to go on a slide mode. When you go at the bottom of your presentation, there is this cup sign.
The cup sign also I've hit now.
Yeah, just
press that and this is what you're getting.
Really?
The cup sign, like a wine cup.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I press. Yeah.
Then just now it's
yeah,
better.
now
It's
it's
better.
okay. yeah.
So the wine worked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you all see this slide? The Indian Museum?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the Indian Museum. This is the facade, and this is the interior portico. Huge one. And when I talk of the aim and objectives, recently the Prime Minister of our country, Modi ji, opened this Jallianwala Bagh memorial to the public, the general public. This is the entrance of the Jallianwala Bagh. It explains why people could not escape and how General Dyer blocked it. The memorial inside the Jallianwala Bagh and the memorial outside. And this is the well into which many of innocent Indians, Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs jumped into to save their life. Alas, all met the end. A little away from the Jallianwala Bagh is this partition museum. And this partition museum explains how India was partitioned, how people had to move Lahore to Amritsar and Amritsar to Lahore and India to Pakistan, Pakistan to India, and then the partition of Bengal in 1905. And where Rabindranath Tagore gave up his knighthood and he composed this song of Amar Shonar Bangla, which is the national anthem of Bangladesh. And then how the newspapers, there was a censorship and how they tried to downplay it. And actually the news of massacre spread. And in spite of that, Hunter Committee justified Hunter's actions. And the entire history is there for us to read finally. Mr. Honeyman, in spite of the press censorship, he published it and he was deported. Here you can see all our three brothers, the Sikh, the Muslim and the Hindu, reading the Rowlatt Act. And to honor the martyrs of Punjab, the Congress held its annual session in 1919 and condemned the butchers of Dyer and Wire. The Sikh League also condemned the British government. And it was from here that the attempt to free the Gurudwaras from the government began. It also began. So you see, a simple photograph, a simple memorial, well planned, well designed, takes you into history, takes you into architecture, takes you into your faith. And then the famous quotations or the famous sayings of Shahid Bhagat Singh is etched in rock. They may kill me, but they cannot kill my ideas. They can crush my body, but they will not be able to crush my spirit. So this really, kind of moves your heart and makes you think about how many people fought for your freedom, which you're enjoying today. This is Lala Lajpat Rai. हमारे ऊपर किए गया हर अत्याचार ब्रिटिश साम्राज्य के ताबूत की कील साबित होगा. And this, we cannot leave the area of Punjab without paying salutations to Maharaja Ranjit Singh. He was called Sher-e-Punjab because of his valiant opposition which he gave to the Afghans and pushed them back. I suppose he was the only one who could do it. Now, coming from the Indian Museum, a partition museum, Jallianwala Bagh Memorial, I land y'all in Mumbai. In Mumbai, I found this Jaya Hai Museum app. It's a museum in the airport, been organized in cubicles. So, display of different lamps used in India. It's an amazing display. Some are more than life size, human size, and this is another exhibition I wanted to show y'all. Following the pandemic, there's a mad rush to the museums also. People just want to come out of their houses. Footfalls have increased in museums, and this is the celebration they had during the International Museum Week. Rare treasures from the collection. Right here, you can see the number of people thronging around the showcase, people waiting to enter the galleries. And this, of course, is the gems from the Mughal treasury with the Indian Museum. They have got the best of collection. And then they had this 5,000-year-old Harappan artifacts displayed on Rakhaldas' birth anniversary. So they are targeting every section of visitor. They have plans for everybody. Now, quickly, I come to the south bank of River Musi, Andhra Pradesh. From Kolkata, we have come to Musi. And here, I want to show you all the Salarjung Museum is located here. I'm going to discuss a few issues. And look, this River Musi, I have made it blue. It's not so blue. It's totally polluted. And this is the kind of urbanization that has taken place around it. This causes environment pollution, which is another challenge which needs to be addressed. Here is back in 1951, Jawaharlal Nehru, our former Prime Minister, opening the museum in an ancestral palace of the Salarjungs. They were five of their members served as prime ministers with the Asafjai dynasty, and one of them was Salarjung the First, the grandfather of Salarjung the Third, who died heirless, and the government of India took over this election. He was often called the Great Mughal, the founder of modern Hyderabad. Here, after the museum was founded in the palatial ambience of this Diwan Devdi. Diwan is Prime Minister, Devdi is a nobility's palace. You have Dr. Rajendra Prasad seeing the collection, Dr. Zakir Hussain coming to visit the collection in the palace. There was a curiosity. What is it that made the government take over? What is this collection about? And what is the palace? And this ambience itself was an added attraction to the visitor. This picture is very important. This was much before the government took over. On the right, you can see, on this left, you can see the Nizam himself, Osman Ali Khan, about whom I have been speaking about, who opened the Department of Archaeology, opened the State Museum, now called Dr. Rajshekar Reddy Museum. And this was Salarjung himself. It was a compulsory rule to follow this kind of a uniform in front of the Nizam. All had to wear these tight pajamas and this long coat and the kamarbands with, And here is Nawab, the Nizam himself. He's looking at this veiled replica, which is a star attraction of the museum today, in the Aina Khana, mirror hall of the Diwan Deodi. When they had to vacate, when they had to empty this Diwan Deodi because it had to be divided among 114 claimants. We are talking of heritage. We are talking of conservation. All the 114 claimants got a part here, and now it is nothing but a cement mortuary. This was Diwan Deodi. After the government of India took over, the High Court was asked to document, and they then and there they changed the display for security reasons. Here you can see the veiled Rebecca again displayed in the museum opened at Diwan Deodi. I'm showing you how the display ideas flowed. Then when it was shifted to the present building where the foundation was laid by Dr. Zakir Hussain, this was the kind of showcase designed for the veiled Rebecca. And after that, a further modernization went. This was designed and a mirror was placed behind so that you could appreciate the sculpture in its full form. This, another British bracket clock, was made many people curious because there's a gong man who comes out and hits the hour. So this curiosity is absolutely origin. I mean, it is so much so human that it can shepherd people to the museums. This was after it was shifted to the present building. Look at the number of people. They all come to see the method. The next display keeper thought that this was a better way of presenting it. Here when you enter, this is a black and white photograph. These photographs also were taken by a great photographer, Raja Deen Dayal, for whose museum I brought in from the 12th Finance Commission about 1.56 crores, but that was never invested by the state government. And this was the present, this is the present showcase still. Please compare the display systems. Now, this is the carpet section as in Diwan Deodi. This is the carpet section as in the present building. Here, though it's a black and white photograph, and though this is a colored photograph, you can see the systems, how they were displayed. And the display cases were not approved by the head of the museum. And so he changed the display. So the most important challenge is to have a proper director who understands what is antiquity, how they are to be displayed, and to understand that even the display showcases are vintage, they are antiquities, they are not to be got away with. Coming to documentation, how it evolved. This is when the museum was taken over, the High Court clerks were asked to document the collection way back in 1950s. And they prepared registers, there were 77 rooms. They went into each room, 1 by 7, 1 by 1, 1 by 2, 1 by 3. That's how the numbers came, accession numbers. And these were called the High Court registers. Hence, the first inventory of the museum is called the High Court registers. Later, the board thought that this was High Court registers would not suffice. We should move on and have a bilingual, or we should have these High Court registers in English. So these were the inventory registers prepared. And then from inventory registers, when the fields of documentation increased to 12 to 13, including photographs, these were the central accession registers which were prepared. So I'm showing you the evolution of the documentation system. Later, after this came the index cards, and then we had the digitization, the Natraj and the Jatan system. Jatan is available on the Ministry of Culture's platform. Anybody can access it, and the collection of all the national museums are available. So as we move forward, the security, same was security. The Parliament Act of 1961 defined what was this national asset and what is our important duty and responsibility. Under the safety of objects, the Act suggested a number of measures: annual verification, photo documentation, entry checks of visitors, recording of objects while being moved, photography, card indexing, giving location of objects, telltale clocks to be provided within the museum, watch and ward to be strengthened. There should be only one entrance to the museum. Showcases should have small labels indicating the number of objects. In addition, a subcommittee was also appointed to consider the question of security arrangements in the museum. This was in 1961. From there, today, we have moved furthermore. We have all our security systems. We have all our security infrastructure, including a central industrial security force in the national museums in place today. And conservation, most important. Collections under, this was 1960, what is happening right now, the collections are under the charge of the curatorial staff, utilized for storage, technical, framing, mounting, stores, cleaning by conservancy, monitoring by the conservation section, ventilated by exhaust fans, lighting by CFL, Pest Control of India also monitors. the conservation and preservation of objects in the museum. And this, in 2002, the National Environment Engineering Research Institute was commissioned to assess the indoor and outdoor air quality status. You have seen, I have shown you a Google map of where Salajang was placed, so this was very necessary. The study was spread over a period of 1 year, covering 3 seasons, and they recommended measures to be followed to avoid and reduce the impact of environment pollution. Further came the building development. So what I want to show is, from collection, documentation, and cataloging, we have moved to further fields of development. And this for building development programs, we had an intelligent, addressable, intelligent fire detection system. We had fire control panels. For old fire hydrant system was replaced with new fire hydrant systems. So this is always available, and this just shows, finally we have a fire engine in the Salarjung Museum itself. There's an old well which provides the water. So coming back to the presentation and coming back to my talk, I conclude with this. The challenges are many. Challenges are of recruitment. Proper recruitment should be there according to collection. And
Yes, but I'm being more a heritage and modern artist. I usually go to Delhi and to Bangalore, but I haven't been to any of the museums that you have mentioned here. Anyway, except to the ones in Delhi and Bangalore. So, in your presentation, you presented us with 3 keywords, and working on those 3 keywords, your 3 keywords was curiosity, connecting, and communication. You confronted us with 2 major important challenges. Challenge one is, how do we think of the social relevance of museums today? And you showed those ladies drumming and people dancing inside the museum. Your museum is it has evolved far away from being storage or curiosity chambers to some living places. The second challenge you said was, okay, you are touching on the major issue of social relevance of museums, and then when people come, what do? How do we take care of our collections? How do we manage the visitors? And you actually did not touch on that aspect very much. Well, you have limited time.
No, I could have done. I just cut it a little because, we are well beyond time.
And madam, you said, you gave me a wonderful metaphor to critique when museums do not face our challenges, contemporary challenges, that is cement mortuaries. Not to make our museum, how not to make our museum cement mortuaries or brick mortuaries or whatever. Thank you so much. I'll stop at that. Dr. Amit, do you have to say anything on this now? It's such a wonderful presentation, Doctor.
It's a very good presentation covering everything, including how the museums are changing these days. Even, but I have one doubt, madam, that how many museums, especially in Asia, will be using these digitalized or modern way of documentation of either museum doc, which is developed by NIC, or the Jatan or Natraj system. How many of these? I have actually 2 questions from you. So do you know, because you have wide experience of working in different museums and you are alumni of Baroda University also. So have you seen how many museums in India, especially, or in Asia, are utilizing this digitalized documentation procedures, as you can assume?
Yeah. Thank you.
It's very important.
Ministry of Culture would be able to answer. Maybe now that you have said it, I should find out under the right to information. I have to see how many people are using it online.
I want to know one more thing. Apart from this Salarjung Museum, there is at present in Hyderabad, there is one more museum of personal museum of Nizam is also there. I have seen in news channels.
Yes, I can go into it. Like in Kolkata, when the National Museum Kolkata, that is the Indian Museum, is a national museum under the Ministry of Culture, was opened. Before, after that, immediately Lord Curzon opened the Victoria Memorial Hall. If the Indian Museum was an encyclopedic museum, the Victoria Memorial was a national Valhalla of the British Raj in India, because Curzon thought that if Shah Jahan could build the Taj Mahal for his beloved queen, I should also build a Taj Mahal for my beloved queen. That is Queen Victoria, who was one of the longest ruling monarchs. Now, of course, the Queen Elizabeth beat her to it. So he also got the marble from Makrana, and he designed it showing the entire colonial empire in one edifice. So if you ever go to Victoria Memorial, just don't see what is inside. It is dedicated totally to the British Raj, but also see what is the sculpture. He has shown all the rivers of India. He has shown all the animals associated with the holy animals associated with the rivers. He has explained what is the edifice all about. So, and now coming to Hyderabad, we have the Nizam's Museum, Personal Collection Museum, that is called the Nizam Silver Jubilee Museum. It is, when he celebrated his Silver Jubilee, all the people presented him a lot of gifts. All those are kept there. It is within the palace of the Nizam himself. Apart from that, there's a Chaumela Museum. There is the, Nizam's Museum, Hyderabad, called Hyderabad Museum, then called State Museum. And after Dr. Rajashekar Reddy, the CM, passed away, it was named after him, Dr. Rajashekar Reddy Museum. This is another challenge we face, changing the names of museum. But there is a very important Victoria Silver Jubilee Museum in Vijayawada, and suddenly the government decided, state government of Andhra Pradesh, after bifurcation, decided that it should be named after a film producer called Babu, an artist also. Now, when you go into the Vijayawada, that is the collection, prehistoric to modern, and they have changed it to Babu Museum. So how would the generation think about it? The next generation. So you come Bapu Museum, and when I saw it after relinquishing my post as director, when I went and saw the Bapu Museum, each label says was so and so period Bapu collection. He said Bapu collection. It is a collection of the government. Why are you confusing the visitor? Why have you renamed it as a film director who has done nothing for the museum world? So this is something, this politics also play a very great drama in this. Now, this Dr. Rajashekar Reddy Museum is a very great situated within a heritage structure. It has got the best of collection, but the footfall is only 25 to 50 people per day. Whereas Salahuddin Museum, who served as prime ministers to the Nizams, that is the Osman Ali Khan and all, their footfall is average 2,000 per day, and that collection are just copies, which have become antiquities because of age. Not all are original, but Hyderabad is original objects. The state Dr. Rajashekar Reddy Museum is original objects. So many museums have sprouted up even in Hyderabad now.
Yeah, even because that museum was in news because of theft. Some theft was there, and that was the personal collection, and gradually it was reported.
Was stolen. And then, of course, it was retrieved also. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for a nice presentation, and I must thanks to the chair also, and to our lead speaker, Madam Kedareshwari, and once and all, I must thank to the organizer, Dr. Mishra, and all the participants and respected speakers who have passionately with us in this session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Over to you, Dr. Mishra.
Dr. J. Kedareshwari, given a nice talk in this webinar series. And thank you, Professor Jagat Veerasinghe sir, chair the session, and our co-chair session, Dr. Amit Soni sir. Thank you, all of you. Now, next session. Eminent speaker Dr. Asma Ibrahim, Director, State Bank Museum, Karachi, Pakistan. Chairperson Dr. K.M. Suresh, Retired Professor and Director, Museum, Kannada University, Hampi, Karnataka, and co-chair Mrs. Madam Ifk Azim, Research Officer, Lahore Museum, Lahore, Pakistan. So, welcome all of you, and I request to Dr. K.M. Suresh. He is busy some other, so please chair the session, Madam Professor Chulani Ram. Rambu Kovela. Madam, please share the session because Dr. K.M. Suresh busy and not in his screen. And Madam, if please present our eminent speaker CV. You have CV?
Thank you. Professor, I'm Jolini Ramukalla from Sri Lanka. I have to chair
Mr.
tomorrow.
Sir, I think Ifat, Madam Ifat is also there. She can present, introduce the presenter. Asma
Tomorrow.
Madam.
Okay.
I think there.
I will present.
Yeah.
Good noon and namaste and adab from me, from my side. No, I would like to introduce Dr. Asma Ibrahim, which is an icon of Pakistan museology. So this is the brief introduction. I think she has done beyond her capacity to save the museology and the museums in Pakistan. So this is the brief introduction. Dr. Asma Ibrahim is a senior archaeologist, museologist, and conservationist. She is the founder, director of State Bank Museum Archives and Art Gallery Department. Prior to this, she served in different capacities with Department of Archaeology and Museums, Government of Pakistan as curator director for 2 decades. Her doctorate is in numismatic, post-archaeological chemistry with special studies on ancient human remains as a Fulbright scholar. Also, she is a fellow of Salzburg Seminar. Her noteworthy achievement is the establishment of the first monetary museum of Pakistan in State Bank of Pakistan, which was inaugurated on 1st July 2011. To her credit, the very human and modern consideration for making this museum the most accessible museum of Pakistan. She is into establishment of several museums and conservation projects as advisor. She is a pioneer member, General Secretary of an NGO, SIAS Pakistan, working on documentation, preservation, and conservation of heritage, which is awarded 3rd time the AFCP US Ambassador Fund for Cultural Preservation grant for the 3rd time for conservation work in Pakistan. Center for Archaeological and Environmental Research, board member of Commonwealth Association of Museums, General Secretary of ICOM International Council of Monetary and Banking Museums as first South Asian, member FIREC, Standing Committee of Finance and Resource Committee ICOM, member International Advisors Committee for Upcoming Arts and Science Faculty, Aga Khan University, president of Karachi Conference Foundation, short-term consultant for World Bank Heritage Sections. Dr. Asma's experience in the field of archaeology and museums spans more than 3 decades. She has many acclaimed projects of excavations and exploration in Sindh and Balochistan to her credits. As the first women archaeologists of the country, she is serving on several consultative committees for Government of Sindh, Board of Governors of various educational institutions, and author of several research articles, catalogs, and books. Her research projects are aired repeatedly by BBC Horizon, Discovery Channel, ZDF, BBC Channel 4 in the form of documentaries. Now, over to Madam Asma, Dr. Asma.
Okay, thank you so much, Ifat. I think this was a bit long introduction of mine. Well, keeping in mind the schedule of today, so I think I will be very quick and start with my presentation. And topic of my today's presentation is from my conservation side, as requested by the organizers that I should talk about one of my conservation projects, which is Varun Dev Temple project. So now I would like to share my screen. Can someone guide me how to share the screen on this program, because I have not done it before. Gee, can somebody guide me on this, how to share my screen, where to go? Full screen whiteboard change.
Can you see my screen?
No.
No? So,
Amit Soni sir.
Excuse me. Ma'am.
Please guide me.
Excuse me.
Can you please guide me how to share my screen on this program?
Reddy sir.
Yeah, I'm just telling.
Please guide.
Yeah, just to the right side of your that hand symbol, there is a
Yes.
rectangle,
Yes.
square man. Please press on that.
Okay.
And then it will open. Your entire screen is there.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, press on. Have you pressed now?
Share your entire screen. Yes, I'm there. And now?
Yeah. You.
Can you see it now?
Have you pressed
No, ma'am.
No?
No, not yet.
Have you opened your presentation?
Yes, it is open.
But you have to share it.
Yeah.
Share it on your
Yeah.
WhatsApp.
On my WhatsApp?
No, not WhatsApp. On your this Google Meet. Right now, this meeting.
That's your...
Go to
join
your
me.
Google Meet meeting currently. You are visible, and there are 3 dots on the right hand side. There you will find the share screen option.
On Google Meet. Oh, okay.
Yeah. You are attending to
Yes.
Google Meet. Yeah. So you will get share screen option. On 3 dots are there. On extreme right. पूरे right side में ना 3 dots है. दिखेगा. 3 dots दिख रहे होंगे लाइन से. उसमें क्लिक करेंगे तो आपको शेयर स्क्रीन का ऑप्शन मिलेगा.
मल्टीपल उसमें ऑप्शंस है मैम. बिल्कुल उसमें जो है ना टॉप पे ही है, राइट साइड पे.
राइट साइड पे.
न्यू मीटिंग. ओके.
ऊपर एरो बना है.
नो न्यू मीटिंग मींस आप बैक चली गई.
ओके.
ऊपर में लिंक दिख रहा होगा, उस पर क्लिक करिए, आप वापस आ जाएंगे रीजॉइन होके.
No, that's a bit tricky. I never use this. We usually do it on Zoom.
Yeah.
So Google Meet is...
You can you see me?
Yes, I can
see
you. Yes.
Okay, then at the bottom of your screen, you can extreme right side में आपको 3 dots दिख रहे हैं क्या? हाँ, उन dots को टच करिए, क्लिक करिए.
जी, ठीक है.
क्लिक किया तो आपको एक सेकंड ऑप्शन दिख रहा होगा शेयर स्क्रीन का.
फुल स्क्रीन नजर आ रहा है, शेयर स्क्रीन नहीं नजर आ रहा. कास्ट दिस मीटिंग आ रहा है, व्हाइट बोर्ड एंड चेंज ऑल दिस लेआउट.
इसी के साथ में एक शेयर स्क्रीन भी आता है.
स्क्रीन होगा मैडम सबसे ऊपर राइट साइड पे.
No, share screen is not coming sir, as you
नहीं,
said.
इसमें नहीं आ रहा. कास्ट दिस मीटिंग, व्हाइट बोर्ड, चेंज लेआउट आ रहा है सब कुछ.
You're right. That's coming.
कास्ट करके देखिए उसमें. अच्छा, कास्ट करने से तो फिर इस कास्टिंग में चला जाएगा.
जी.
आपका पीपीटी में नीचे देखिए अगर वो है क्या शेयर स्क्रीन.
नहीं, पीपीटी से नहीं आएगा राजशेखर जी, वो तो गूगल मीट पे उनको करना है ना.
आप लोग कैसे कर रहे हैं? आप इन्हीं 3 डॉट से कर रहे हैं तो सेटिंग में भी नहीं होगा.
आपका रेज हैंड का साइन है ना, रेज हैंड का साइन दिखता है क्या आपको?
उसके साथ है, ठीक है.
नीचे में रेज हैंड का साइन है, एक रेज हैंड का साइन है, उसके बगल में देखिएगा और साइड में जाएंगी तो आपको 3 डॉट्स दिखे, है ना?
जी, 3 डॉट्स.
हाँ, मल्टीपल ऑप्शन में एक शेयर स्क्रीन का ऑप्शन भी होगा.
वो नहीं आ रहा है सर.
नहीं आ रहा है इसमें, हमारे पास नहीं आ रहा है.
Even in my case, just when I'm testing it, it's showing.
मैं आपको ऑप्शंस बता रहा हूँ. फर्स्ट ऑप्शन है इन कॉल मैसेज, सेकंड ऑप्शन है शेयर स्क्रीन, तीसरा है शो कैप्शन,
वो हमारे पास नहीं आ रहा.
प्रॉब्लम सेटिंग्स.
No sir. What it is showing is.
प्रेजेंट में होना चाहिए. प्रेजेंट भी है यहाँ एरो में. प्रेजेंट नाउ. एक एरो है
क्या
इसमें।
एक्चुअली प्रेजेंटेशन है क्या कहीं पे, प्रेजेंटेशन या शो करने के लिए कुछ
इसमें है मैडम, ये मेरे देख लैपटॉप में प्रेजेंट दिखाता है, प्रेजेंट जो हैंड है, इसके बाद में एक एरो है ऊपर वाला, इसमें है, इसमें योर इंटायर स्क्रीन प्रेजेंट है, इसमें एरो है ऊपर वाला, उसी में प्रेजेंट दिखाता है, उसी से होगा।
Yeah, most probably that one I'm thinking, but she said this.
So can you see now?
Ifaji, you are also there, so means are you is share screen option is present, is visual to you?
No, no.
नहीं मैडम, नहीं दिख रही।
नहीं, we don't have it.
Next to that hand.
नहीं, तो 3 dots जो मैंने राइट एक्सट्रीम कॉर्नर में कहा था ना आपके,
जी उसमें नहीं है। नहीं
sir,
I think
what I feel is
we are on our phones and ma'am is on her laptop.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm on my laptop. So where should I go?
राइट साइड में लैपटॉप में भी
Yes.
आपको नीचे में शेयर स्क्रीन का ऑप्शन दिख रहा होगा।
present your entire screen में आना चाहिए ma'am, but you said next to the hand symbol in that arrow, this thing is there. If you open it, it says present your entire screen.
Settings there. Can you see on your screen? So can
नहीं
I?
ma'am,
नहीं. Okay.
You can do one thing. You can just email your presentation to Dr. Mishra, and Dr. Mishra can move on the slides for you.
Okay, so there is someone who wants to.
Yeah.
There is someone who wants to present before me. So maybe if he wants to.
Actually, मैडम आप अपना प्रेजेंटेशन हमें मेल कर दें, हमारे मेल में भेजिए।
ओके।
हम लोग यहाँ प्रेजेंट करेंगे, और इसके पहले जो है अगला टॉक अपन ले रहे हैं, इसके बाद
ठीक है। हाँ, मैं आपको ईमेल कर रही हूँ। सही है।
नेक्स्ट टॉक
Mishra sir.
Yes sir.
Please give a call to Kedareshwari so that she can guide us.
Next talk, Professor Mashood Imran sir.
Okay, on here.
And
thank you.
Babji Rao sir, Chairperson Dr. Babji Rao sir, Deputy Superintendent Archaeologist, Hyderabad.
Yeah.
Babji Rao sir.
Namaskar, Mr. Ji. I think there is something.
Co-chair, Syed Gul Kailash. Syed Gul.
Syed Gul.
Yes, sir. Namaste.
Welcome.
Yes, sir.
Welcome. Good afternoon.
So, please, I am request to Babji Rao sir, please chair the session, and Syed Gul Kailash, please co-chair the session, and Dr. Babji Rao present the CV of Professor Mashood Imran sir.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Ji. First and foremost, I want to heartily congratulate you for carrying the entire this thing in such a systematic way.
Dr. Asma Madam, मसूद साहब के लेक्चर के बाद आपका लेक्चर अपन रख रहे हैं, तब तक इधर हम डाउनलोड करेंगे।
जी प्लीज आप अपनी ईमेल शेयर कर ले, मेरे पास आपका सिर्फ व्हाट्सएप है।
जस्ट मैं ईमेल भेज रहा हूँ।
ओके, थैंक यू।
या मिश्रा जी,
आप व्हाट्सएप में भी भेज सकती हैं मैडम।
ओके,
व्हाट्सएप में भेज दीजिए।
Very good afternoon to all the panelists and all the experts and the scientists of this beautiful webinar on international level. Just getting information on various issues pertaining to the heritage management, archaeology sites of different regions of our Southeast Asia. And in this session morning, we had a very beautiful session wherein the experts have delivered an information, very informative information, especially pertaining to the Sri Lanka. And then Kedareshwari just shared her this thing from Hyderabad and India. That's indeed a very knowledgeable information. In this session, now I feel very happy to invite the presenter of this session, that is Professor Masood Imran Manu from Bangladesh. Is the Department of Archaeology, Jahangir University, Sawar, Dhaka. Welcome to this session, Masood Imranji. I'm sorry, there was some problem. That is why I was unable to make myself visible to all of you. All of a sudden, till now that was there, but now it is not there. So, okay, fine. So, it seems, I presume, after seeing this thing, is Professor Imran Manu is very simple, because his biodata itself is so simple. He narrates entire this thing. Let me share about this thing. He has a PhD from Hiroshima University, Japan, and his subject is on safeguarding governmentality of cultural heritage of Bangladesh. That was such a very important this thing, and for which he was also given a special gold medal from an excellent student scholarship award from Hiroshima University, Japan. And apart from that, he had been given gold medal for the that is Dr. Sural Ali Khan and Shaifuddin gold medal from Jahangir University, Bangladesh, for his scholarship, and then the other one is from the Japan. So he is presently professor, working as a professor in the Jahangir University Archaeology Department of Archaeology, and to his credit, Dr. Professor Manu has Imran Manu has many books. That is internationally, he has publications in 5 books, and it would be very nice had you shared the titles of those books so that interested people might have get them. And then he has journals, more than 20 journals, international journals. He has published all the thing. And then he was also keynotes. Very interestingly, he was also keynote speaker for many international, national seminars and webinars and symposium based on his expertise and excellency in his field. He was invited to different universities and all that. And then his research interest is basically on the critical theories. That is very interesting. That is the critical theories to understand the past, especially identity and representational politics of the past. That is quite a new aspect for the general studies of the students of archaeology and history. And then spatial patterns of cultural heritage, that's very important, cultural heritage sites. And also he does predictive 3D modeling of monuments and generating virtual reality of cultural heritage sites. Sorry, there is a... so that is about Dr. Muhammad Masood Imran Manusi. And now his topic is quite an interesting one, because the very topic is rather what's called eye-opener to many of us, in the sense it is very a different title so far we have come across in any of the national or international webinars. That is the thing. And the title, I'm going to read out the title. Interesting title is that safeguarding governmentality, a post-Foucauldian approach to understand the mechanisms of governmentalization of the cultural heritage in Bangladesh. It's a quite interesting subject, because the Foucauldian approach is, Foucauldian is a French, I suppose, a French philosopher, and based on his theories, how models will be evolved. That is what I feel Professor Masood Imran ji is going to share with us. With these small introduction, I also welcome our co-panelist, ma'am. Welcome to the session. Said Gul ma'am, welcome to the session. And I welcome all our all our guests and then audience to have a rapt attention of uh, Professor Masood Imranji's talk, and subsequently you please raise all your questions, because this is such a platform. We seldom we come across with such a platform wherein we don't know geo settings of the other countries, other regions, wherein if somebody is talking about some in fact important aspect, all the doubts should be clear here and now itself. That will be of a great help for enhancing our knowledge database. With all these, thank you. And I welcome Professor Masood Imran Khan to start his talk. Imran ji.
May I start now?
Yeah.
Oh.
Am I not audible? Am I not audible?
Yeah. You are quite okay. Quite okay. Thank you, Mr. Rao. I found myself very honored to introduce very interestingly. Before I start, I would like to thanks the organizer to invite me here, and also thanks to you all who are going to hear me. In fact, before me, there are a couple of papers already presented. Those are very interesting and very enthusiastic visually. But in my topic, in fact, I found it a little bit alien in this session. Okay, but now my topic, in fact, you got it that I'm going to talk about the policy level things, and especially the transnational organizational policy and state policy, and how it's impacted on the heritage residents and others. So those things I would like to try to clarify. In fact, so that's why my prime objectives for today's presentation is to understand the discursive formation of governmentalization of safeguarding the cultural heritage and heritage residents. In fact, I would like to problematize the ideas and norms of safeguarding the cultural heritage, which can be observed in the sovereign action of dominant agencies as a project of modernity in Bangladesh. So, in my presentation, I will try to negotiate this question throughout my presentation. Maybe sometimes it would be a little ambiguous for you because the time constraint, I wouldn't uh, get that much time to introduce every archaeological sites. Uh, so in that case, by default, I considered it that more or less in Bangladeshi prominent archaeological sites. In fact, so in my talk, in fact, I'm going to negotiate this one, that how the dominating paradigm of safeguarding the cultural heritage has been conceived by the heritage governing agencies and perceived by the heritage residents in Bangladesh. I conducted my field survey in these three different archaeological sites. In fact, this one, is a very famous Paharpur Mahabihara or Somapura Mahabihar. It's a listed World Cultural Heritage in UNESCO. And this one, in fact, is a very famous Shahid Gumbad Mosque. In fact, Bagirhat is famous for group of mosques, and this one also listed World Cultural Heritage by UNESCO. And this one is Pundra Nagar, and which is popularly known as Mohstangarh, and is situated in Bogura districts in Bangladesh. This one in Nauga districts. These two are the adjacent districts. But widely, if I go with the Janapada idea, it's these two sites are living in a Pundabardhan Bhukti. And this Bagirhat is southern part of Bangladesh. It's near to Khulna and Sundarban. So this belongs to the Bongo Janapada. So to understand the cultural heritage, in the beginning, in fact, I would like to clarify the main actors and who are the main players in for managing or understanding or living with the cultural heritage. And first of all, I would like to tell that the heritage residents who are living on the sites and beside the sites. And another agency is transnational agencies. So there is UNESCO, ADB, ICOMOS, ICROM, and blah blah. So other very very strong agencies, government officials, the Ministry of Cultural Affairs, Bangladesh, and the last one is, but last not the least, who is the very very normatively dominating agencies, who are the academicians. So in that case, transnational agencies, I found them as a constructionist power. So why I'm telling this constructionist and who are the repressive, I will make it more clear later on. So in government official, I got it as a repressive powered system, especially in South Asian country. We know that we thought that we are living in a modern state policy, but it still is a very, very big question that our countries, is it, how can I tell that they are acting like a modern state? I don't think so. In South Asia, this will happen. There is a vertically and horizontally both power are exercised by the dominating political parties and governments. So it's a very repressive way to understand the government officials. And I found also the construction is in that case that the horizontally they also very powerful. And sometimes I found that the government became very submissive. Submissive to whom? To transnational agencies. So in that case, I found that the government officials, in fact, they maintain a very fluid sovereignty, the fluid idea of sovereignty. And academicians who produce the knowledge, the normative knowledge, those are the another constructionist power. And this power also generates so many destructive and controlling things over government and also over the heritage residents. So this power also dominated the heritage residents body in itself. And in Bangladesh case, in fact, I would like to tell you that is a very docile, very submissive character I found in heritage residents, not only in Bangladesh, I found it in Nepal also, because I extensively studied Nepalese heritage sites and their management policies. So, and before I enter to discuss my main themes, I would like to that I found so many knowledge gaps to understand the heritage and their management policies, and mostly very linear understanding of heritage is going by around here and there. And Bangladesh cases, the most of the works been going by that way. But the only one works we have been done with Shadin Shen in 2006. There we tried to understand the agencies of the artifacts and also the heritage residence things. And I tried to go with the other international works which been done by so many international scholars, and their works is quite fascinating. But most of those works is not well enough to understand the case of post-colonial nation state like Bangladesh, to understand the policies and their actions. And theoretically, early I was looking through this all theories, which is given by one is Ranajit Guha's Subaltern Studies as Post-Colonial Criticism, David Scott's and Talal Asad Colonial Governmentality, Michel Foucault's Governmentality, Ian Hodder's Reflexive Archaeology, Robert Layton's Historical Facts in or Ashish known this multivocality of history, Hayden White's new historicism, scienticism, coming from Bruno Latour and Stuart Hall's representation, and Judith Butler's performative subjectivity. In fact, these all are needed to understand the case of South Asia. In fact, so far, my understanding through my field experience. In fact, Michel Foucault's governmentality is not well enough to understand the South Asian case. That's why I try to develop a different kind of theories, which I call post-Foucauldian approach. In fact, so why Michel Foucault is not well good enough to understand the South Asian case, because his experience from Europe, and he went through so many European experience. So he found and he showed that one state, how it's transformed from Middle Age power system to modern power structures. But in South Asian case, I already mentioned that it's very difficult to clarify our governmentalization process and to claim it as a modern state like that. So there are so many other so many phenomena are activated hugely. So that's why. And another thing is that I found this all gaps here. One is that the generalized empirical definition of cultural heritage, the restrained role of the state, the overlooked social dynamics of heritage residents, the project of modernization of history and heritage, and homogeneity of the history writing, lack of emergence of the residents with the heritage, inadequate problematization of the notion of scientificism in dominating history writing, non-problematic representation of heritage in museum, and the absence of the reverse mechanism of safeguarding policy to accommodate the residents' perception of history and heritage. And finally, the all analytical procedures are developed based on the understanding of history and civilization of West. So thus, this research will meticulously focus the process of articulations as the actions of the transnational and national agencies, and crucial to generate the process of articulation of differentiation among the artifacts and actors. Therefore, an analytical framework is developed in this research to meticulously analyze this connecting and dynamic phenomenon of governing the cultural heritage, which is named here safeguarding governmentality. So how in fact, for today, one of the biggest notion to introduce my analytical tools to you all, and this is a huge opportunity. I found it as a huge opportunity to explain it with this forum, and this is a very every South Asian experts join here. It's a very rarely will happen, and that's why I joined here. And in Foucauldian system, you know that Foucault, if you see this one, Foucault mentioned that rules and law, and it's a judiciary process, a very repressive way, which is Middle Age understanding, and the norms and statistical understanding, which always targeted the single body to cover their mind and body and other things. And Foucault called it the construction is a way of power and is a modern power. So Foucault understand and he negate as a tactics of negation here. And power has been considered one of the most important factors in negotiation. Controlling tactics of power are identified as repressive power, and managing tactics of power are defined as constructionist or constructivist power. And repressive power are to control or govern the subject by the law and legislations of a state. And it is the vertical circular way of governing process and knowledge of authorization to kill the subject. And constructionist power are to control or govern the subject by the norms and statistics. And it is the horizontal way of governing process. Here, subjectification, it means that whom to govern, has been practiced under the process of willingness, knowledge of ethics, of welfare to govern the subject. So I also found that the transnational agencies' activities, and we know that UNESCO itself is a byproduct of neoliberalism, and this neoliberalism always started to talk about the so many norms, and the first norms they provided that outstanding universal value, and they told that it's a world patrimony, and it should be authorized by the World Cultural Heritage, and it should be conserved, and we should have to conserve the past for the world human being, not only the certain localities or other things. So this type of understanding, I would like to tell that is a very normative constructionist way of understanding. So so I don't want to identify the black and white, or not only good or bad or on this way, but I found that Foucault's governmentality and the safeguarding safeguarding process, both are very, very similar, but these all are not well enough to understand the South Asian things. Already I told you, and that's why I joined these two words, safeguarding and governmentality, and try to make it one term. And there, in fact, I put so many other things. In fact, Foucault's governmentality, knowledge, power, subject, and discourse analysis are the basic things, and to understand the biopower and normative things. And safeguarding process, they also talk about the governmentalization, and they talk about the control of a state by the participation of 5C. So, but I thought that this is not well enough if we go with the community things, and there are so many other impacts on the state and also over the body of the residents, heritage residents. That's why I also incorporated this all theories, but because of the time constraint, I do not want to explain everyone in detail. So at a glance, what I'm going to tell about the safeguarding governmentally at a glance. In fact, you can take it in this manner, that safeguarding governmentality of cultural heritage is the process of exploring the rationalization of safeguarding of a heritage. And this process, when based on a modernized knowledge system, which governs both heritage as a subject of subjectivation and which to govern, and the subjectification, whom to govern, of the heritage residents. And it involves a range of transnational to grassroots agencies of the performativity of reflective subjectivity, and where the voices of residents in heritage sites are rationalized or manipulated through spatial governmentalization. And this is at a glance I would like to tell you. So I would like to make it more familiar to you by giving one examples, and these examples come out from the Paharpur Mahabihara sites. And here I would like to tell you one residents who are living beside the Paharpur Mahabihara, and his name is Kalam Patwari. And Kalam Patwari, and you can find that here is one fenced area, and this area, in fact, it was their family graveyard. So, but nowadays they don't have right to enter there very frequently. Always they need to buy tickets to enter there because of the rules and other managerial process. And so this Kalam Patwari is 35 years old and is married, and he has 2 daughters, and he completed 8th grade school level study. And recently he lost his grandmother, who was so close to his heart. They were owner 1.5 acre land of the Bihar area, Initially, his family tried to make some obstacles. As a result, police arrested his grandmother and she was imprisoned without trial for 15 days. However, they loved to visit the recently developed garden. So how I came to know, in that case, I would like to go with his uh, 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 comments that he is telling that we have no interest in the heritage of Bihar or Paharpur. It is government property. It was ours, but now it is the property of the government. They do not even allow us enter there. We grew up here running over the Pahar. However, these days our children have no right to play over there. The government has continuously been claiming to be developing this place. Yes, they did so many developments like excellent gardening, cleaning. Uh, our children like the gardens, especially the animal figures. They want to play there, but the officials did not allow the villagers even once to organize the shinni. Shinni means, that food prepared by sweet date juice in winter for kids who live around the area to wish for the safety of children while at play around the Pahar. So it was very much ancient rituals for the people who did that type of worship here. Even who are the Muslim people also did the same thing. So if we go with his statement, we found that he initially started with the rejection, but gradually he started to accept that things. So I would like to tell that there is the process of contestation and negotiation. Rejection is another negotiation with the self. So it is. I would like to tell that is avoiding and keeping to themselves attitude. So I found the control over the body of Mr. Kamal and Mr. Kamal contested by the rejection and Mr. Kamal negotiation through the understanding of development and sense of beauty. Mr. Kamal found the fence subjectively, which is making obstacle to enter there. But Mr. Kamal and his children desired to enjoy the garden. Mr. Kamal considered the beautiful garden and cleaned the adjacent area of Bihar is true development. Therefore, power found persuasive means the both way of constructionist and repressive both. Power receive over life through the process of contestation and negotiation. And it is the normalization process of governmentalization over life of heritage residents. Uh, uh, so uh, now I would like to move on that the transnationalization of heritage, that how UNESCO produced the constructionist power. I already told you that these all characters come and norms come from the UNESCO and they are narratives. They generated these narratives to safeguard or protect the world cultural heritage. It's a good one, and okay, they develop a one definition of OUV. It's a very problematic definition for us also. That because this definition is not the contextualized because and you know that worldwide there are so many protests being done and different charter being developed because of that. But in South Asia, we didn't experience that type of things. We always go with the UNESCO's guideline, what UNESCO tell you, and unquestionably we go with those things. And this is the process of constructionist approach of power. Here, idea of welfare and help to conserve the people's history is the key constructionist position to govern the heritage state, cultural heritage, and heritage residents. It is a process to earn the acceptance from the state government and heritage residents based on the more ground and earn the willingness because it generates the vibe that all good things are happening for them. It becomes beneficiary for them. Like that, it helps out to conserve the heritage and history. It opened up the revenue generating entity by consumerizing the cultural heritage. As a member state, it adopting the meaning of World Cultural Heritage, uh, which has defined by UNESCO. Because of this, a crucial complex situation has been arrived to define the heritage and tradition. In fact, we found that the Department of Archaeology, uh, uh, Ministry of Cultural Affairs, the People's Republic of Bangladesh, they always try to campaign the meaning of heritage towards the local people and others, and also they try to propagate the value of the heritage sites. And it's very interesting that they did so many things. According to the Nai Sultana, he is a regional director, Department of Archaeology. I personally talked with her, and she told me that we took so many initiatives like organizing workshop, discussion sessions to make the local people aware. We went to school and different places to teach real history. We also did so many programs with the local people with the support of local government chairmen and other elected members for stepping up awareness in history and heritage. Next, we are going to do more programs. You know, we have to follow the guideline of UNESCO. I found his statement like it's a transformativity of docility from state agency to heritage residence agencies. So always they claim that they talk with the heritage residents, but they always went through the process of the power structure like that the local government chairman and other village members, they became their main participants, but the local voice is always uh, uh, always always suppressed those ways. So, but another thing is that why they are doing these things, because they have to follow the guidelines of UNESCO. Here we found that the state became very submissive, and the value what UNESCO is telling here, the OUV, if so that things when I started to understand the local people how they evaluate these things, I found in a very different scenario. There, they didn't consider these things as a masterpiece or human creative genius or anything else. In fact, they thought that these are the valuable because economically and it's a purchasable things, and most of the cases in Bangladesh media and other uh, prominent media publish this type of news. They always claim that the uh, more than crore Bangladeshi taka prizes black basalt sculpture been captured or rescued by the uh, agencies, government agencies. And it was stolen and something like that. And it is a huge. This got huge coverages, and people started to believe that the because of the price, and these are the valuable, not culturally, not another way. So and when I found that the so many um, foreigners came to Bangladesh and they joined so many excavation works, and most of the cases the local people didn't like that much. One statement I would like to read it out here, that Muhammad Farooq Hussain is 23 years old. He's telling that foreigners dug out a sculpture and sold it to the foreign market. So I do not like to have foreigners work here. So and they are thinking that their valuable things been transferred from here to there. And another thing is that as a nation of Bangladesh, they are very confused that how they synonymize that the uh, word heritage. because in Bangla synonym what it will be. So in that case, I found very ambiguous situation because before that, in Bangla, we don't have that type of word, heritage as a synonym, ঐতিহ্য or something like that. Because Bangla to English dictionary and English to Bangla dictionary, totally different synonym provided. And it's another big problem I found. And that's why I would like to tell that as a Bangladesh, the government and the authority, they also, and the Bangla Academy, the intelligentsia and academicians are also very, very confused because they, in Bangla, they consider ঐতিহ্য as a value, customs, and accumulated experience of earlier generations handed down to posterity, tradition. But for concern on a national level, it will be called cultural heritage. But if we call only those things as a cultural heritage, what about the natural heritage? How they pronounce those things in Bangla, Bangla word. So there are so many any other things been other problems been developed, and also there are the huge differences, the idea of heritage and the idea of tradition. So so all heritage come from the tradition, but all tradition have not belongs to the heritage by the definition of UNESCO and their guidelines. So there is a I would like to summarize the transnational government process here, that there is a need to understand the discursive formation of cultural heritage, especially in producing the value of heritage on linguistic semiotics by the transnational agencies like UNESCO. The definition of OUV by UNESCO in the context of the area of this study, and which is subject to problematization, so that there can be a possibility to own cultural heritage that is global and yet local, nationalistic, yet at the same time subject of multiple ideas. The term value and universal, along with a given an example, should be examined, and considering how the subjectivation of value is different from the view of the residents of Mastangarh compared to that of the transnational governmentality. The definition of OUB also proposed the homogeneity of culture through the idea of universal value. It is a modernized conception that can be reduced the beauty of the heterogeneity of culture. Academicians have institutionalized this value of heritage with the support of the state and its instruments such as the Department of Archaeology in the name of safeguarding cultural heritage. The transnational value of cultural heritage and the residents' versions of perceiving the value of heritage is in contrast. This is straightway connected with the essence of economics. Moreover, the heritage sites contain the cultural value, which is subjugated through the oral tradition, a process instrumental to the essence of sociological value. Now, I would like to come to another issues, and it will be my last one because of the time constraint. There are a couple of other things like the politics of writing history and others argument I have, but today there is no chance to present. I would like to go with my last argument, and how here I would like to tell you that how a state became itself docile when they started to follow the guideline of UNESCO. And in that case, like Bangladesh, they became a managerial state, and I would like to call it that the managerial governmentalization. And it's I would like to tell that it's a power over a state. And there I found that the sovereignty became very fluid here. So one example here I would like to that UNESCO accommodated in 2011 sorry 2007 the number 5C, which is called the community participation. And in that case, they told that to adopt a general policy which aims to give the cultural and natural heritage a function in the life of community. But in Bangladesh case, in fact, I found that the Bangladesh is following that very old Antiquity Acts, which is developed by the British government in 1901, and after that, in Pakistan time, it was just they just adopted straight away the same thing, and in 1974, Bangladesh also adopted the same one, and there is a totally contradictory to an idea of the guideline of UNESCO, and here they always use the Land Acquisition Act when they identify some archaeological or heritage sites there, and they just evacuate the local peoples and residents there. Under this act, so this is totally contradictory. But we found that government they have their own legal instrument, but after that, because of they are the signatory of that convention, so that's why they also follow that things that community participations things, and 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 uh, how they accommodate that the idea of community, and how they perform government. We can find it from the residents' statements, and one of the residents told me that they maintain communication with the chairman. Chairman means the local government chairman. In Bangladesh, we call the Union Parishad UP chairman. And maybe they came a few times, took some signature and left. And that is it. They never discussed it with all of us. Whatever they said, good or bad, it ended there. No further discussion. After that, they came with the Amin, and after measuring the land, and they just pointed out the boundary. That is it, nothing more. So I found that it became a norms that this decision have been taken before the community meeting, and their heritage residents participated as a docile subject. So I also found huge developmental destruction and elitist destruction, and especially in photographs you can see this is the Mostan God, one of the very prominent mound been straight away cut down, and this mound is known as a Chat Saudagar, the house of Chat Saudagar. And Chat Saudagar is one of the very famous mythical character, and Chat Saudagar was the father of Lakhinder, and you know that the very famous myth, Behula Lakhinder myth. So this mound is cut down by the decision of the local government chairman, and they made a roadway there, and also the local elite people, they prepare this land for cultivation, and they cut almost that mound there. So here are so many, you can see in the so many how can I tell that the bricks are there, and so many bricks are just taking away from there to another thing, another purpose. So and I would like to tell you another very big project which has been done by the Department of Archaeology, and it was funded by the ADB, Asian Development Bank, and it's called that South Asian Tourism Infrastructure Development Program, and that program was conducted by one of the Indian firm, and there was let's say one consultant. He's a very famous consultant, and he's an architect from Sri Lanka, and they made everywhere the same type of gateway in Bagherhat, in Paharpur, in Mastangarh, in other sites. And we don't know why they made this type of entrance in everywhere. And this type of architecture is not existed in Bangladesh region. So far I understand is that in Sri Lankan area, this type of things been happen, but that consultant did it, and the Bangladesh government adopted those things, this type of weird architecture in Middle East mosques town, and also the 7th centuries Bihar. So and I found that there is so many this type of structures because this project was near about 400 crore Bangladeshi taka, and but there are so many shops here, but none of the shops have been rented by the local people. So here I found that the local people are just selling their things outside these areas, and I talked with them why they are not using this one and what is going on. And in that case, they told me one thing I would like to tell, that in Mastangarh is famous for Fundanagar to the archaeologists and historians, but the local peoples, Mastangarh is famous for very prominent peer, Shah Sultan Mahisawar. Majar is there, and Majar is very vibrant, and so many people come there. So when I asked that why they didn't use those things and what is all those things, and one person, he told me that we are not sure what these outlets are for. The Department of Archaeology has offered the use of these outlets, but we are not sure how much effort to put into this. I think it will be beyond our ability. In fact, most of us are not interested in investing here because of the very popular Maustan Bazaar and Harps, which are within a couple of miles from here. Moreover, Mr. Sultan's Majar is very important. The huge number of outsiders who come to the Majar regularly for ziyarat and manat. Manat means uh, donation for the fulfillment of certain wishes. And especially Friday is an important day of the week for huge gathering. Nearby Mr. Sultan's Majar is Maustan High School, and beside the school is a big field with huts for gathering, and around the area is a bazaar. We prefer to invest our money there. In comparison, within a year, the visitors come here for only 2 to 3 months. In fact, every week, Majar became the vibrant area, and when people come to that area, I asked most of the visitors, and they told that their first preference to visit the Sultan's Majar, and after that they just visited Mastangarh. So nothing more. And another things that I found, I'm just jumping there. In between, there are so many other stories. Because of time, I'm not going through that much. So one thing I found that there are so many protests being organized by the local people to save their land, and from Land Acquisition Act from the government. So in that case, I thought that it will be a regular phenomenon or something like that. But I found that resistance became another negotiation process with the self. So Foucault argued the resistance is not the opposite of power, but it became the complementary of power, and it is extended the process of internalization. So when they did protest, in fact, I found that it's very submissive, because I would like to read out one comments of the local heritage resident, that protest, there is no benefit of protest. I suffered a lot for protesting. I refused to agree with their proposal. I cut the ribbon after the measurements procedure. For this, they filed a case against me. Then the police came and took custody of me and sent me to jail. I was uh, uh, I was there for 1 month. So, and this again, I found there's the avoiding and keeping to themselves attitude I found in Mosangar also. So, at the end, I would like to tell in this way that by following the transnational guideline, Department of Archaeology works as an autonomous body where the participation of heritage residents. Sorry. Is it okay? Is it okay?
Please carry on.
Okay, thank you. I forgot how far I talked. Okay, again, I would like to start from here. That my summary. I just reached to the end point already. Please give me a couple of minutes to make it a good end. So by following the transnational guideline, Department of Archaeology works as an autonomous body where the participation of heritage residents is deemed as a routinary job. In this research explains the governing mechanism of Department of Archaeology is idealized from a colonial mindset, which as interpreted by Edward Said in Orientalism, which is the transformation of the rule of force to the rule of law. The modernization project is triggered to endure the colonial essence in the governing of heritage and residents. The governing techniques of the Department of Archaeology are found as the policing agencies for safeguarding the cultural heritage. As a result, in Paharpur, this research has found an avoiding and keeping to themselves attitude among the residents, which can be recognized as a passive resistance. On the other hand, active resistance took place in the Mosangar area, where the resistance of the residents translated into rallies and attacks on the jointly organized public function of the local parliament member and the Department of Archaeology. The residents also tried to erase the signature of cultural heritage to save their residence and farmland. The present governmental mechanisms and apparatus are dealing with this in a brutal way, which are again raising the insecurity of the cultural heritage. State also maintain their repressive character by executing the judiciary power. As a result, resistance appeared within the heritage residence as an extension of constructionist power, where total rejection of the government policies are absent. These resistance are the process of open up the space of negotiation for the heritage residents with the self and state parties. The role of UNESCO is to protect the cultural heritage found from this research as a transnational governing agency, which is mechanized in a normative way. And this is the process of constructionist approach of power. Here, idea of welfare and help to conserve the people's history is the key constructionist position to govern the heritage state, cultural heritage, and heritage residents. It is the process to earn the acceptance from state government and heritage resident based on the moral ground and earn the willingness because it generates the vibe that all good things are happening for them. It becomes beneficiary for them. Like that, it helps out to conserve the heritage and history. It opens up the revenue generating entity by consumerizing the cultural heritage. As a member state, it adopted the meaning of cultural heritage, which is defined by UNESCO. Because of this, a crucial complex situation has been arrived to define the heritage and tradition. After agreeing with UNESCO convention, the sovereign power of state became a sharing entity, where state like Bangladesh, as a South Asian country, which is following the guideline as a normalized manner, the state herself always gone through the process of contestation and negotiation. The state adopted the guideline of conservation techniques as a norms, and the state organized so many workshops and seminars to convey those norms to heritage residents. And the state took various initiatives for betterment of cultural heritage and heritage business, such as developmental works, community project. And here the state became a docile character to UNESCO because the state never ever asked that UNESCO that why they following all those guidelines, and all those guidelines is it are those appropriate for their own peoples, and also identification the their national heritage and other things. And in the end, it is hoped that this research work can be exemplified as an approach of neology to understanding the discursive formation of a safeguarding program, which is yet to be attempted in the field of safeguarding program of cultural heritage in Bangladesh. That's all from my side. Thanks for your kind attention. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Well, it's a very interesting. Overall, it is altogether a separate entity you have presented, because it is not only of any state, entirely globally. When you look upon, there is a conflict of people, government, and heritage lovers. And then heritage management is a very difficult task nowadays, in the advent of rapid development of business among the countries. And within each country, there is a lot of development, and there is, because of the population explosion, and then population expansion, and then government priority project, which are very essential for the future and all of this. So there is a somebody please mute your mic. Yeah. So this is quite an interesting one. And then with this, somebody raised their hands and all of this. Professor Imran Manuji, just I want the questions to be posed to you. After that, we will come back. Any questions, please? Somebody raised their hand and all of this earlier in the very initial stage. Any questions? Any doubts? Any intermittent observations? Yeah. आपका अनम्यूट कीजिए.
Hello.
अनिस साहब, आपका अनम्यूट कीजिए. Yeah. Now you speak.
Yeah. Hello.
It is a revolutionary new step, and the research done by him needs commendation from us, because I think that this is a true picture of the things happening in the Asian region. And of course, what we say modern government is not here in any way. So what he said, the repression is rectapism. Rectapism is also very much everywhere. So he has told the truth behind all the things of maintaining the cultural heritage all over our other places like Bangladesh, Pakistan, other places. I think he needs commendation from all of us.
Yeah, sure. That's true. That's true. Anyone, please?
Hello. Yeah. Actually, I want to know that what is the current policy in Bangladesh regarding representation of culture of Bangladesh, because Bangladesh faces flood, because representation and also preservation of the ancient culture, since we can say prehistoric times, then ancient Indian times, then we can say the Mughaliya period, then after that when the colonial period. So what is the current scenario, what is the current policy of Bangladesh government, that how they want the museums to represent their culture?
I say it's a very simple, because what's the colonial process been started here to represent the culture of South Asia, especially that Kolkata museum, the first museum, and the same manner is same fashion is going through here also, and they also maintaining those timeline and those things through very material way of understanding. But most of the cases, that the common understanding in public perception that one thing very sensitive issue that because in Bangladesh case most of the heritage sites not belongs to the Muslim community, by Muslim people, but people living there. But it's a very common elitist understanding that the people who are not belongs to religiously that one, it means that they don't want to protect those things. It's a very wrong idea, and this idea is also this type of idea is triggered to take so many harsh decision by the government. But most of the cases, I would like to tell you that people are love to live with their own past. They don't find themselves very different with their past. That's the very big thing. And through my research, I can show you that one if you give me next time any chances. But the government understanding is very different. That's why so many misunderstanding is going by. Another thing is that the Bangladesh Antiquity Act, it's very, very old act. And most of the cases, this act is not well enough to protect and to incorporate the local people to managing that archaeological sites or heritage sites. So regarding that thing, so many misunderstandings, so many inefficiency is going by there. So but in museum, the same fashion which is going by in India and Sri Lanka, the same fashion, same way in Bangladesh cases. You will find it here if you visit Bangladesh. If you will visit Bangladesh.
So yeah, definitely, I would love to visit Bangladesh. Yeah. So with the same, I think with the same zeal, with the same thing, museums are displaying the history in full in Bangladesh, or there is some selective approach in the government. That's what because you got the gist, because there are two factors with Bangladesh, that due to natural calamities also and due to some disturbances also, many, I think, because most of the archaeological we can say archaeological artifacts, don't belong to the religion, current Islamic religion. So what is the current scenario, means how the government government's perception is there, how they want to represent the Bangladeshi culture.
You know that in Bangladesh case, when we started before 1947 till 1947, we read it out, and our every historical books considered this region as a Bangladesh, not Bangladesh. And that
yes. That is very good point. Yeah, I know that.
So when we talk about that the Pundabardhan Bhukti, we cannot talk we cannot avoid Emperor Ashoka. So without Ashoka, it's not possible to understand Pundabardhan or Pundanagar, which we call popularly Mastangar. So that's why when I started, I started to talk about the Janapada things. It's mean that we considered till 1947 as a history of Bangladesh, not Bangladesh. We never ever did this one, not the current government or the previous government. No one government went through that. And we didn't change any narratives, in fact, which is historically already proven, and we didn't change any narratives politically still.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons. Even your Samarpura Mahavira, UNESCO recognized a monument. is of a different entity, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Dr. Babji Rao, so please conclude the session.
Yeah.
Yes. Syed Gol also.
Again, it's Professor Masood Imran ji, Manji. You have delivered such a beautiful concept of all your internal inner feelings of about taking care of the heritage in the complex variety. Because what I found you is you are such a theoretician with a analytics, lot of analytics. You have a theoretical analytics or more, and that is very essential. It will work as a tool for the any government or any decision making agency to take into consideration. And as regards, yeah, because some of your UNESCO rules where you have mentioned, because what happens, the under universal value means that is the first criteria for the UNESCO, and based on that, one has to, if any country, any nation, any member country wants to get their monument as nominated as a World Heritage Site, they need to follow those guidelines. Now, this is the time people like you from different countries put forth the concepts of the regional level, their aspirations into the UNESCO level. Then it will come from the top, so that it will rather incorporate the ideas and the aspirations of the local people, and accordingly that may take some time to revise its guidelines and all of it. It's a fantastic one. You have delivered such a beautiful one, and we will in contact with you, because people like your aptitude and attitude are so many in our this thing. We will get in touch with you, and it is a fantastic one. Thank you for such a beautiful lecture. It is, even though it is out of the lab, but it gives a lot of people, many people missed your this thing. I wish more people should have come to this one. And anyhow, since the recorded version is available for the people, it's very beneficiary. Thank you very much. And I also thank our co-chairperson, and especially Professor Skand Kumar Gupta, who has a rock solid desire to make this one a great event, because we know his resources and all others. He works up to 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock, early morning, 3 o'clock SMS message he gives. Such a way he is working to make it such a grand this thing, and his impeccable planning and everything is highly appreciable. Once again, I thank you, Professor Masood Imran Manuji, and all our co-panelists and all the audience. Thank you for such a beautiful lecture in this
Thank you.
opening session.
Thank you very much. I think Soyad Gul wants to tell something.
Sir, I just want to thank you.
Please.
Yes, sir. Sir, thank you so much. It was such an amazing and comprehensive presentation, which opened a lot of space for us.
Your microphone.
Not audible. Syed Gulji, not audible. No.
Hello.
Try again.
Yes.
Audible, sir?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to say thank you, sir. It was such a comprehensive.
You're not audible. Sorry, it's not audible.
है sir. आवाज आ रही है.
Please, then leave the message. That will go to all people.
आवाज आ रही है उनकी. हाँ.
Is it?
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Such a wonderful presentation, very comprehensive, and you opened a lot of way for us. The approaches is amazing. You use here. Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I totally failed to hear you, Syed Gul. Maybe you speak up very interesting things. So please, if you find it interesting, please email me. And thank you all. Thank you everybody to give me a chance, and especially this organizer. Thank you very much. And I would like to tell you one thing, that that next January 2020, under the Safeguarding Governmental, this title, one book is going to publish internationally. Maybe you will find it online. So thank you very much. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Masood Imran sir, given a nice talk in this webinar. Babji Rao sir chaired the session, and Syed Gul
Syed Gul Kailas, co-chair the session. Sir, one request, Professor Mashood Imran sir, you are chairperson on 11th November. 11th
Yes,
November,
yes.
session number 50, and talk on symbolism in Buddha life story narrated in Gandharan Buddhist art. Eminent speaker, Professor Dr. Ganirur Rahman, Director, Takshashila Institute, Asian Civilization, University of Islamabad.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you. I will be there. I will be there.
Okay, sir.
I will be there. Okay, okay. Thank you very much.
So our next session, Madam Asma Ibrahim. Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry for the earlier confusion, but I hope now everybody can see my screen and the presentation. Is it okay?
Yes, madam. Please.
Yeah, it's visible.
I'm sorry for the confusion.
I'll start your presentation then.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Because this is my first time on Google Meet. We always use Zoom. So, okay. So to start with, I will be talking about Shri Varun Dev Mandir, a project which we did conservation. We started in 2016 and finished it in 2018. And this project was done by our Seas Pakistan, which is our NGO, with the help of the US Ambassador's Fund for Heritage Preservation. Here one can see the location of Varun Dev Temple. It's actually on an island near Karachi. And this project was selected because it was in a very deteriorated condition, dilapidated.
बाबजी राव सर, ये KM सुरेश सर का सेशन था, वो है नहीं, तो आप रहे इसमें, प्लीज.
Okay, please. Okay, no problem. Please.
So should I start? Should I carry on?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please.
Okay.
Yes, madam.
So just to tell you the location of the temple, which is on an island, and this temple was closed since 1992 when the Babri Mosque incident happened in India, and in retaliation, people closed down this temple for so many years. And with the help of this conservation, we were able to bring back the community and celebrate their religious occasions at this temple. So to share the identity of this reference and the project, first we went to the archival research about the temple. So this reference is with the present standing temple is proof beyond doubt by a map drawn in year 1899 by Works Division Military Office, which gives the same location of this temple. Popularly, it is known and revered as the temple that was visited by the Shri Ram Krishna when, after his triumphant return from the 14 years of segregation, he was going for Hinglaj Yatra. His stay in Karachi and Manora is further entrenched in popular memory by the name of the Rambagh Quarter in downtown Karachi, which is still there. It is in pretty good condition. It is indulgently reflected in the picture tile showing the Krishna Kanaya at the Varun Dev Mandir. So this is one of the archival research we did. And on the top left, you can see the mandir in historic times, and then how over the years it was seen since the work was taken up by the Seas Pakistan, that is our NGO. View of the mandir showing the eastern part of the compound, including Shiv Mandir, encroached by the Gulistan Hotel. So there was a hotel which was encroached.
Madam, slides are not moving. Madam, Asma ji, स्लाइड्स आपकी मूव नहीं कर रही हैं. आपको प्रेजेंटेशन स्टार्ट करना पड़ेगा. वो कप है ना, वाइन कप जो हम समझा रहे थे मैडम को, वही सेम आपको भी पुश करना पड़ेगा सो दैट कि आपका जो है प्रेजेंटेशन स्टार्ट हो. फर्स्ट स्लाइड पे अटका हुआ है.
ओह अच्छा अच्छा
जी या योर स्लाइड्स आर नॉट मूविंग मैम.
अभी करिए.
नेक्स्ट स्लाइड को नहीं आया.
ओह ओके सही. लेट मी एंड
शो. इट्स ऑन द फर्स्ट स्लाइड ओनली. Yeah, now it has come to the second one. Now again first one.
अच्छा तो अभी ये वाला प्रेस कर दूं. स्लाइड शो अभी हो रहा है.
देखिए आपका हेडलाइंस का है ना, कंजर्वेशन रिहैबिलिटेशन, वही स्लाइड है, दिख रहा है। आप दूसरा को प्रेस किया तो दूसरा में आ जाएगा, देखिए
अभी हो रहा है।
दूसरा प्रेस नहीं करना है, ये आपके नीचे में ना एक कप शेप बना हुआ है, राइट हैंड साइड में
जी,
देखिए,
जी,
मेरे को
जी।
दिख रहा है।
हाँ,
हाँ
जी,
यही वाला,
जी।
यही वाला। हाँ इसी को स्लाइड शो करिए।
हाँ ये तो मैं कर रही हूँ। ये अभी आ रहा है,
अभी आ
रहा है।
यस अभी आ रहा है।
मंदिर आ गए।
ठीक है, ये मैंने आपको बताया था अभी। ये वाला देख लिया था आप लोगों ने? नहीं, ये सेकंड स्लाइड थी।
That is third slide. You are showing as third slide.
जी ओके। ये मैं आपको श्री वरुण देव टेम्पल का लोकेशन बता रही थी, जो कि एक आइलैंड पर है।
ये सेकंड गूगल का ये है, ये थर्ड है, राइट।
जी सही है।
प्लीज अभी से आप शुरू कीजिए, अच्छा लगेगा।
अब ठीक है, अभी नजर आ रहा है
जी।
अच्छा, तो this one is when the mandir was opened, the temple, after the conservation in 2017-18 when we finished. So the community was allowed to come again and do their prayers and celebrate their religious days. And this is the reference I was telling you about, जो कि हमें इस temple के बारे में archival research से मिला। सबसे earliest reference हमें historic references में 1899 का मिलता है by Works Division Military Office। फिर ये ऑन द टॉप लेफ्ट में आपको बता रही थी कि हिस्टोरिक पिक्चर है टेम्पल की। फिर ये ओवर द इयर्स हाउ इट वाज सीन, and here is the view of the mandir showing the eastern part of the compound including Shiv Mandir encroached by the Gulistan Hotel. You can see the hotel building. Is it visible? प्लीज मुझे बताइएगा, ये आप नजर आ रही है अभी हमारी?
स्लाइड्स आप मूव नहीं कर रही हैं, आप केवल जो है
क्यों, मगर मैं तो कर रही हूँ।
वो नीचे में जहाँ स्लाइड शो है ना, स्लाइड शो को पुश करिए एक बार और।
अच्छा
अभी आपका
इसी को।
पांचवी आया आपका।
तो ये क्यों अभी आ रहा है? अभी चेंज हो रहा है।
फिफ्थ स्लाइड
ठीक है,
ओके
अभी ओके।
फिफ्थ स्लाइड इज नाउ रनिंग मैम, इज इट ओके?
सही है, अभी नजर आ रहा है आपको लेफ्ट साइड पे होटल की इंक्रोचमेंट है? नहीं,
the fifth slide is showing it's a
मैप है, कोई मैप है मैडम, मैप है। हाँ
ये अभी आया।
ये अभी आया।
अच्छा ऐसे ही रखती हूँ मैं इसको, ठीक है। ठीक है, ऑन टॉप लेफ्ट यू कैन सी द ओल्ड मंदिर, और फिर ओवर द इयर्स कैसे ये चेंज होता गया है। इसके बाद ये मैं आपको दिखा रही थी कि लेफ्ट स्लाइड में आपको इंक्रोचमेंट नजर आ रहा है, जो कि एक होटल बन गया था और आधा शिव मंदिर इसके अंदर चला गया था, और इधर राइट साइड पे उस होटल की छत आपको नजर आ रही है। फिर इधर हम देख रहे हैं कि द साइट, उस साइट के क्या इश्यूज थे बिफोर वी टुक अप द कंजर्वेशन वर्क। सो द साइट हैड मल्टीपल इश्यूज स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम द नेचुरल कैलेमिटीज टू द ह्यूमन मेड प्रॉब्लम्स। इट नीडेड अ कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव प्लान टू टैकल द इश्यूज। Additions, so distorting the original setting, new constructions on the northeast side of the temple were there, remains of later period ill-advised intervention could be observed throughout the temple complex. Various floor applications were in ruinous conditions. Shiv Mandir obscured with encroachment, जो मैंने अभी आपको दिखाया. Main temple lost most of its component because became fully endangered, where structural stability was at stake. जो इसका शिकारा था वो बिल्कुल ही टिल्ट हो गया था और गिरने वाला था. So thanks to US Ambassador Fund कि they intervened at the right time. और यहाँ अब मेरी स्लाइड चेंज होती नजर आ रही है. Now you can see the next slide, the rehabilitation of premises. Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, good. The rehabilitation of the premises was the second one. So first we wanted to take up the conservation of the temple, and here the requirement was to understand the sequence of the constructions जो over the years इसके ऊपर होती गई थी. Additions made and subsequent alterations, their need and efficacy or requirement in the present circumstances, whether we required them or not. So that study had to be done. The basic guiding principle which we had was such as minimum intervention and reversibility. We had an overreaching role in designing the conservation works. Besides documenting the premises, before commencement of intervention. तो हमने एक बहुत detailed इसका study plan बनाया था पहले, and we tried not to copy the lost elements ताकि हम लोगों को गलत impression ना दे सकें. फिर imperative to keep as many evidences of the destruction, damages and deterioration as possible. Intervene only where it was required. So main temple Shikara, इसका जैसे मैंने बताया high level weathering हुई थी, voids developed, corrosion and elements missing. Here you can see the tilt of the Shikara जो मैं आपको बता रही थी कि ये कितना tilt हो गया था. It was about like 60% tilted and it was about to fall down अगर हमने intervene नहीं किया होता. फिर ये आप देख रहे हैं शिव टेम्पल है. शिव टेम्पल के ऊपर ये केबल्स आपको नजर आ रही होंगी, इतनी हैवी केबल्स इसके ऊपर से जा रही थी. दिस वाज आल्सो अबाउट टू फॉल डाउन when it was totally vandalized during 1990s. Outer entrance इसकी ruin हो गई थी. The original entrance was decayed. The sculptured figures highly vandalized and the stucco sculptures were completely obliterated. Here you can see different sculptures which were vandalized. So the main actors in this project were the Cantonment Board of Manora, which actually holds the rights of this temple now because Manora Island is under Pakistan Navy. Then the Heritage Committee, which controls the heritage buildings. Pakistan Hindu Council was all along with us. Then PNS Rehbar is another part of Pakistan Navy, and Department of Minorities also was part of our project. So we went, all discussions and meetings were held with all these stakeholders. So the project begins. We established the site office, the survey and the documentation was done, site cleaning, removal of damaging elements was done, investigations on the building material कि building material क्या use हुआ था उस ज़माने में, research and studies जो हम कर सकते थे इस area पे और temple पर, excavation. So excavation से मेरा मतलब है कि हमने temple की surrounding में excavation करके देखी कि इसका area हम कितना earmark कर सकते हैं और फिर वो हम पाकिस्तान नेवी से उस पूरा area को हमने claim किया था. Preparations of plans and drawings, assessment of deformities जो हुई थी, and then trainings of young people. हमने उनको stone carving की techniques में पूरी team को train किया था. So the situation required a detailed intervention plan for which the investigations were launched. So we subject basic documentation, structural remains analyzed. Okay, I talk about this. Building material and mortar were sent for laboratory investigations. Standing structures were examined for stability because ये एक बहुत बड़ा issue था. हमें पता नहीं था कि किस वक्त गिर जाएगा. The temple is right in front of the sea, so the sea and saltish air and environment also was affecting a lot to this temple. Thus, a formidable data bank was created, which was placed with the identification tags digitally, forming a chronological order, easy to use information. Here you can see the grid map of the site showing the original limits of the temple complex developed during the ongoing investigation process. तो ये एक बहुत ही important काम था जो हमने take up किया. हमने इसकी limits को ascertain किया कि इसकी temple की limits कहाँ तक हैं. फिर हमने पाकिस्तान Navy से वो सारी space मांग ली थी. Here you can see the model along with the limits of the temple. दोनों वरुण देव and Shiv temple both. And then assessment. We were continuously doing the assessment of the structures. This is the phase 1 of assessment. And then here the phase 2 of the assessment. Higher level of deterioration is seen, need for rehabilitation and consolidation. ये इसका legend है जो आपको नजर आ रहा है. Lower risk of deterioration कहाँ था, remodeling कहाँ हमें required थी, need further study, consultation, resolution, then partial were required in conservation, structural re-strengthening कहाँ ज़रूरत थी, and measures outside the phase 1 and issues relevant to phase 2. फिर हमने एक पूरा एक ऑफिस क्रिएट किया था ऑन साइट वेयर वी हैड कंप्यूटर्स एंड वी वर टेकिंग पिक्चर्स डेली बेसिस पर और वो सब हम रिकॉर्ड कर रहे थे. You can see the team working, but here you can see the encroachment also. हमने ये फुली इसका डाटा रिकॉर्ड किया. फिर स्टोन कंजर्वेशन पे हमारी टीम थी जिसको हमने ट्रेन किया इन स्टोन कंजर्वेशन एंड स्टोन कार्विंग में. These young people were trained into that. Here you can see they are examining. Are my slides visible fully? मुझे यहाँ से पूरी नहीं नजर आ रही हैं. Are my slides visible?
Those are visible.
अच्छे से दिख रही मैडम, कोई दिक्कत नहीं.
Okay. So the memorial and dedication plaques, ये एक बहुत ही important portion था इस project का. जब हमने ये excavation की to ascertain the limits of the temple, तो we discovered many such plaques applied on various parts of temple complex. These were largely lost as many features and constructions were ruined, more due to the natural weathering. However, freebooters damaged a few. During the clearing of the site and also during the archaeological excavations, many pieces were found. It was considered important to restore these to their original place. However, it was not possible for all these to get to their original places of installation, as many of such additional built-up was not available presently. And also it was not certain about others where those belong. So you can see the amount of the plaques we discovered during our excavations. And they were so interesting. And you will see later on, we placed them, we made a special wall for these plaques and we placed them on the wall, and the deteriorated sculptures which we discovered during excavation. We made a wall like this, a museum kind of a wall, and these sculptures were placed over there. After the conservation work, one could see those. अब इसमें ये हो रहा है कि जो मेरे छोटे छोटे वीडियोस थे वो मैं नहीं दिखा सकती हूँ. How to go about that? I mean, I don't know.
Next please.
ये नजर आ रहा है?
नजर आ रहा है.
हाँ दिख रहा है वीडियो दिख रहा है.
ये आपको दीवार नजर आ रही होगी. बाबरी मस्जिद के इंसिडेंट के बाद इसके आगे एक दीवार बना दी गई थी और ये मंदिर बंद हो गया था फॉर पब्लिक. एक कुआं था जो वो भी बंद हो गया था. उसमें बहुत कचरा लोगों ने फेंक कर उसको भी बंद कर दिया था. तो ये इसकी हालत आप देख रहे हैं किस किस्म की हालत थी दीवारों की सारी. तो हमारी टीम ने बहुत हार्ड वर्क किया इसको डॉक्यूमेंट करने के लिए, ओरिजिनल स्ट्रक्चर्स चेक करने के लिए. इधर हम ज़मीन के टाइल्स देखने की कोशिश में हैं कि किस किस्म के ओरिजिनल टाइल्स थे. देन वी ऑर्डर्ड दोज टाइल्स ऑन ऑर्डर और फिर हमने कस्टमाइज करके उन टाइल्स को भी बनाया था. इधर आप देख सकते हैं कि जब टीम ने फर्श को क्लीन किया एक्सकवेशन के बाद तो हमें ओरिजिनल फर्श नज़र आ रहा है. And here again we keep looking for the original floor after digging and original wall tiles. फिर इनकी drawings को trace किया गया और इन wall tiles को अच्छा तो
you please go back 34. Yeah, what's this?
तो ये हमारी डॉक्यूमेंटेशन चल रही है जो कि एक बहुत ही हाइट पर मगर I wanted to show you these movies. I don't know how to do that. तो ये तो सब हमारा बड़ा खूबसूरत 3D बना हुआ था. ये जो हम लोगों ने 3D रिक्रिएट किया है जो स्टोन ऊपर लगे हुए थे.
Great.
ये नजर आ रहा है
जी.
अभी मूव कर रहा है?
नहीं 3D सॉलिड 35 में है वो. Slide 35.
Oh, this is so disappointing. I can't show you all those short movies which we made.
No, we can understand. We can, even without those things, it can be understood very well, ma'am, because all are professionals here. Fine. Next.
You click on the slide on the right side. I think it may play.
You click on the slide. Let us see if it plays. No.
अब नजर आ रहा है? नहीं? Oh, अच्छा. Oh, I'm so disappointed with this. I don't know. Okay, चले तो फिर ये हमने इसको 3D में किस तरह से create किया after careful measurements. Here we have the 3D solid doorway जो आपको मैंने अभी दिखाया था जो कि बहुत ही fragile condition में था. This is again another 3D. Sorry, I can't show you the short documentaries which we made on these. And then our team working. तो मैं जैसे आपको बता रही थी कि बहुत ही hardship का काम था because चीलें हर वक्त इनके ऊपर हमला करती रहती थी इस साइट पर काम करना हमारी टीम ने बहुत ही तंदरी से काम किया इसके ऊपर इसकी पूरी हम लोगों ने डॉक्यूमेंटेशन की and here you can see piece by piece how we measured all the stones and the team working on the plaques which were discovered during excavation उनके ऊपर हमने रीराइट करके जो उनका मैसेज था वो किया और ये शिकारा के अंदर की तस्वीर आपको नजर आ रही है इसकी हमने पूरी किस तरह से शिकारा की टरेट थी ये एक किस्म की और बहुत ही आप लोग तो समझते होंगे टेम्पल में ऊपर जो टरेट होती है उसका कितना छोटा सा स्पेस होता है उसके अंदर जाना एक बहुत ही जान जोखों का काम था और इतनी चमगादड़ और सब उसके अंदर रह रहे थे तो the closer inspection of it proved to be not the structural pieces but were extensive cladding. Though the tower is one unit, it is supposed to be equal to 3-story high, as it have the 3 divisions with having another 3 tiers running vertical on each side. This arrangement is found on all 4 sides of the tower, which springs from the square plan. आप इधर नीचे की तस्वीर में देख सकते हैं. This square base is meaningfully built, as it has a 3 very specific and defined floor plan, where middle of each side on 3 sides is jutting out. On the 4th side, the temple sanctuary has the entrance portal. ये इसका entrance portal था. मंडप जो मैं आपको दिखा रही थी वो भी बहुत ही fragile condition में था. And the mandap had its own personality, keeps its distinction with the help of a connecting vestibule. Though this is small in dimension, but it helps spell out the personality of the mandap. The shikara has shown a visible tilt. Like I told you, the inspection revealed that the extensive stone decorative elements clad on the outer side are attached to an inner cylinder. This cylinder, built with the boulder on mortar bed, is interesting to note. Some 18 feet high, it has the clear diameter at the base of nearing 13 feet, which is atop the square building plan underneath. ये आप देख सकते हैं हमने एक इनोवेटिव सी चीज बनाई थी इस शिकारा के अंदर जाने के लिए ये इतना थिन आपको नजर आ रहा है शिकारा एंड द ड्राइंग
Hello? Very clear.
हाँ on the left the shikara and where we are working तो इसने हमने ये देखा कि दो बोल्डर्स जो थे वो सारे अनइवन थे साइज में and it must be admitted here that it is a very bold attempt on part of the builders जिन्होंने इसको बनाया था at building a tower that is supposed to rise so high without any intervening tier. So this was a marvel of architecture and this was done to draw its strength on. The investigations on the deformities of the inner cylinder of the shikara were undertaken quite extensively. It was feared that much wrong could be expected there. We were really scared कि ये गिर ना जाए. So it was initially felt that there were many pieces missing in the interior circles of the masonry of the core of the tower due to the damage and breakage and failing adhesion, due mainly to failure of the bonding capacity of the building material that was variedly based. The movement suspected due to the significant tremors, काफी वहाँ पर ज़लज़ले भी आए थे, and the failure of the outer fabric to stop the rain waters to penetrate to the inner recess and affect the roughly hewn boulders and the thick thin layers of mortar. तो बारिशों की वजह से, sea wind की वजह से और because of earthquakes, this was completely tilted. Here you can see the red area, which was actually a very, very dangerous one. And the situation which emerged after the measurements. So the reddish hue shows the boulders receding back from the general alignment of the masonry. The green shade gives the understanding of the boulders courses jutting out of the masonry rows. Here it is clear that the general alignment and the proportionate angle followed originally has been lost to the natural forces on account of the weakness of the binding material, as well as unsuitably shaped stones laid during the masonry. For its special attention was paid to prepare a measuring tool, जो मैंने आपको भी दिखाया, which was carefully operated. The data brought back was charted carefully on the AutoCAD. Analyses were done carefully, and it was decided to clear the already dry binding material step by step and cautiously apply the newly worked out mortar after for grouting. Grouting के लिए भी हमने एक नया technique use किया था. The exercise took more than 2 months. The results were very encouraging as the consolidation was achieved to the satisfactory level. हम उसको लगाकर sample और उसको check करते रहते थे उसकी strength कितनी है. Here you can see the tool and here you can see the shikara. इसके अंदर घुसने का बहुत ही मुश्किल काम था. सर्कल के अंदर से तकरीबन 18 feet अंदर जाना होता था. Here the inside of the shikara. इसमें बिल्कुल सांस नहीं आता था, बहुत मुश्किल काम था ये सारा बाइंडिंग मटेरियल आप देख सकते हैं कि उसमें से निकल गया था. एंड हियर यू कैन सी द ट्रेनिंग ऑफ आवर स्टोन मेसन्स. हमने यंग लोगों को लिया, उनको हमने स्टोन मेसनरी में किस तरह से ट्रेन किया, बिकॉज दिस वाज अ स्टोन स्ट्रक्चर. स्टोन भी हम लोग कराची से गिजरी स्टोन लेकर मनोड़ा तक जाते थे कश्तियों में, और इस टीम को हमने किस तरह ट्रेन करके फिर भी actually did the conservation.
Beautiful.
The situation of the dome over the arch portal मंडप was precarious. मंडप का मैं आपको दिखा रही थी, उस वक्त कुछ नजर नहीं आया, बट ये मंडप है जिसके टॉप को भी आप देख सकते हैं कि इतनी बुरी कंडीशन थी. और जो इधर आप नीचे बॉटम राइट पर जो तस्वीर है रेड के अंदर आप देख रहे हैं कि अपनी जगह छोड़ चुके थे ये सारे टाइल्स मंडप के, और ये मंडप की जो टांगे हैं इनमें से मटेरियल चला गया था और ये बिल्कुल गिरने वाला था. तो इसके लिए हमने बहुत ज़्यादा सोच विचार करके, so the like I said के other end was the mandap and that was already marked due to its stipulated condition. उसकी parapet wall along with the merlons was totally deformed and the broken pieces within and the missing stones had further rendered it dangerous. It's very extensive and everything, the whole structure was at stake. The dome was just bowing out because of loss of its outer core that was missing since very long. The investigations revealed that the mandap had moved out of its original placement. Its swing towards northeast had made it lintel shaft to leave the socket where it was resting at its back. So attached to the wall of the vestibule, attached with the ghirba or the inner sanctuary. ये बहुत ही precarious condition में था. इस पे हम लोगों ने बहुत ज़्यादा discussions करके then we came out with several suggestions how to do it. Here you can see the swing was caused because of the weight at the top and space created by the missing elements in subsequent courses beneath the parapet wall. Comparative weak columns which have been rendered further weak due to the peeling off of the tiles from these, जो मैंने अभी आपको पिछली slides में दिखाए थे. In the recent past, when the tiles revetments were forcibly removed from all over the temple, किसी ने इसकी conservation करने के चक्कर में वो tiles निकाले तो उससे ये further weak हो गया था मंडप का structure. तो एक single shift नहीं थी ये, but were divided into few parts. आप देख सकते हैं इसमें कितने सारे parts लगे हुए हैं. And it was diverted to application of the testing strip applied at the mandap. हम लोगों ने काफी ways सोचे कि इसको हम क्या करें, एल्युमिनियम या स्टील का वो लगाएं, काफी सारे views थे इसके बारे में. So this resulted in stress being compensated at the ankle level. Ankle base पे ज़्यादा stress पड़ा हुआ था, at the knee and up the shoulder level. It rendered zigzag shape to the northeastern column. The southeastern column too undergone stress, but it had lesser stress. So as could be seen through the deformity. इधर आप देख सकते हैं. The solutions were considered at length, जैसे मैंने आपको बताया. इधर ये आप पिक्चर में देख सकते हैं कि कैसे इसने अपनी जगह छोड़ दी थी, इसका बाइंडिंग मटेरियल निकल गया था. ये दीवार लेटर ऑन बिल्ड की थी जब मंदिर को बंद किया गया था. So here you can see before conservation and after conservation. और हमने फिर यहाँ पर एक डोर लगाया उसी ज़माने का ढूंढ के तकरीबन, और किस तरह से हमने इसकी पूरा टेकअप किया था. ये this is after conservation. And then the samples were sent for petrographic analysis, ASTMC से, and complete petrographic analysis were done, जिसमें identification of tile, mortar, cement, effect of weathering, geometrical shape and roundness of grains, fractures or micro fractures in the provided samples were also studied. The samples were washed and dried, and they were examined megascopically with a magnifying glass and binocular microscope. All mega features were examined under high-power binocular microscope for petrographic examination. इसका detailed हमने examination किया था. Tiles का भी, जो मल्टी कलर टाइल्स थे उनकी क्या थिकनेस थी, क्या बाइंडिंग मटेरियल था, बेस के ऊपर क्या लगा हुआ था. हर टाइल का एक अपना बाइंडिंग मटेरियल, अपनी कंपोजिशन थी. हमने हर टाइल को सिंगुलरली स्टडी किया था. Here you can see overlapping because वो video नहीं काम कर रहा है, but maybe you can make a sense of the testing we did. You people can see this lime sand और उसके samples हैं.
Yeah.
अभी आपको नजर आ रहा है ये आते हुए वीडियो? नहीं,
वीडियो नहीं है, only that still.
Oh, oh God. अच्छा, मैं बहुत disappoint हो गई.
Yeah, it's partially, sometimes video plays and sometimes it doesn't play. No problem, you can understand. Carry on.
अभी नजर आ रहा है ये जो सैंपल्स का सारा हमने किया था. कैन यू सी लाइम एंड सैंड कितना था इसके अंदर? नहीं, आई थिंक यू कांट मेक आउट. तो फिर ये नेक्स्ट स्लाइड पे चलते हैं. यहाँ पर सैंड 60%, 40% पोर्टलैंड सीमेंट अप्लाइड था. तो हर जगह की हम लोगों ने अलग अलग टेस्टिंग की थी और अलग अलग एनालिटिकल रिपोर्ट्स हमें मिली थी, पर हमने फिर उसी हिसाब से हमने उनका बाइंडिंग मटेरियल भी बनाया था. Here we come to the fifth phase, जहाँ पर हम लोगों ने जो काम किया था phase 1, 2, 3 and 4. It was divided into different phases. Then we went for research of the plants के इस मंदिर में और समंदर के करीब कौन से पौधे लगेंगे. इसके लिए हमारी टीम बलूचिस्तान गई थी. And I think still you can't see the movie. But फिर we came up with the, here you can see the movie.
No.
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 Okay. I give up on the movie. अच्छा, तो ये फिर हमने जो
brochure.
जी, ये तो हमने छापी थी फॉर यूएस एम्बेसडर्स फंड कि इसकी हिस्ट्री के बारे में पूरा रिसर्च किया, क्या था ये मंदिर और किस तरीके से ब्रिटिश टाइम पीरियड में और किस तरह लेटर ऑन इसमें चेंजेस हुए. देन यूएस एम्बेसडर्स फंड का ये लोगो है जो हमने वहाँ पे लगाया हुआ था. फेज 2 में क्या काम हुआ, विजिटर्स, पिलग्रिम, इंटीरियर्स और बोथ टेम्पल्स, जो भी कुछ हमने किया. एंड देन द डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ यूएस एम्बेसडर्स फंड, कौंसिल जनरल. अच्छा, इधर आप वो सारा ये देख सकते हैं जो कि इसका इंक्रोचमेंट था. फिर वी हैड स्पेशल एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम्स. art students used to come to the temple and we used to have art competitions. temple के in front पे और इधर उधर जो outside the temples जो wall थी उनको बच्चों ने किस तरह से drawing और art work से decorate किया था.
Good.
ये नजर आ रही है
जी, होली.
अच्छा, ये होली हमने जब वहाँ सेलिब्रेट करी थी.
Okay.
ऐसे हम लोग कश्ती में जाते थे, ये पैदल जाने का रास्ता नहीं था टेंपल पर.
Okay.
So the community was very happy because after 1990s ये टेंपल हमने दोबारा खोला था पब्लिक के लिए. So in the interest of time, I think I should stop it here and go to the next slide. ये हमारी सोशल मीडिया का पेज है जो हमने इसके लिए क्रिएट किया हुआ है. Anybody who wants to have more information about Varun Dev Temple, they can go to our social media page. Then outreach and community contacts. हमने सर्वे किया सारे हिंदू टेम्पल्स का all over कराची, और वो भी एक मेरी प्रेजेंटेशन है, कभी टाइम होगा तो I'll share it with you. Then मनोड़ा का सर्वे हुआ, क्रिश्चियन, सिख एंड हिंदू कम्युनिटी. ये आइलैंड अपने हिसाब से बहुत यूनिक है क्योंकि यहाँ पर तीनों कम्युनिटीज़ के रिलीजियस प्लेसेस हैं और वो उसको प्रैक्टिस करते हैं अभी तक. 3 गुरुद्वारास हैं, फिर 3 चर्चेज हैं, फिर ये टेम्पल है, 2 टेम्पल्स हैं, फिर शफाई कम्युनिटी उधर रहती है, कच्ची एंड बलोच आर देयर एंड फिशर folk and Sufi shrines are there. So all of them live cordially and there is no such as कि हिंदू है या मुसलमान है. So down the memory lane we searched for old photos, archives, oral history हमने establish किया, community elders से interviews किए, former residents जो थे उनसे हम लोगों ने interview किए और एक तरह से social histories की compile की. So it is in the living memory of old inhabitants of Manora how the 2 bigger covered areas on the northwest of the Varun Dev Temple Mandir were used as separate residences for 2 Navy officials on the this island. So this was occupied by Nawab, Chief Petty Officer, and same is still in the occupation of that family, but used as a small restaurant. जो आप एक encroachment देख रहे थे वो उस family का था. Here is this lady who used to live at Manora.
मेरा नाम शैला अर्जुन है and मेरी पैदाइश मनोरा की है. तकरीबन 9 साल की उम्र तक रहती थी. Our house number was 27/3.
मेरे वालिद 1929 में पैदा हुए थे और ये लोग यहाँ पर सामान्य से हम लोग को रह रहे थे. यहाँ पर जो है ज्यादा यहाँ पर वो पीपीडी के हॉस्पिटल में. मेरे बड़े भाई की उम्र 60 साल से ज्यादा है.
तो ये आप मेमोरी देख सकते हैं लोगों की कितनी अटैच्ड हैं इसके साथ. फिर हमने जो काम किया उसके बारे में एक ब्रीफ ये है कि हमने बाउंड्री कंफर्म की, टेम्पल की कंजर्वेशन स्ट्रेटजी क्या इम्प्लीमेंट करनी है वो किया गया. देन वी डिड द री-स्ट्रेंथनिंग ऑफ द इंटरनल ट्यूब और द शिकारा. Missing stone pieces of shikara were provided, missing pieces of mandap provided, and conservation of shikara, which was the main work. So the test plantation was done, boundaries were and walls were being built on the boundary, structural stability was achieved, conservation strategy being implemented, and islanders brought into the loop. Community outreach का program हमारा बड़ा strong था. Then we did research in the social history of the temple. एंड कम्युनिटी में हम उनको साइड ब्रीफिंग देते थे, हॉलीडे क्राउड आता था, फेसबुक न्यूज़लेटर, इनॉग्रेशन, KLF is Karachi Literature Festival. So the temple was fully into this movie is also not possible. So we go to the next slide where you can see our Mandip and Varun Dev and Shiv temple ka work. I'm sorry these movies are not being played, so so the last thing which I can show you is the Vande Mataram का जो हमें slogan इस temple के ऊपर से मिला है. So this is an inscription that appears on the prominent position in the temple, which indicate the situation where the Shivadri associated with Mandir seem to have been inspired with the freedom movement in the country. The inscription reads Vande Mataram, a phrase from the poem composed by Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay, a Bengali writer in 19th century, which acquired so much fame and gripped the Indian mind that the poem became popular national song. During the Quit India movement, it was adopted as the anthem of the campaign. You all must be knowing about it more than me. And Britain was entangled in a war to safeguard its empire, and the Indian National Congress had not only started non-cooperation movement with the government, but have called upon the colonists to leave India. The Vande Mataram became the slogan of the movement. Thousands were mobilized and considerable body of the literature was produced. So this is a very interesting thing we noticed on the temple, that this was part of that movement. So this is after our conservation work. It turned out to be a beautiful place for community and other visitors at the temple. Here you can see the beautiful outcome of the project, but a very sad incident which I wanted to share with you at the end was that the Hindu community somehow took over that hotel and they have demolished everything whatever we did Here at the bottom, you can see they demolished the marble stairs. The gate was gone. They took off the gate. This beautiful plaque wall was demolished. And here at the bottom left, you can see how they put the cement on the Shiv Mandir after demolishing all the work which we did, our hard work actually. And I'm totally heartbroken with this behavior. And we complained, but no one has come up. So here you can see how the door has gone, the gate has gone, this beautiful gate, and they demolished everything. Here you can see the demolished space at the bottom. And again here, the wall here, can you see this wall, the horrible wall they built instead of our beautiful grilled wall? ये सब उन्होंने wall create करके इधर एक बहुत ही बुरा सा gate लगा दिया. ये wall आपको नजर आ रही है. So we are all actually, the team is really upset about it. So this is the work done by Seas, and here you can see after breaking down, the Hindu community did this. Here the Shiv temple, you can see the beautiful door and everything we did. They demolished that, and the mandir is now look like this. What we are upset about is they could just ask for our expertise opinion, but we are sorry to say that this is what has been done to this beautiful project. Here you can see the cement and the ground and all those beautiful walls which we created have gone. And the gate I'm telling you is this, and the mandir is hidden at the back. So this is a sad story. And just at the end, a little bit about the ceramics we had in the temple. I don't know about the fate of these ceramics, but we did a whole research on these ceramics and the dates, along with the knowledge of the socio-cultural trends and understanding with regard to architectural preferences in the city of Karachi especially. And in India, generally, one can roughly assign the time frame to various portions of the temple complex. On the basis of these ceramics, we can assign different dates of different constructions in the temple. कि ये जो ceramics थे Japanese made थे और किस time पे ये पाकिस्तान में आए हैं और इंडिया में आए हैं. So technically, made in Japan era began when Nippon era ended in 1921. Now was the requirement that the words made in be added to the back stamps. So unmarked pieces sometimes slip through customs, but most of the ceramics were from 1921 to 1941 are marked with either with Japan or made in Japan. So this is a very interesting fact which I wanted to bring to your knowledge. And here we have how we have envisioned this temple, but I'm sorry for the sad end of this temple which has been done. And we are taking it up with the Ministry of Minorities and Heritage Committee and Hindu community that why they did that, and whatever we can revive, we are going to do that. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm sorry for this mixed up in my presentation. Thank you. Thank you all. So I end up my presentation.
Yes, sir. Badhirao, sir.
Yeah.
Please conclude.
Babirao Sahab, I would like to intervene.
Yeah, please. This is Mr. Tahir. He was a former retired director of Archaeological Survey of India. He will have his doubts to you.
Salam, Asma madam.
Welcome.
We were very much impressed by what you had shown, especially with regard to the documentation that what you have done, the detailed documentation that what you had done will also maybe in future what has happened, it can be reversed. And I'm really very emotional when I heard your talk, the way you went about describing and the amount of effort that went into it and the involvement of the workers, the community and everyone, who, all the skills that were involved. And later we could not take it to its logical end. But however, the amount of work that what you have done, because I have also worked on certain temples in Madhya Pradesh, especially in Khajuraho and also with the Markandeshwara temple, I know that what you were talking of. I know how much detailed effort that goes into of planning and execution. And I should really compliment you, your team, and all the resource person that was there at your hand. And it was really commendable. And I'm really very emotional the way the people in Pakistan, whom we don't know much about, their conservation module, what you have done, especially with regard to temple. I had certain faculty who were teaching me when I was on a workshop in Lijiang, associated with the Pakistani officials. And I saw the dedication that they have, include even Bangladesh. the presentation that was done before you, the amount of work that is going on at the academic level is not really communicated at the media at large, which I think should be communicated through the organizers of this Rewa College and show that how best in the subcontinent the work is going on in India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and in the neighborhood. Asma Madam, I again give you a salam for the effort that what you have done. Take care and go ahead with your work if possible and try to take it to its logical end.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Any questions?
I am Nandan Shastri. I have expertise in conservation over 45 years.
Yes,
and
yes.
Asma ji, I would like to bring to your kind attention कि आपने जो काम किया वो जरूर काबिल तारीफ है, मगर हमारा यूएसए में काम करने का जो एक्सपीरियंस है, तो इन फ्यूचर यू में यूज पैरालॉइड B72. मॉनसून में जो ह्यूमिडिटी बहुत बढ़ जाती है, तो ये एक ट्रांसपेरेंट प्रोटेक्टिव लेयर हो जाता है और वो एकदम कंडीशन को स्टेबलाइज कर देता है. So this is my humble suggestion. The National Research Laboratory for Conservation of Cultural Property, लखनऊ, वहाँ उन्होंने भी ये इसको रेकमेंड किया है, तो मैं आपका ये ध्यान खींचना चाहता हूँ.
शास्त्री साहब क्या बोल रहे हैं आप?
B72.
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 Actually, as a waterproof layer or as a consolidator?
It works much better than polyvinyl acetate because after 50 years, polyvinyl acetate may become yellow. Yeah.
ठीक है सर.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Gigi, thank you. Thank you for suggestion. We usually use it on the bones when I am excavating bones. तो हम B72 साथ साथ डालते जाते हैं, तो bones जो fragile होते हैं वो
और हमारे एशियन आर्ट म्यूजियम सैन फ्रांसिस्को में कराची से ही पैदाइश हुई एक कुमार आदम जी करके एसोसिएट क्यूरेटर, उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा काम हिंदू टेम्पल आर्किटेक्चर पर किया है. आई विल सेंड हर कॉन्टेक्ट डिटेल्स टू यू.
जी, थैंक यू सो मच.
यू आर वेलकम.
तो आत्मा जी, आई वांट टू नो, ये जो पूरा है वहां पे, क्योंकि इतनी सारी टेम्पल साइट्स हैं, आपने लोगों को अवेयर करने के लिए भी कोशिश किया, तो लेटर ऑन यू विल आप उसमें सफल हुई कि आप एक हेरिटेज साइट के तौर पे, क्योंकि मैं फोटोग्राफ में देख रहा था कि जो टेम्पल था वो दोबारा से रीओपन हो गया. दैट मीन्स वो एक्टिव वर्शिप वहां होने लगी, ऐसा मुझे दिख रहा था फोटोग्राफ में. तो क्या इतने सारे टेम्पल, मॉस्क और गुरुद्वारा और सारी चीज थी, तो वो आइलैंड जो है कि हेरिटेज टूरिस्ट प्लेस के तौर पे डेवलप हो पाया?
नहीं, अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो आइलैंड जो है वो नेवी ने अपने अंडर में लिया हुआ था. जब हम काम कर रहे थे तो भी हमें काफ़ी मुश्किल थी. हर वक्त नेवी और आर्मी वाले सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज वहाँ पर होती थी, बट स्टिल दे अलाउड अस टू सेव द टेम्पल. दे एक्चुअली अप्रोच्ड बिफोर यूएस एम्बेसडर पीपल, बिकॉज आपने देखा कि वो बिल्कुल गिरने वाला था, तो नेवी ये नहीं चाहती थी कि मंदिर गिर जाए, तो वो हमें ढूंढ ही रहे थे. फिर हम मिल गए. इन द मीन टाइम वी अप्लाइड फॉर यूएस एम्बेसडर ग्रांट, वो हमें मिल गई. वो भी बड़े कंसर्न थे इसके लिए. तो ये जो अब जो आप कह सकते हैं कि इन अ वे इट इज प्रिजर्व दिस आइलैंड एज एन टूरिस्ट स्पेस. वहाँ पर अब गार्डन भी बना है और आर्मी कोशिश करती है नेवी के लोग आए, बट उसको पूरे आइलैंड को उन्होंने हेरिटेज डिक्लेयर नहीं किया है, जो कि करना चाहिए था. एंड आई एग्री विथ यू कि ये चीज़ें हेरिटेज में डिक्लेयर हो जाएं. बट लाइक ये मंदिर तो हेरिटेज में डिक्लेयर था, मगर इन्होंने इंक्रोचमेंट किया है, तोड़ दिया सारा, तो उसके लिए मैं बहुत अपसेट
अभी इंक्रोचमेंट के लिए यहाँ पे, जैसे अगर आप एग्जांपल देखेंगी, जैसे काशी विश्वनाथ का टेम्पल था यहाँ पे बनारस में, तो उसके आसपास भी बहुत सारी एनक्रोचमेंट थी. एक कॉरिडोर एरिया बना के, और उज्जैन में भी इस तरह का कॉरिडोर एरिया बना के जितने भी एंशिएंट मॉन्यूमेंट्स हैं उनको प्रिजर्व करने के लिए, क्योंकि कई बार एनक्रोचमेंट होती है, तो इस तरह के कॉरिडोर्स बना के उनको प्रोटेक्टेड साइट और मॉन्यूमेंट डिक्लेयर करके, दो दे आर एक्टिव वर्शिप होती है, सब है, बट उनके आसपास को प्रोटेक्ट करने के कंसर्न से जो है आसपास कॉरिडोर डेवलप करके, हेरिटेज साइट डेवलप करके, इस तरह के की कोशिशें अभी बहुत जोर शोर से इंडिया में भी हो रही है। एंड ये बहुत जरूरी है बिकॉज दिस साउथ एशिया, होल साउथ एशियन कॉन्टिनेंट हैज अ स्पेसिफिक हिस्ट्री, बहुत मिली-जुली हिस्ट्री है और बहुत अच्छा, हमारे पास बहुत अच्छे-अच्छे आर्टिफैक्ट्स हैं जो ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड चले जाते हैं इसमें लोग के अनफॉर्चुनेटली, बट हमारे यहाँ प्रिजर्व होना उनका बहुत जरूरी है।
और ये वरुण देव तो वन ऑफ इट्स ओन काइंड का टेम्पल था। इट्स वन ऑफ इट्स ओन
वरुण देव का है टेम्पल और बहुत
जी
रेयर कम होते हैं। अच्छा, इसका
जी
बलूचिस्तान से क्या लिंक था? आप लोग बार बार जाके बलूचिस्तान में क्यों देख रहे थे? मैं वो क्लियर करना चाह रहा था।
वो नहीं, वो हम प्लांटेशन देख रहे थे
गार्डनिंग।
बलूचिस्तान में, क्योंकि वो ड्राई एरिया है और ये सी साइड था, तो यहाँ पे हम कौन सी प्लांटेशन कर सकते थे। हम लोगों ने ब्यूटीफुल प्लांटेशन भी किया था, मंदिर की दीवार बनाकर सब कुछ ईयर मार्क किया था, बट वो सब चला गया तो इसलिए भी आई डोंट नो कि क्या करें।
हाँ, अगर वो एनक्रोचमेंट जो है अगर वो क्लियर हो जाए किसी तरह से, क्योंकि नेवी के अंडर में है, वो पोजीशंस में है, तो चाहे तो वो एरिया, एनक्रोचमेंट एरियाज को क्लियर करवा के जो हेरिटेज साइट है उसको प्रोटेक्ट कर सकते हैं। ये है
जी, इंक्रोचमेंट तो खत्म करवा लिया उन्होंने, होटल गिरा दिया। ये जो मैं आपको आखिरी तस्वीरें दिखाई हैं, दी कम्युनिटी put the cement on it. Hindu community did that actually, and you know nowadays it's so sensitive between Hindus and Muslims के लोग कोई बोलते नहीं है कि पता नहीं कोई इशू ना हो जाए। I think so they never asked us when they demolished the whole thing. Hindu community did it and they never asked us. हम कुछ एक्सपर्ट एडवाइस देते थे।
I think that island can be developed as a syncretic island, क्योंकि वहाँ का एक mixed culture होगा and that can be very well preserved and developed.
That should come from the government. That's the thing.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
There is one question. One somebody has raised his hand. Can I have your question, please? Just now, somebody raised their hand.
Yeah, it's me. Namaskar. I'm Dr. Poonam Rana from Nepal, and thank you, Ashma ma'am, for your lovely presentation. It was really good, but I just wanted to know that after the encroachment and after your hard work, when it was broken up, did you again go back and try to find out why they had done such a thing? आप गए वहां पर और फिर उन लोग से पूछा आपने कि क्यों ऐसा किया? क्योंकि कुछ तो होगा ना, विदाउट रीजन समवन विल नॉट जस्ट डू सच थिंग। आपने क्यों नहीं पूछा? तो
जी नहीं, हमने कंप्लेन फाइल करी है विद द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ माइनॉरिटीज एंड विद द हेरिटेज कमेटी. वी रोट लेटर्स टू देम एंड देन यूएस consulate people came up. We arranged a meeting after 2 weeks with all the stakeholders, Pakistan Navy, Hindu community, but no one is showing up from Hindu community. That's the thing, they are not answering our letter. So we are trying our best because I know them, they were with us during all this time. There are 2 Hindu communities in Karachi, so they were both of them with us, and I don't know why, but it's just that there's a very precious land in front of the sea and it's a main touristic area, so maybe they wanted to develop something, a hotel kind of a thing, and they were not professionals, so they didn't ask for our help and they did it quickly.
आसमा मैडम, इस बात पे चर्चा ना हो, ठीक है?
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Right. We should not discuss the sensitive issues on this platform, right?
Yeah, ma'am, I think now I understand.
Those questions which enhance our knowledge.
Yes, I understand that it must be.
Okay, Bhabjirao sir, please conclude.
Yeah.
आप लोग ने वो होटल जो demolish किया था ना, तो maybe it was those people who were the ones who.
Madam, Rana madam, please.
Thank you.
इस इशू पर चर्चा ना करें.
अच्छा, ठीक है.
Yeah, since we are
already, ma'am, it was really good.
Yeah, since we are already out of time. Acha, Asma ma'am, I have small 1 or 2 basic questions. I don't want to prolong anything. Acha, you have come across with so many inscribed slabs. Did you made any gist of those things in such a way that will be helpful for the general public?
Yes, we have. We created the wall, which is not there, but we have documented it completely. So
Is it
anybody
in a
who wants
chronological
access-
order? Is it in a chronological order?
Yes.
What the
Yes.
script? Only Urdu or other scripts are also found there?
No, Hindi is also there. Hindi.
Yeah, Hindi and
Gurmukhi.
Urdu. Okay. And what's its date you have given tentatively? The temple could be
Well-
ascribed to which period?
200 years. Sorry, I didn't mention that.
No, fine,
Yeah,
fine.
200
No,
years.
you have done such a beautiful. But I have one more question. You said we trained persons because the Hindu architecture requires a different entity. So you said you trained those persons. How you got trained them? Through whom you got trained? Your boys and all of this before taking up the work.
We trained ourselves. I am an archaeologist, and Dr. Kalimullah Lashwari, who is another director with me. So we trained these people, and then we had old ancient kind of a families of
That's
stone
good. That's good.
carvers.
Traditional family available.
Old
Okay,
लोग थे,
fine.
उनको हम
So-
लेकर आए, उनको उनके साथ
Yeah.
train
So thank you very much for such a beautiful talk, which has enhanced all our ideas and all our concepts, because this also gives information down the line. So there are some temples which are being conjured in Karachi itself. That's a beautiful thing. And I thank you very much, ma'am, for your beautiful talk. And also I thank our what's called observers who had raised their pertinent question. Thank you very much. Acha, over to Mishra ji.
इफ्त मैडम है क्या? इफ्त मैडम शायद है नहीं वो. थैंक यू मैडम. और मैडम आशमा से मैंने रिक्वेस्ट किया था कि आप वरुण टेम्पल पर अपना एक टॉक दें, और उनने बहुत अच्छे ढंग से इसको प्रेजेंट किया, और मैं शुक्रगुजार हूँ उनका कि हमारी बात को उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे ढंग से यहाँ पे लिया, और बहुत अच्छा ही वरुण देव टेम्पल पर के कंजर्वेशन पर बहुत ही नाइस यहाँ पर प्रेजेंटेशन दिया है. और थैंक यू मैडम. मैडम का एक टॉक और है जो कि 7th को होगा, और डॉक्टर बाबजी राव को धन्यवाद देता हूँ यहाँ पर चेयरपर्सन के लिए और को चेयर के लिए एक तो मैडम को. और इस सेशन के बाद नेक्स्ट सेशन मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा ताहिर सर से और शास्त्री सर से अपना कांटेक्ट नंबर हमको जरूर दें, क्योंकि आगे के सेशन में हमको सीनियर पर्सन्स की आवश्यकता है, और एज ए सेशनल चेयरपर्सन, और वैसे भी उनके व्यूज शेयर करने के लिए हम चाहते हैं कि स्टूडेंट को उनका व्यूज भी मिले हमारे ऑडियंस को. तो जब समय मिले मुझे कांटेक्ट नंबर प्रोवाइड कराएंगे. और नेक्स्ट सेशन है चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर नंदिनी भट्टाचार्य साहू, रीजनल डायरेक्टर आर्कियोलॉजिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया, सिवान फोर्ट बम्बई. Co-chairperson Dr. Mr. Anurag Shukla, former president and founder member of Dharohar Guide Association, Khajuraho, India. Eminent speaker Dr. Manjari Bhalerao, associate professor of Indology, Tilak, Maharashtra Vidyapith, Pune, India. Madam Elephant Cat and an overview पर टॉक देंगी. और मैं सबसे पहले डॉक्टर नंदिनी भट्टाचार्य मैडम और डॉक्टर अनुराग शुक्ला, डॉक्टर मंजरी भालेराव का यहाँ पे स्वागत करता हूँ. और नंदिनी भालेराव मैडम भट्टाचार्य मैडम से निवेदन है कि वो सेशन को प्रोसाइड करें और हमारे प्रोमिनेंट स्पीकर्स का वो यहाँ पर इंट्रोड्यूस.
गुड इवनिंग ऑल. प्रोफेसर मिश्रा, थैंक यू. मैं अभी इस सेशन का या इस टॉक का शुभारंभ करना चाहती हूँ. प्रोफेसर मंजरी भालेराव is a well-known name in the field of Indology all over India, especially in the Western Indian context. She is currently working as an associate professor of Indology in Sri Balmukund Lohia Center of Sanskrit and Archaeological Studies, Tilak, Maharashtra Vidyapith, Pune. She has taken training in the disciplines of history, archaeology, Indology, Prakrit, and Sanskrit. Her areas of research are widespread, like Buddhism, archaeology, ancient Indian art and architecture, epigraphy, numismatics, and much. She has been recipient of quite a good number of awards, recognitions, which comprise UGC Junior Research Fellowship, then Small Study and Research Grant of Nehru Trust. She is also the recipient of Awabai B. Wadia Research Fellowship Award by the K.R. Kama Oriental Institute. She is a recipient of the Major Research Project Award by ICHR. She has been also appointed in the editorial board of Gazetteer by the Gazetteer Department by the Government of Maharashtra. She is currently in the Regional Advisory Board, ICCR Pune. She has been appointed on the Board of Studies of Punyashloka Ahilyabai Holkar, Solapur University, SP College, Ferguson College, Modern College, Garware College, Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapith in Pune, SIES College, Sion, Mumbai. She has been variously associated with the various universities of Solapur, Pune, Nagpur, and elsewhere with the international universities, Kolkata, Symbiosis. She has been a member of the editorial panel for the school curriculum in the textbook of Maharashtra State Bureau of Textbook Production, which is also known as Balbharti, for the history textbooks. She has participated and published many international symposiums, conferences, workshops, seminars, and has published a lot many international and national publications, also comprising 3 books. We have an erudite scholar like Professor Bhalerao, who would today be speaking on Elephanta, and which is, of course, a very famous World Heritage site located in Maharashtra, about which all of us know, but she will be dealing in detail. She has also participated in archaeological excavations at Bhagimahiri, which is a megalithic site in Nagpur district, as well Budihal, which is a Neolithic site in Karnataka. She is associated a lot many other various places and organizations, institutions like the Heritage India Communications, etc. I wouldn't take much time, having done a brief with the biodata of Professor Bhalerao. I don't think that unless and until we all hear, we all listen to her, would we understand the actual expertise and the proficiency of Professor Bhalerao. I welcome her for the talk.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the welcome, and thank you, Professor Skanda Kumarji, for inviting me to speak in this particular prestigious webinar, international webinar. I have been associated with such webinars for 2 times now. Last time also I was here to speak on Ellora, and now they have invited me to speak on Elephanta. Before taking your time, I suppose that I have 1 hour to speak, and then, is it, ma'am? Do I have 1 hour?
You have got 1 hour.
Yes. Then after that, there can be some question and answers.
Definitely.
So I'll start sharing my slide now. Can you see the slide? Can you see the slide?
No, madam.
No?
Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, now it's visible.
Okay. So just to have a better bandwidth, I will just switch my video off so that there won't be any network issue. Because of that only, sometimes the slides are not visible or they do not go ahead. So now, just as ma'am said, Elephanta is a site which is known to everyone because this is a World Heritage site. A very, very famous one again, because this has been a logo. This particular sculpture that we see on the screen is a logo for many institutions and many government offices also, especially the Maharashtra Tourism Development Corporation has got this logo as their logo. Then there are some publication houses also. But then when we talk about Elephanta and when we see this logo, even today, like we are in 2022, many people think that this is an image of Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh put together. Or in Maharashtra, we have this Datta panthas, Atta Sampradaya, very popular one. So some people think that this is an image of Datta, and many people do not even understand the meaning of this particular sculpture, which was told to us by the scholar Stella Cramrish long back. Anyways, but then Elephanta is not only Sadashiva or Shiva. We'll try to locate Elephanta because for those people who are not Indians or those who are not aware of the location of Elephanta, I'll start with the map. Here you can see, can you see the slide which I have forwarded? I'm in the next slide now. Can you see the change of slide?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, good. Thank you. Because when we saw the problem with the last speaker, I was also worried about my condition. Good then. So Elephanta Island is not very far from Mumbai and it takes around 45 minutes boat journey. This is how the Gateway of India looks, and from here you can catch a ferry, especially for those people who have not been to Elephanta as yet and those who have not been to Mumbai as yet. This is just to tell them how you can go to Elephanta. So there are many ferries, which one of them you can get into and go to Elephanta. It is 11 kilometers east of Gateway of India, and then the island itself is a 60 square kilometer island. And today we can go by launches. There are many ferries or launches, and then they run during the daytime, not in the nights. And this is how the island looks. Even though there are many entrance points to the island, this is a modern jetty which is used by all the travelers. Here you can see the launches. They have come here, and now people generally go by this route. But and then the ASI and all the other agencies have developed this island quite well. When you have to climb the hill, before that you have to walk a lot to go to the hill. So just to save your walking, a small toy train has also been started by the MTDC, and by which you can travel, you can cross this particular uh, pathway. This is how it looks, and it's a fun actually to go by this train. It saves your energy also because generally it's very humid on the island, and during the daytime it's you sweat a lot. Such are the steps which are not at all tiring, and then after some climb, on every step there is a shop, so you can enjoy the shopping. You can see all these local goods which the people sell, and then slowly you can climb the hill. It is not very high also, and not tiring climb at all. So this is the Elephanta Island where generally we go to this cave. This is cave number 1. But then we should also note that this whole thing is an island, and then there is a village also, which has been there for a long time. We'll see about that. But most importantly, along with these Hindu rock cut caves, there are two Buddhist stupas. Actually, one is located and it is protected by the ASI. And then when we try to see the history of the visitors at Elephanta, we'll go back to the stupa again later on. We find that people, the Britishers, and even before that Portuguese, had made many visits, and then they had made some sketches like these of the island. And then many of us know that there was this elephant, and then that elephant, because of the elephant, the Portuguese called this island as Elephanta. And then there were many banquets also held of the foreign traders and people who came to this island for fun, for enjoying over there. And there is a museum here on the island which tells you the story of the island as well as the story of the caves that we have over here. But then the name, even though we call this as Elephanta, the local name today is Gharapuri. But then Gharapuri is derived from the Sanskrit name Agraharapuri, which was used in ancient times. Agraharapuri was the capital of the Konkan Mauryas in 6th century AD. But there is a possibility that prior to the Konkan Mauryas, this area was controlled by the Trekutaka rulers, and Aniruddhapuri was the capital of the Trekutakas for some time on this particular island. But then there is an inscriptional evidence about this particular island coming from the Aihola inscription of Pulakeshi II. And there is a mention of Shri Puri or Puri, and then it is probably because of the wealth that this island has seen in those days, plus the hectic trading activity in which the island was involved, or the inhabitants of the island they were involved. because of that, the Shri, the wealth, came here, and that is why the goddess of fortune was the name of this particular island. Plus, Shripuri was also engraved on a copper vase, which was found from a cistern which is adjacent to the main cave. The main cave of Elephanta has got a huge cistern nearby, and then the copper vase was created in 1068 AD, and then it mentioned the name Shripuri on it. So probably this island in those days, especially during the rule of the Shilaharas, was known as Shripuri. Plus, it is recorded that an inscription was found in the cave or nearby the cave, but then it was taken to Portugal by the Portuguese. We don't know who actually the patron was, and we don't even know the whereabouts of that particular inscription also, because that inscription must have been a dedicatory inscription when the cave was consecrated or when it was completed, written by the donor, because this is such a huge task that everybody or anybody who would donate money for the creation of such a cave would definitely write down his own details. And same was done by the person who had given donation for the creation of this cave. And most probably, people believe that most probably the great donor was the Kalachuri king Krishna Raja. The Kalachuris had their rule over parts of Maharashtra in around 6th century AD, and even northern part of Maharashtra and northwestern part of Maharashtra were also under their control. When we talk about Krishna Raja, we do know that his coins, she had issued many silver coins with the name, his own name, and then we also see his portrait on the coins, and on the reverse side we see Nandi, who was the bull god or a bull vehicle of Shiva. And then it is also known that Krishna Raja was a great devotee of Shiva. That is why we find the adjectives Parama Maheshwara written on his coins. His coins were found in such a number on the site itself that people believe that probably during his rule, this whole area was under his control, and probably he was the patron of this particular site. We also know that during the Rashtrakuta period, the Rashtrakutas did not issue many coins during their own rule, and they used to give the coins of Kalachuri Krishna Raja as their own coins in donation. So there are inscriptions telling us that they are giving Krishna Raja Rupaka as donations. So in this way, we can say that Krishna Raja was a very, very powerful ruler, a rich one also in that period. And then that is why he had the capacity to give donation and get such a monument created, being a very staunch Shaivite or devotee of Shiva. We just saw the new entry point to the island, but then we should also note that there were many points to or many areas where one could enter the island, and their names have been preserved through memory even today. There is an area which is called as Mora Bandar, and this probably was named after the Konkan Mauryas. Another point is called as Shet Bandar. Shet or Shresthin is a trader. So a separate entry point was probably created for the traders who were trading here for a long time, because we do find evidences of the habitation on the island of Elephanta starting right from 1st century AD or 2nd century AD. Plus, there is another entry point which is called as Rajbandar, which was probably the royal landing point. So here we find that there were at least three entrances to come to Elephanta from different parts of the island, and then a new one is created for the new visitors or new travelers. So this is how we find the topographically we find that these are the areas where we have various activity points on the island. So this is the site of Stone Elephant where Rajbandar is located, which is not very far. And then we find that this is how we go. And then there is an old well over here. Shade Bandar is from this point. More Bandar is from the other point. And then these are the caves, and this is the main cave. So this is the modern landing place, but the elephant was actually at the back over here, which was the Rajbandar or Rajghar, is also locally known as. Sorry. The Portuguese scientist Garcia de Horta, he had visited the site in 1534. That is the record that he has kept. And then he had also seen a huge statue of elephant. We just saw the location, which was standing at the Raj Bandar. And then from that point onwards, the island was named as Elephanta. We just discussed that there is a stupa also, and then this is a second stupa, and we also have the cannon hill. There are some cannons kept even today at the site where above the main cave. The main caves that we see are in this area. The same hill has got the cannons, and then there is a staircase to go to the level of the cannons, and then from here you have to go little bit further to access the stupa hills. But then again, if you get down over here and make go around the habitation, from here also you can go to the stupa hill. So this whole area was inhabited. We do see remains of ancient pots and many other things in the area. If you area the on the island itself, if you travel, if you try to go here and there across the gullies and across the trees, you'll find all these things remaining over there. But then these Portuguese also tried to destroy the elephant because they wanted to shift it to Mumbai, and they could break it. They could break only some pieces. It's a huge elephant, and today we find that it is kept in the campus of Bhaudajilad Museum. In 1864, George Birdwood shifted it to Mumbai, and he joined the pieces together in 1914 like this. This is, you can see the sheer size of the elephant. It's a huge elephant, and it must have been difficult even in those days. You can see the breaking points over here. It is kept in Rani Chi Bagh or in the campus of Bhaudajilad Museum. This island, as I told you earlier, has got numerous remains of early historic habitation. Many potsherds and even pieces of Roman amphora were also collected from this island. Structural Buddhist stupa, rocket tanks, and caves are also seen over here. Uh, at some points, we also see the habitation going back even to second to first century BC till date. If we imagine the hectic Indo-Roman trade going on from around second first century BC to around fourth fifth centuries AD in on the western coast, we can imagine there's halting point at Elephanta. Those people who came by sea from the western world probably used to halt at this island first, and then they would go to Mumbai, or they would send some of their ships to Mumbai. That is also a possibility, and that is why we have so many remains here over there on the island. You can actually, this is a photograph which shows some construction over here of the early medieval period or even early historic times, above which we see the modern construction also. So similarly, we find at many places on the island such remains can be seen. Sometimes there is an exposure of the habitation site, and we can even see potsherds peeping out, bones or stones also peeping out, which act as a foundation of the structures above. So in this way, we should note that whenever we go to Elephanta, we should not only see the cave but also take a round around the island. It would take some time, no doubt about it, but still it is worth doing it. Here we can see the road from Mora Bandar to Shed Bandar. So such boats are there on the island, and you won't get lost because there are good ways, good pathways also, and there are people to tell you where to go from where. Along with this, for the ancient habitation and also for the modern habitation, there has been a small dam constructed on in the other part of the island, not near the caves but behind the caves, where we see the catchment area and the construction of dam right here. And then this water is retained because otherwise during the monsoons you get the water and then it flows out into the sea. But then otherwise for the rest of the year you don't have any water. So that problem was identified, and then water was retained in this catchment area, so that even the Buddhist people or even the later on the later Hindu habitation and even the those traders would get some water from this point. These are the old steps which you can still see today, which were constructed to go to the stupa. These are the original steps. These are not made by ASI or any other people, but then this indicates that there used to be a lot of coming and going to this area by the devotees as well as the traders. because we do know that the trading activity has resulted into the creation of so many Buddhist rocket caves. So similarly, when we see the trading activity, we should also note that the Buddhists are going to be there, and they are here even before the Hindus came, or before the devotees of Shiva came to this island. We see the presence of the Buddhists. So this is from the behind that we see the stupa. This is the area where we have the structural stupa, which is a protected site, and trial trenches were taken when Professor M.N. Deshpande was the DG of ASI. And then this is the brick stupa, and then this is the board of the protecting site. The board telling us that this is a protected site, and then the stupa is hidden underneath the trees now. Sorry. Then there are these two rocket tanks just near the stupa. Here only we have these two rocket tanks, again indicating that there was habitation here throughout the year, and then that is why the water was caught and then was collected in these rocket tanks, so that people could avail them over the over around the year. So there is a cave also, a partially unfinished cave here, which was broken from the for this pillar. It was broken, so it was reconstructed later on. But then this cave is a huge one and has got three cells, the shrine, and two cells to the flanking it. Probably this was a Buddhist cave, but then there is no decoration at all to tell us whether to tell us the affiliation, the religious affiliation to this cave. This is the entrance of the main shrine, where you don't have anything on the lintel. This is plain, but the pillar capitals and the style of the pillar betrays the date, and that is around 5th, 6th centuries AD. These are the cushion capitals which tell you the date of the cave. Plus, there is another unfinished cave on the way, where when you start going back towards the bandar or the port, you do see the beginning of a cave, but then unfortunately it's unfinished. So we even again we don't we cannot say whether this was a Buddhist one or a Hindu one. But then considering the context, this could be also a Buddhist cave, just like the other one, earlier one, because both of them are not very far from the stupa site. So there is a possibility that a cave was created. These two caves were created for the Buddhist monks living on the island itself. Along with this, there must have been structural viharas, about which we don't have any idea today. There are no remains also, but we should imagine that the structural viharas were actually the monuments where the monks were living, and they were maintaining the site. Otherwise, there is no way, there is no place for them to stay in such small caves. They wouldn't have stayed in those days. So this is the sketch of the entrance of the main cave at Elephanta, which is the cave of Sadashiva, the same cave, the same photograph of the from the same perspective, from the same area angle. We see this main cave, which is called as the cave number 1. If we see the plan of this cave, we would notice that this is the entry point today. But in those days, probably this was the entry point, and from here, people would go directly. In fact, today, because of the huge sculpture of the Trimurti or Sadashiva, whatever it is, people have made, and for easy also for access, this side is, and that is why this is made the main entry point. But then the most important thing in the cave is this sanctum, wherein you have the Shivalinga, and that is the most important part of the cave. This is the sanctum and not Trimurti or Sadashiva. And that is why to enter the cave, this was the original access, where you can see a Nritya Shila or Rangashila, and then there is this Chandrashila also, from where you climb the steps and enter the cave. Plus, this is a huge cistern about which we just discussed, and we know that a copper vase was found from this particular cistern. Then there is some open court over here and a small cave over here also. Another cave is adjacent to the main cave, which is over here. But due to the conglomerate kind of basalt over here, the rock is very fragile, and because of the heavy rainfall, many parts of many caves are not in a good shape. Because of the fragileness of the rock plus the winds that blow over here, the rock has weathered like anything, just as we see in the case of Jogeshwari and all in Mumbai. the rock is very fragile, and then that is why the rock is weathering very fast. Here also, at some places, it is in a very bad condition, but in the main cave, it is fortunately in a good condition. Only the remains of the vandalism made by the Portuguese are still remaining. You can see it in this way. This is an old photograph of Elephanta when many pillars were broken like this, and then now fortunately the ASI has reconstructed all of them, and it looks in a very good condition today like this. As this was declared a World Heritage Site, the upkeep of the monument is quite well, and now it is also a tourist friendly site where you have all the necessary infrastructure like toilets and all. Over there are some hotels also, so if one wants to go to the island, he can easily spend one whole day over here. Now, about the cave and about the concept of the cave. This cave is the house of Parashiva. Parashiva is considered the highest entity or the highest power, highest form of Shiva for a Shaivite or a Shaiva sadhaka, basically an ascetic. Here we are talking mainly about ascetic and not a householder. So here we find that a Pashupata ascetic con- holds Parashiva as the highest authority or the personification of the highest knowledge in the form of Parashiva. But then the five aspects of Parashiva are personified in the form of Vamadeva, Tatpurusha, Sadyojata, Aghora, and Ishana. So, for a Pashupata ascetic, all these five forms of Shiva, these five aspects of Shiva, are actually the embodiment of the philosophy of Shiva or Parashiva. And then, when we see the ritual path of a Pashupata ascetic, we should actually consider the stages in which he has to go ahead, he has to move forward, giving. Uh, just a minute, I have to take this very important call. I'll just mute myself for 1 single minute and I'll be back. Hello. Huh?
I will intervene in between. As Professor Bhalarao's talk is going on, I will request all of you in the house to just point down or jot down whatever types of questions you might be having, so that it may uh, curtail some more moments, additional moments which we would require to think and then ask. So I would request all of you to do that. If you wish to have any questions asked after the talk, you can just jot down the points on which you require to have a discussion.
I'm extremely sorry for the break in the lecture.
No issues, please.
Yeah. So we were talking about the aspects of Parashiva, and then and we were talking about the stages through which a Pashupata ascetic has to go to attain his goal, that is the ultimate knowledge, and Dukkhanta, that is the main aim of an ascetic. So after the initiation, a Pashupata ascetic would stay in the cremation ground. So that's what is expected of him. Figuratively, when you stay in the cremation ground, your first life is over, and now you are entering the second life. That and then after that, he has to detach himself from the relations or emotions that he has had about his relatives in the previous life. So to do that, he is expected to make some obscene sounds so that the society will consider him or condemn him, consider him as a mad person or condemn him, and he will not have any attachment with the society or with his family. Then he would be completely detached, and then he would go to his guru with his new life. He is now newly born in a way, spiritually, and then he would go to stay with his guru. His guru again is a representative of Lakulisha, who is the acharya of Pashupata sect. We know that Lakulisha is considered as the human incarnation of Shiva, who in fact took birth in around 1st 2nd centuries AD at Karwan or Kayavarohan near Baroda, and then he wrote the Pashupata Sutras. So here Lakulisha is considered as the highest authority in the for authority in the Pashupata sect, or of Pashupata ascetic or Pashupata sadhaka. So the simile of Lokolisha is seen in his own guru's form or his acharya. So he would now go and stay with his guru for some time. Then he will learn from his guru, and then in a temple he will stay for some time in a temple or in a cave, where there he would be able to see the Leela Murtis of Shiva, or the manifested aspect of Parashiva. He would be able to concentrate on it and understand the sutra or the Pashupata Sutras. Here we have to consider, we have to visualize the Sakala, that is the manifested or Saguna representation of Parashiva. Further, we also have to see the Sakala Nishkala, that is manifest and manifest, Saguna Nirguna representation of Shiva or the Shaktis or the aspects of Shiva. That is the Sadashiva or the Mahadeva aspect or the so-called Trimurti. And then we should also see the Nishkala, that is the unmanifest or Nirguna or completely uniconic form of Shiva, that is Shivalinga. That is why in this particular cave, the sanctum where the Shivalinga is housed is the most important thing and not the Sakala Nishkala. But the Sakala Nishkala form is hardly seen in any other context. So the greatness, the grandeur of Elephanta lies in the depiction of this huge image of Trimurti or the Sakala Trimurti, popularly known as Trimurti, but it is Sadashiva or Mahadeva, which is the Sakala Nishkala manifestation of Shiva, or which is the manifest unmanifest manifestation representation of Shiva, and that is unique for Elephanta. So this is the ritual path or of worship for a Pashupata ascetic. And then the sculptures, when we see them and when we try to understand their significance and locational significance, especially, we see that it had some meaning behind it. So when the iconographic scheme of Elephanta is seen, we find the location of sculptures and the selection of sculptures as very unique and peculiar, and it would in fact help an ascetic to achieve his goal during his ritual path or during his ritual journey. So first we see Lakulisha. Lakulisha, this particular sculpture is identified as Lakulisha. There is a controversy about this, about the identification of this sculpture, because some people say that this is only Shiva or Shiva, Yogi Shiva or Mahayogi Shiva. But then there are four figures seated, which are identified in the broken form, where we see them seated cross-legged, that is in the Padasvastika form, indicating their lower status than this particular image which is shown over here. So probably those are the first four disciples of Lokulisha who took the chain, who took the tradition ahead, and who took the Pashupata philosophy ahead with their own disciples. So this is identified as Lokulisha by many scholars now. So there are, we see there are some images broken, very broken, many broken images. Only the legs are seen. There are four of them which are seated next to flanking the deity. Then we see Ravan shaking Kailas. The sculpture also is very weather-worn, but then we do know a beautiful sculpture from Ellora of this same story. Here we see Ravana is shown shaking the mountain Kailas, and this is Parvati, and this is Shiva with his hand. Unfortunately, many parts of the sculpture are broken, but still we can make out what is being shown over here. In fact, even though this is called as Ravan shaking Kailas or Ravananugraha, this is the Garvaharana of Ravana rather than Anugraha. Then we also have Shiva and Parvati playing seated, playing Chausar, and seated on, there is Nandi also. There are these Ganas which we see, which we have seen a lot in Ellora also and at many other places. This is the same sculpture of Shiva and Parvati. Plus, we do have Ardhanarishwara, that is the uh, again, which is a very controversial image because we don't know what this really means, and many people have tried to identify this as a combination of Shiva and Parvati. Then there are stories also telling us that Shiva and Parvati are put together, and then this sculpture, this image was conceived. Some people, some scholars believe that this is the depiction of the Sankhya philosophy. This is the personification of the Sankhya philosophy, where we have the Purusha and Prakriti depicted in this particular form, whatever it is. But then we have this image over here, and it has a significance which we will see later. Considering the size of the sculptures, we should note that these are they are very huge in size. All the sculptures at Elephanta are, even though they are broken, we can make out the greatness of the sculptures through their sizes, as well as through uh, uh, the minute depictions of various other aspects, plus their positions, their actions, poses. Master sculptors were doing all these things, that is very sure. Then we have a close-up of this where we can see the Lokapalas, the four Lokapalas, also Brahma and others, Indra, they are shown over there. Then we have this image of Sadashiv, which is at least 20 feet high, and then we can see that he is shown holding a fruit, probably Bijapuraka, in his hand. Some people also want to identify this as Modaka, which is the local dumpling, sweet dumpling, full of coconut and jaggery, whatever it is. But he is holding this. Generally, this should be identified as a Bijapuraka, which is the fruit of fertility or Maharunga. Then we see only three faces. We have Aghora, we have Tatpurusha, and we have Vamadeva. And then only three faces are seen over here. Two of the faces we have to imagine of Sadyojata and Ishana. Generally, this is Tatpurusha, Vamadeva, Aghora, and the Aghora aspect is shown with a mustache. Then there is a skull in the headgear. Then we have Vamadeva, the feminine aspect in the form of sort of Parvati only. We have the moon and all the ornaments over here. And this is the Tatpurusha, the great ultimate Purusha, who is shown wearing a necklace, and the other hand is in Abhaya Mudra. Plus, this hand holds a flower in the hand. Other two aspects are not shown over here. But then, considering the iconographic scheme as well as the three faces out of five faces of Shiva, suggesting the Sadashiva aspect of Shiva, this has been identified as Sadashiva or Mahadeva by Stella Kremlish. We do see the Dwarapalas. This particular image is placed in a deep niche. It can be made out that there probably was a doorway or a place to hang a curtain or something over here, by which probably people were allowed to see it only during some time, only for some time, and during the day, and some rituals also could be performed in private. Plus, there are these attendants of these Dwarapalas which are shown over here along with them. So this is Sadashiva. Then we also have Gangavatarana, where considering Ganga as personified woman, Parvati probably became jealous of her, and because Shiva was taking her on her head, सर पे बिठा दिया ऐसे बोलते हैं. So in Kumar Sambhava, Kalidasa has described this event in very great detail, and this is the exact depiction of whatever is said in Kumar Sambhava, where he has shown Parvati as a jealous wife because her husband is taking another woman on his head. So this is Ganga, in fact, who comes down in the Tripathaga form from the heavens, and Shiva bears the blow of Ganga on his head, and then through his jata he lets the water loose all over the earth. So this is the depiction. Parvati is shown slightly standing aside from Shiva. So this is Ganga Vatarana, another photograph. Plus, we also have Kalyana Sundara image of Shiva and Parvati. That is the uh, marriage of Shiva and Parvati, which we see. Even though the sculpture is broken, we can see the beauty of the figures and all, and this scheme of the form of the scheme of the images, like the placement of the images, also. And probably all these sculptures were painted in those days, which had plaster and the paint on them, but everything has fallen down now. The Garbhagruha, the sanctum of the cave, looks like this. It looked like this earlierly when the ASI took over the monument, and then they now repaired everything very well. You have got good steps to enter the Garbhagruha, where inside you see the image. You see the Shivalinga. This is the Sarvatobhadra shrine. That is, it can be entered from all the four sides, and it can be seen also from all the four sides, from outer side. Plus, there is a pair of Dwarapalas on all the four sides, along with the steps to go to the shrine. If you see the huge Dwarapalas, you will find that the carving, the sculptures are beautiful, natural, and as well as the feelings, the expressions on their face, they also tell us about the greatness of the deity as well as his Dwarapalas. The calm and serene expressions on their faces are very, clear and clean to be seen. Plus, the headgear, the hairstyle, the curly hair, which is the typical hairstyle of the Vakataka period, is also seen over here. Vakataka Kalachuri period. On the other side, so there are four entrances flanking four Dwarapalas. And this is the Shivalinga inside, which you see, which doesn't have a Vari Marga. This is on a square platform, we see the Shivalinga. Plus, on the circumambulation path, we also have Andhakasura Vada, a huge image, a very expressive image, and then we can see the naturalistic depiction of Shiva as who is killing Andhaka, the Asura Andhaka, plus he holds the skull for collecting the blood, and he's wearing the garland around his neck of skulls. And his face, if you see, is actually it expresses his anger towards this particular Asura. So very nicely depicted and very realistically depicted, very expressive sculpture that is. Plus, one of the finest ones at Elephanta is that of Nataraja. Here, Nataraja is shown dancing. Actually, there are deities, there are gods who are watching this act from the heavens. So we have Indra and all, Vishnu, Brahma also, some ascetics, and even Ganapati. And then we find that Shiva is dancing. While dancing, he is taking a round. He's turning around himself, and that is why the moment of his own turning is caught in this particular sculpture. This is almost a 3D sculpture, just attached to the matrix because of the need of the time or need of the material. Otherwise, this is almost 3D, and now we can imagine that he is going to turn around like this, and that is why this portion is attached to the matrix, and this is brought a little bit forward. So this is a wonderful sculpture. Even the artist's expertise, skill in imagining and executing the concept that he has got in his mind is worth applauding. So these are, you can see now that this portion is coming forward and this is going back. Actually, when you feel it when you go to the side, and you can see that his turning around has started. You can see now from here. So now when we try to understand the location of the sculptures and the meaning of them, we should note that the circular or the manifested the form of Shiva are shown over here in the form of Lakulish and other sculptures which are seen spread over the whole cave. Plus we have this Sakala Nishkala or manifest and manifest form over here, and the Nishkala, that is the unmanifest form. So these three are the most important aspects of Shiva, which a Pashupata sadhaka should understand when he starts his own journey of Dukkhanta, or the ultimate goal which he has in front of him. So these sculptures suggested the five principles of the Pashupata sect. We actually saw Lakulisha and Nataraja, which are actually the representations of the guru of the sadhaka, like Acharya, who is very necessary for the sadhaka to understand the basic philosophy of Pashupata sect. And that is why Lakulisha, who is the figurative form of the Acharya, is shown over there. So, and Nataraja also in front of him shows that the whole world actually is controlled by Shiva as a playground, or he just as easily he can control the daily affairs of the world. Plus, destructing the ignorance and the initiation by the Guru is shown through Ravananugraha and Andhakasura or Gajasura Vada. Sometimes you have this combination, especially in Maharashtra. many a times when you see the depiction of Andhakasura Vadha, it is always the sequel of Gajasura Vadha. So first Shiva is given the task to kill the Gajasura, and then immediately he gets the next task to kill Andhakasura Vadha. So that is why we find that behind the image of Shiva there is always an elephant shown standing, and whose skin is stretched across the head of Shiva, or on the top of on the top of the sculpture. He stretches the skin of Gajasura by his two hands, and the other hands are busy killing Andhakasura. So it is always the combination of Andhakasura and Gajasura Vadha in the sculptures in Maharashtra, especially at Ellora and Elephanta. So Ravananugraha and Andhakasura Vadha are actually the representations of the destruction of ignorance. And then when Ravana gets to know that his ego was so huge that he wanted to even shake the Kailas mountain, and then he learns his mistake, and then is anugraha is done. So that is the initiation of the sadhaka. Even the sadhaka has to leave his own ego behind, because there is a possibility that when you leave your household and start walking on taking the journey of the ascetic on the way to get the dukkhanta or your ultimate goal, you might feel proud that see how I have left everything behind, and now I am on my own way to achieve the knowledge. But then that is the ego that you have to leave behind. You still have not achieved anything. That is what is suggested by the similes shown through these sculptures. And then when you realize that your ego is greater than your own self, then you are on the ground, and then the guru will come and initiate you. So the initiation and the destruction of ignorance, both of them are parts of the same coin, and then that is why we see them depicted through these sculptures. Plus Kalyana Sundara image of Shiva and Parvati playing dice, both the images, they indicate the creation myth, or they show that the whole world is created by these two great god and goddess, and that is why they are shown together. Plus, Shiva and Shakti, the presence of Shiva and Shakti is suggested through Ardhanarishwara. So Shiva is incomplete without Shakti. That is what is told. Shiva is Shava without Shakti, and that is why Shakti is very important in case of Shiva or Pashupata sect. So that is why the existence of Shiva and Shakti is suggested through Ardhanarishwara. Sadashiva is the form which is understood only by the Siddhas, and that is why Sadashiva is kept over there uh, to at a point that when the ascetic completes his circumambulation, and then he realizes and that he has to understand the Sakala Nishkala part of the Parashiva, that is the manifest unmanifest part of the Parashiva, and that is why we see only three faces of Shiva, but then the other two are to be imagined, and he being a Siddha would realize, he would immediately be able to see the other two faces also, or understand the concept behind those faces. So this is how we find that the three types of forms of Shiva manifest, where manifest form is shown through the sculptures and narrative panels. The manifest unmanifest form is shown through Sadashiva, and unmanifest form is suggested through the presence of Linga in the sanctum. So when we try to understand the whole cave of Elephanta, we should see that this is an excellent example of art, philosophy, and architecture put together in one combined package. So the combination of art, but art inspired by philosophy, and to accommodate both of them, huge architecture was also created. So the skill of the artisans was employed to convey the basic philosophy through beautiful art elements by the patron or the guru, whom which he had actually probably, and only because of their own ideas this cave could be created. So that is why this particular cave and the island also is considered as a world heritage site, and not only the heritage of the country. So here on the in the eastern wing, you see the original entrance probably, where you have this Nritya Shila, and then there are steps to go up in both the caves. This is the main cave from wherein we have the sanctum and the Sadashiva image over here, and this is a cave. This is a small Shaiva cave where we have the sanctum, a circumambulation path, Sapta Matrukas, Ganesha, etc. And this has got a Shivalinga inside. This was also in a bad shape earlier. Then we move ahead and see that particular cave where a lot of erosion has taken place. We can see the faces of the lions broken, but whatever was created over there was also huge. We remember cave number 21 of Ellora when we see this particular cave where we have there also we have narrative sculptures over here or Saptamatrukas placed even on this side, and there is this circumambulation path. This is how we see huge Dwarapalas also carved in this particular cave. Then we go to next cave number 3. Some of the caves are in a very bad shape. Many of them, actually most of them, are unfinished also. And here we see the front face in a very nice way because it has been retouched. But then in cave number 4, even the front face could not be retouched, could not be restored. It is in such a bad shape now. Then on the hill, this is the cannon hill where we have the cannon placed on the top of the hill by the Britishers. There are bunkers also. From here, they could control the sea and the navigation. So this is the view of the new jetty from the cannon hill. And now we landed over here and now came to the island and saw the saw the caves and the whole thing from there. And now from the top of the cannon hill we can see it like this. Now this is the time to go out of the island. Thank you. We still have 10-15 minutes for the question answer session then. Thank you so much for a patient hearing.
Thank you, Professor Bhalerao. And indeed, your presentation was very rich. And it was rich in terms of everything, in terms of interpretation, in terms of a general description and go around of the entire island, not only the caves, as well. Me being a part of Archaeological Survey of India, I am especially interested in all those places which the Archaeological Survey of India has the good fortune to protect and know about. So I was especially very elated by your talks and the interpretation of the caves as a house of the Pashupats. I would just have one little query from you, nothing more. And then I would let this talk be open to the house. Would we have any other such types of any type of other writings or publications telling us that this or was considered as the house of Pashupats by the makers or the carvers of the cave?
No, unfortunately we don't have any evidence.
So it is your interpretation. That
Not
is
mine. Stella Cramrich has done this.
No, not your.
Our interpretation.
Your interpretation, yes. Yeah. So that is definitely very rich interpretation, and there are. I don't think that many reasons.
I think she in 1949 or 39 published a long article in Ancient India.
I know
about this. Yeah, you must be know.
Yes. So this was really good, and now the talk is open. Yes, another thing that I would like to add is the find of Roman amphoras in this island has been the highest. The sherds has been the highest in all the related Roman findings in the trade route. That is a point which I would definitely like to add because that makes Elephanta a very rich stoppage or a very rich place where people could rest.
Yes.
So it is now open for the house for question answer session.
Yes.
Any questions?
Somebody has raised hand, I think. No.
No one has raised hand.
Namaste, Mandri ma'am. I'm Archaeological from Khajuraho.
Yes, sir.
My question is this: like you told us about first thing Pashupat cult. So when we are visiting to Kalinjar,
sect actually.
Sorry.
Not cult as such. Sect.
Okay.
Pashupata.
Okay, that's fine. So like when you are visiting to Kalinjar Fort, there's a one icon engraved on the wall of fort. That's the very specific figure of Lakulisha, because the identification of Lakulisha in iconography is mentioned as he is keeping a dand on one hand,
Yes.
and he is erectile in condition.
Yes.
So we found one figure. We find one figure in Kalinjar Fort. Also, we have one a statue or icon in a museum of Bharut. So it shows that Bundelkhand region was a part of Lakulisha. So is there any connection between Kalinjar Fort or Lakulisha cult, or that the
Okay, I
sect?
have not seen Kalinjar, but then whatever images I have seen, I think that it also has a very dominating Pashupata presence over there. I remember the huge Shiva image, which is
Bhairava, like
Bhairava image.
Andhakasura.
Andhakasura, yes.
Yeah. My second question is that, like, iconographically, I found a little bit difference between Nataraj and Natesh. Because generally in Natesh we never find any that the demon Smarta. I think so.
Muyalaka is not there.
And under the leg of Lord Shiva, which we didn't find in Natesh. So how can you make a difference between Natesh and Nataraj?
This Natesh is actually a proper identification than Nataraj. That's true.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks.
Anyone else? Have you raised your hand? So please. No one seems to have raised.
We have people coming from Kathmandu also.
Chairperson, ma'am, there.
Yes. Yes, please.
Professor, no, actually it is not question from my side. But if you go through the chat box, Dr. Deborah Stein, that is Professor Stein from US, since her children are sleeping, she wants to raise some question. If what the thing is that, can you please answer some questions from the chat? I cannot unmute it as it's 5 a.m. and my family is asleep.
Okay. Achha, I'm scrolling up.
Yeah.
Yes. Your questions are welcome, Dr. Stein.
Yeah, she has said, she tell us about the difference between Acharya and Lakulisha Gurus. Acharya is a general term. That's true. Here, Lakulisha is the Guru coming from the Lakulisha tradition is the Lakulisha Guru. I think that's her. Again, she has written something.
I think she is making personal chats. It's not, yes, it is not visible.
Her expressions, no. This is not a personal chat. I think this is open.
This is not coming here, not showing here.
Okay. I don't know, because this is her loud thinking. Sometimes she says, oh, okay, or like that.
Okay.
Then Eklingji in my book, Rajasthan is also How did they get broken? Was it the colonial intruders? Most probably, not everything was broken by the intruders. Sometimes because of the natural calamities also, the condition of the cave is like this.
And let me tell you, in the colonial aspect, the British were the first to even try their hands on elephant conservation. So not all colonials were that bad.
Yes.
We should give them their credit.
Yes. Of referring to same phenomenon. See inscriptions from Meenal about Natesha and Chola bronze. Yes. So that was the discussion we had with Anurag has asked the same question later on. Can you please answer some questions from the chat? I cannot unmute as it is 5 a.m.
She has put that in the...
Okay. But then the questions were discussed.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else?
Professor Stein, if she is listening, are you done with your questions, or do you wish to pen some more?
Ji shukriya. She says in Hindi.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you all for a patient hearing, and definitely it was a fantastic talk. And thank you all. I definitely wish that we would meet personally and visit Elephanta.
Definitely. You are based in Mumbai, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll definitely make it one point to meet you.
Anurag ji.
Yes.
Sir.
Co-chair Anurag ji.
Sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
हाँ, कंप्लीट है आपसे?
Yes, sir.
तो डॉक्टर मंजरी भारीलाल मैडम, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और बहुत ही अच्छे टॉपिक पर और बहुत ही अच्छी जानकारी यहाँ पर दी। नंदनी भट्टाचार्य साहू मैडम, डॉक्टर नंदनी भट्टाचार्य साहू मैडम, आपने हमें इस वेबिनार के लिए अपना समय दिया, उसके लिए हम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं। और साथ ही अनुराग जी जो को चेयर के रूप में यहाँ रहे, और निश्चित रूप से सेशन थोड़ा सा लेट हो गया था, लेकिन क्योंकि एकेडमिक चर्चा है तो थोड़ा समय लग ही जाता है, उसके लिए मैं क्षमा चाहूँगा और आप सब लोगों का पुनः धन्यवाद दें। नेक्स्ट सेशन।
धन्यवाद प्रोफेसर मिश्रा।
थैंक यू मिश्रा जी।
बहुत ही अच्छा वेबिनार यहाँ पे आपने शुरू किया एंड इट इज रियली सो प्रेजवर्दी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका।
बहुत कष्ट ले रहे हैं वो, बहुत ही
बहुत कष्ट ले रहे हैं। रात के 3-3:30 बजे तक मैसेज आते रहते सर जी।
सही है,
मतलब अपनी साइड से इनिशिएटिव लेना, फिर इतना एफर्ट करना, बहुत पुण्य वाला काम कर रहे हैं हम लोग को जोड़ने।
एक्चुअली मेरा सोने का टाइम वेबिनार के समय में सुबह 5 बजे से और 11 बजे तक हो जाता है, बदल जाता है।
नहीं, आप बहुत बड़ा काम कर रहे हैं, बहुत बड़ा आप इसे बोलेंगे भागीरथ प्रयास कर रहे हैं।
शांत मिलता है, इसीलिए मैं उस समय पे करता हूँ। नेक्स्ट सेशन के लिए चेयरपर्सन Dr. Manoj Borkar sir, Associate Professor and Head Zoology Department, Carmel College for Women, Goa, India. Co-chairperson Dr. Sujata Madam, Assistant Professor in Zoology, KPHM College, Maharashtra.
Good evening, Borkar sir.
नमस्ते सर जी, नमस्कार।
कैसे आप?
Eminent speaker Dr. Aditi Sharma, Senior Veterinary Officer, Dehradun, Uttarakhand. Wildlife Health Management in Kruger National Park, South Africa. So, welcome all of you, and I am request to Dr. Manoj Borkar Sahab, please preside the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Aditi Sharma. Dr.
Very good evening to everybody. Thank you in the first place to the organizers, and I really appreciate the patience of Dr. Aditi Sharma and all of you to been staying logged in, over a long period of time. I think it's been a very busy day with a lot of discussion. So not wasting much time because we need to give more time to the speaker. I will try to be a little more crisp and precise in introducing a very accomplished speaker that we have for this session in Dr. Aditi Sharma. I have had the good fortune of attending her presentations in the past, probably in the same forum. And the topic that she chooses, of course, takes us from Indology to a very advanced field of wildlife health. I think she's going to speak about wildlife health management in Kruger National Park in the right tone of this event, which is an international event. So, she's got a really very long and impressive CV. But let me, only mention a few things that strike me. I believe, all in all, Ms. Sharma is a very passionate veterinarian who's more inclined towards wildlife, and that's what reflects in her profile. She's had a very long, illustrious tenure and career of spanning over 22 years, starting as a junior research fellow, all through her career as a veterinary officer at Haldwani, at Nainital, Udham Singh Nagar. Of course, she's also served in a very important position of being a senior veterinary officer at Rajaji Tiger National Park. Currently, she is at the Animal Husbandry Department in Uttarakhand government at Dehradun. She's exceptionally qualified with a bachelor's and a master's in veterinary science, She's got a postgraduate diploma in advanced wildlife management. She's got an honorary doctorate in human rights. And of course, she holds a postgraduate diploma in hospital administration. She's got a great number of skills, which I would certainly not want to comment on right now, but she's been attending a lot of national and international courses to hone her skill as a wildlife veterinarian. She's worked in different charismatic species, including the elephants, carnivores, the macaques, not just confining herself to offline training all the time, but she's also been a beneficiary of a lot of these online programs nationally and internationally. She's got to her credit a lot of achievements right from 2002 till date. I'm just going to read a few towards the recent past. I think she's been the recipient of Nari Shakti Puraskar in 2018 by the Uttarakhand Uday Samman. Again, in January 2019, she's been awarded Certificate of Appreciation by Uttarakhand Forest Department for her wildlife handling, captive and free wildlife management. More importantly, she contributes very significantly by using her expertise in resolving human-wildlife conflict issues. In March 2020, Samaj Sevika Award for Women Empowerment. In July of the same year, Ram Singh Memorial National Animal Welfare Award, National Excellence Award for significant contribution to prevention of cruelty to animals. In 21, she's been recognized as Inspiring Lady Veterinarian Award by Pashudan Prahari organization, and in 21 March, Certificate of Achievement by Oxford Climate Society for the first prize in Posters Capstone Project. Major responsibilities, as I've already said, she's contributed very significantly towards capture, rescue, rehabilitation of strayed wildlife, thereby resolving conflict issues. She's also been responsible for livestock health management, disease surveillance, prophylactic measures, livestock sense. What you say, and she's got it in her, she's got a feather in her cap. So I think she's extremely qualified, extremely passionate, with a strong inclination towards improving the wildlife management, particularly in the domain of the wildlife health. She's had a lot of national and international trainings, as I've said before. She's traveled to some African countries, including Zimbabwe. Of course, she's going to speak to us about Kruger National Park. I think I would really probably require a lot of time if I really, kind of read through her entire profile. But all in all, let me say in a nutshell, we have a very accomplished, illustrious, inspiring young woman who I'm sure will enthrall all of us here, the international audience who's logged in from the neighboring countries. And we will have a lot to take away from this presentation. May I present to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, one of India's best in the area of wildlife veterinary sciences, Dr. Aditi Sharma. Dr. Aditi, welcome, and I think you probably can commence your presentation. Best of luck.
Thank you very much, sir, for this nice introduction.
May I request to kindly increase your volume, or maybe you can hold the mic a little close. You're not very audible, ma'am.
Okay, now is it okay?
हाँ, थोड़ा बहुत ठीक है.
Okay.
जी जी.
Okay, so thank you so much. Thanks to Dr. Mishra for having me here. And thank you so much to you, sir, for introducing me so nicely. And without wasting any time, because I know already it's late. So I'll start sharing my screen.
Please do.
Is it visible, sir?
Not really, ma'am. Just a minute, please.
You're not visible.
It's not
Ma'am,
visible.
not as yet, please. Nine.
Okay. Okay, just a second. Now is it visible, sir?
नहीं मैम, फिलहाल अभी तक तो नहीं दिखाई दे रहा. I'm not sure. मिश्रा जी, आपको कुछ दिखाई दे रहा है?
No, no,
नहीं नहीं अभी नहीं आया.
Satyanarayana sir, are you able to see?
not yet,
No sir, no sir, no ma'am, no ma'am.
I'll try.
I think you need to shield, unless you mail it to one of us and we could, do it for you. Ma'am, are you trying to share your screen?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Not as yet though.
Madam, to the right of the hand, there is one square with an arrow.
Yeah, I'm using that only.
Yeah, but then you have to first open your file, and if it is PPT, then just go to the window, not the tab. And from there, you have to pick it up.
It's still not visible.
Madam, can you send it to someone so that someone can present it for you?
Of course, I'll do that. I'm so sorry.
It is better.
Really. So, like until I share this screen, I'm just waiting.
आप मैडम मेल हमारे व्हाट्सएप पे
Just
भेज
you
दीजिए.
have to. There will be 3 options, ma'am, and your entire screen, a window and a tab. You have to click on that window so that you will get all the files which are open on your machine. You have to click on the file you have to present, and then after when click that file, you have to go there and write that there will be one icon called share. There you have to click.
I'm doing that only. But first, let me.
Otherwise, the best option is close all the files except the one which you have to present. And in that window, you will find only one file. Just click that file and share it.
I'm just.
Is it a PPT file?
Yes, it is. So, like until I share, I think I should start talking about it. So, it is based actually on the experience and observation which I had when I visited Kruger National Park. A number of times I've gone there, and whenever I go somewhere, I try to see, observe, and then compare what kind of wildlife health management they are practicing, and then I compare it with what we are doing in India. So that is what my motive is, that I learn something from other countries and then I try to apply it in India. So I'm not very sure, like maybe I'm skipping something, but whatever I have observed in my visit of 2, 3 times, that is what I'm trying to share here with all of you.
आदित्य मैडम, क्या हमारे व्हाट्सएप पे भेज सकती हैं आप?
Yes, sir. Just
व्हाट्सएप में यदि भेज दें या मेल में, व्हाट्सएप में यदि हो तो।
I've sent it to the email, sir.
हाँ भेजिए, ईमेल डाउनलोड करो।
Please, can you please check? I'm sorry for the delay. I'm really, to all the audience, I don't know what technical problem I'm having.
बड़ी फाइल तो नहीं है मैडम?
No, it's not. Yeah, it is a big one, but not very big. It has been shared. It's showing in the. I hope you got it, sir.
मिल गया है, मैं डाउनलोड कर रहा हूँ।
Okay.
10:32
Okay, so one thing which I want to tell all the audience here, that the wildlife health management is entirely different in South Africa as compared to what we have in India. Because like in India, wildlife health management is being managed by the government, by the forest department. May it be state government or the central government. But in South Africa, there are private game reserves. So the private people, individuals are the owner of game reserves, and whatever animals, wild animals they have on their property, they have the ownership of those animals. In India, it's not like that. Even if some wild animal strays out and is roaming about on the field of some person, still it is the property of Indian government and the forest department only, not of the individual. So this is one major difference which I think results in the differences in the management of wildlife health in South Africa as compared to India. Because when we say that they have private game reserves, it's directly connected with the profit or money making. So it's profitable job for them, because in India, like, we don't have a very nice policy for surplus population management, because culling is not allowed in India. Our Wildlife Act does not allow culling. So even if the population of the wild animals is in excess to the carrying capacity of that particular area, we cannot cull the population, or hunting is not allowed. We do have programs for sterilization for population control.
Aditi ma'am, just a minute. Apologies for interruption. Professor Mishraji, could you kindly switch off the mic of your account? I think we need to respect the speaker.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Okay. So I was telling about the differences. So in private game reserves, what they do is that if they have a surplus population of the wild animals, then they can issue the hunting permits. And then the people can come, they can apply for a permit of hunting, and then they are issued the hunting permit and they can hunt the surplus population. In such a situation, it's a very nice thing. I'll not say that because the animals are being hunted, it's a nice thing. But if you don't have the resources and you have excess population of human beings as well as excess population, surplus population of animals, wild animals, so you will not be able to control or prevent the human wildlife conflict among the wild animals, livestock, and people, because they are sharing the common limited resources, natural resources. More and more forest land is being converted into agricultural land, because more and more human population means more demand for residential land, more demand for food. So that is why deforestation, habitat degradation, all these things are happening, and human wildlife conflict is being increased. But if you have a proper policy for the surplus population management of the wild animals, then you can try to prevent this. Otherwise, what in India we have been trying over the years is that we are not able to find a permanent solution for this human wildlife conflict. Why? Because we cannot cull, we try to sterilize, we do sterilize, but sterilization can prevent further increase of the population. But whatever population is present currently would be there only. So in India, we have more problems of conflict. So when I went to South Africa, I saw a number of differences in the practice and management. One thing which I have told you, private game reserves, ownership of the people, ownership of the community. That is why the people are also, because it's directly giving them the profit. So they are connected, they take the ownership, and they help the government also in taking care of the wild animals. So this is one difference. Otherwise, the other difference which I saw is, I'm not saying that India does not have facilities, but yes, I can say that we are still much behind if we compare the facilities, what they have, the veterinary health facilities, and what we have in India. So there is a very urgent need that, okay, online learning is all right, but until unless you go for the hands on training, you will not be able to learn it practically. Until unless you do it yourself, it's not that much of great learning what you do in hands on training. So one problem which we have in conducting a training, hands on training in India, is that because of the wildlife act which we have, we cannot try or tranquilize the wild animals without permission. Like, it's not possible that, okay, I want to train a batch of veterinarians, so I can not just simply go and tranquilize or immobilize any animal. Just basically, wildlife services are being taught about the wild animals, but otherwise, our veterinary curriculum, it covers only about the livestock, only the domestic animals. So when we go in the field and we try to serve, we are not aware of the anatomy, physiology, or anything about the wild animals. So this is the problem which we face, and that is why we are not able to give services very specifically for the wild animals. But this is fortunate that over the years I've seen an increase in the number of veterinarians who are being trained for specifically for providing veterinary services, wildlife services, and wildlife health management, even wildlife general management, capture. And like, I would like to mention about one course which I have also completed from a Wildlife Institute of India. There's a 10-month PG diploma in Wildlife Institute of India. So that is for forest management, actually. That is advanced wildlife management. It has 16 modules. Out of 16, 14 are for forest management, landscape management, and 2 are for the veterinary interventions. But that course is a very nice course because when we talk about One Health today, with this scenario, with this in this purview, when we have such a broader vision, so we know that health is only not about the diseases or about the any infection. It's interconnected. It's about the type of environment you are living in. It's about the type of food you are having. It's about how like which animal species you are interacting with, people you are interacting with, environment, air, quality of water, quality of soil, everything jointly leads to our health status, whatever health we have. And yes, of course, plus the changes which the climate is experiencing nowadays. So all these things are interconnected. So we need a very broad vision. If we talk about veterinary health or wildlife health, then we need to know about the type of habitat in which they are living. So this course was very nice because I got to know about the forest management as well. With the forest management, I got to know about different species, wild animal species, in what kind of habitat they live, what disturbances in their habitat produce some kind of problem for them, health problem, what is their normal prey, how these human wildlife conflict are taking places, what is the reason, what are the drivers, how we can mitigate it. So all these things, this I'm telling you, it's not exactly connected with the topic which I have taken. It's about the South Africa Kruger National Park, but I want to give you a platform that why it is required, because I don't want to give you a message that we cannot do it in India. We can do, just we have to change something, we have to improve some things. So now I think if the presentation can be opened, then I would exclusively talk about the Kruger National Park and the sand parks in the South Africa. One more thing I would like to tell you, that there is South African National Parks. This is a broad organization, and under this, all the parks, national parks, are being controlled by SAN parks, South African national parks, and they have their own framework which they follow. So I think they have somewhere around 20-21 national parks which come under the control of SAN parks, and Kruger National Park is one out of them. So in my presentation, I have tried to tell about the Kruger National Park also, and about Johannesburg Zoo as well, and National Zoological Garden as well, because the policies are common, the controlling body is common, the management is common. So, is the presentation open, sir? Can I use that presentation?
Somebody from the organizers, Professor Mishraji, I think the speaker
Yes,
wants
sir.
to, the presentation is ready.
हाँ yes दे रहे हैं
I'm really sorry. I don't know why I'm not able to share it today.
I think it's perfect. It's
Yeah.
there on everybody's screen. Please.
Right, it's visible.
Thank you so much for your support.
Ma'am, अगर कोशिश करिएगा, if you can finish this in the next 30 to 40 minutes, please.
Sure, not a problem.
आ रहा
Can it be on full screen, like play slideshow?
Dr. Aditi, I think we should. I think you should just start, because something else shouldn't, interfere with your presentation. They may not know how to take it full screen.
मैडम इसमें में ही करें हाँ
Aditi, no
आदित्य मैडम
problem. It is visible. You can continue.
फुल स्क्रीन नहीं हो पा रहा
Okay, no problem. So it is about the wildlife health management in Kruger National Park. Can we move to the next slide, sir? Second one.
Requesting the organizers to kindly follow her request of changing slides.
Yeah, change. Second slide.
Okay, so what I was telling about sand parks, that it's a public entity under the jurisdiction of the Department of Environmental Affairs. It's same way like it is in India, like the Ministry of Environmental and Climate Change. They monitor the forest department and all the wildlife parks and protected areas in India. Same way, Department of Environmental Affairs controls the sand park, and they follow the National Development Framework for Sustainable Development and the National Development Plan. Next, please. So, as I was telling you, sand parks, they manage a system of 19 functional national parks in 7 of the 9 provinces of South Africa, with a total area of just over 4 million hectares, comprising 67% of the protected areas under state management. So you can see the percentage. Sandparks of today is recognized as a world leader in conservation and protected area management, and this was the reason that in PG diploma, which is organized by Wildlife Institute of India, they take the batch of the PG diploma for the exposure visit to sandparks, because there is a lot of lot of things are there to learn from them. So and in the last 2 decades, 7 new national parks have been established. So now the total area is 7 lakh hectares. Next slide. So the vision of the sand park is a world-class system of sustainable national parks, reconnecting and inspiring society. So you might be thinking that my topic is wildlife health management, but as I said, we have to have a broader vision. We have to see all the things interconnectedly, and then we would try to define health. Then only we'll be able to understand that health, it comprises not only of the physical health, it's physical, mental, social, everything is there. Your economic status, your social status, the relationships, the human behavior, animal behavior, the type of environment, everything together is health. Even in the sustainable development goals, SDG 3, it talks about well-being of all. Of all means of human beings, of domestic animals, of wild animals, and of environment, ecosystem, everything. So health is not a very narrow term, it's a very broad term. That is why this vision. And the mission which the sand parks it is to develop, protect, expand, manage, and promote a system of sustainable national park that represents natural and cultural heritage assets. It's not only about the health, it's also about retaining the cultural heritage. Because in our culture or in culture of any country, they have a number of conventional methods which are very good practices for health management. So we need to know, we need to learn the advanced techniques, but simultaneously we need to know about the conventional practices as well, and then combining both of them, we can go for the health management or any other kind of management. When you have a very good health of wildlife, you have a very good number of wildlife, then of course it would give rise to the number of tourists. So tourism will also be in proportion to the health status of the wildlife you have. And not only tourism, there is a common practice nowadays of ecotourism. So what happens is that government try, at least in India I know that government tries that whatever people are living on the fringes, whosoever is living on the fringes of the protected areas, they are trained as guides and they are given employment. They are included in the task forces, in the rescue forces as volunteers. So they get the employment and they get the monetary strengthening as well. Because first They used to go inside the forest, they were dependent on the forest, they were taking everything like fuel, fodder, everything from the forest. But then government stops them whenever any area is announced or issued allotted as a protected area, any tiger reserve, any national park. The moment it is notified, the people are not allowed to go inside the core area of that particular tiger reserve or national park, and any kind of activity is not allowed. So because those people, they don't know any other thing, they have been going inside the forest and they don't know, they don't have alternate income generation activity. That is why government has this plan that they include the local people, they train them, they give them alternate income generation activities, and this then only it's a win-win situation. Otherwise we, it's very difficult that we get the public participation and cooperation. So, Kruger National Park has a number of gates, entry gates, but this is picture of one of the gates, that is Pafuri.
Ma'am, kindly ask them to change the slide. Yes.
Yeah. So it's Kruger National Park is arguably one of the South Africa premier conservation enterprises, having arisen from what were originally tracts of disease-ridden land in the lowland area of northeastern South Africa. So you can just imagine that the land which was disease-ridden, it had a lot of diseased cases. Now they have worked on it, they have now turned it into a national park, they have protected it, they have made it a protected area, they have done whatever was required to eliminate the diseases from that land, and now they have set an example, and people go and visit and they try to learn the conservation practices from that particular Kruger National Park, which was once upon a time a disease ridden land. So this is a very good message that we can have a drastic change if we work scientifically and our management is good. Then we can change any land drastically and we can turn all the negative into positive. It was first established as the Sabi Game Reserve and then later proclaimed as the Kruger National Park in 1926. Change the slide, please. So their focus was not exactly wildlife health management, but all the three focus points, they each of them covered the health aspect as well. Biodiversity in itself, it is responsible for well-being of the animals as well as human beings. Human benefits, because we talk about animals, we talk about wild animals, domestic animals, but ultimately all of us would cannot deny that our programs are human centric because we give more value to the human life. There are animal lovers, there are people who are working for the animals, but otherwise general platform, most of the programs are on human benefits. So we need to have a balanced, sustainable program which will benefit the animals as well as the human beings. Wilderness, if the wilderness is maintained, then the balance would be there, ecosystem services would be there, all the natural resources would be there, over exploitation will not happen, biodiversity loss will not happen, and in such a case, human benefits, of course, would automatically be fulfilled. Wildlife health management, if we want to define it, we can divide it into different sections. Prophylaxis, that is preventive measures. Diagnosis, to know what exactly is the cause of that particular disease or that particular situation, abnormal situation. It's not always a disease, it's not always about that any bacteria or virus or any other infectious agent is involved. Sometimes there are deficiency diseases, sometimes there are managemental diseases, and sometimes there is merely stress, psychological diseases are also there, mental well-being is not there. Then once you know exactly what is the diagnosis, what is the cause of that particular critical situation, then we go for the treatment. And science is never complete. You know that we need to do research continuously to know further things, because there is a lot of things to explore about. Once if I talk about the drugs, if I talk about the treatment, okay, we have so many drugs today, but then along with it we have the antimicrobial resistance as well. So whatever modern techniques we are using, in the long run somewhere we have to stop using them, and we have to find their substitutes or alternatives, because we face problem. You can see, for example, if I talk about the agriculture, we wanted to increase the production, we had green revolution, we started using pesticides, insecticides, lot of fertilizers. But now what is happening, even hormones, now what is happening, we are in the long term, now we are realizing that what are the harmful effects of all those things which we used for increased productivity. So we are again now moving towards the organic things. We go and buy and ask for the organic pulses, and everything organic we are now turning around. So there is a pros and cons of everything. So we need to do the research continuously, we need to know the harmful effects, we need to know the useful effects, and then we need to innovate, we need to invent some other new drugs, new substitutes. So research is also very important part. Prophylaxis we have in India as well as we have in South Africa. Vaccination programs, deworming programs, all these are prophylaxis. And even if we say that there should be a distance between the residential area and the forest, this is also prophylaxis. Because if the encounter will increase, if the interaction will increase, then the disease transmission will increase. So prophylaxis, okay, first step complete. Diagnostic facilities, of course they have better than we have here in India. We do have very good diagnostic facilities at some places, but if I talk about the field level, then we are lagging behind, we need to improve. Treatment, one thing which is not very good here is that whatever drugs are banned, you you will also agree with this, that the drugs which are banned in other countries, they are still available and being used in India. So we have this negative practice on the treatment part. We have to change this. For example, if I talk about diclofenac, you know that everyone now knows that diclofenac was proved that it has a harmful effect on vulture population. So veterinary use of diclofenac is banned, but still there are people who purchase the human drugs, the human drug diclofenac presentation, and then they are still using in veterinary, they are still using in animals. So this we are somewhere lacking in following the rules and regulations. So this thing we have to improve. Research, of course they have a lot of research centers, we also do have a research, we have many research centers, but in this aspect also we have to improve to come to that level. Because one, it's my personal opinion, please, I don't want to offend anyone, but what I see in our country is that the field people and the people who are doing research, the scientists and the field people, they don't get along, they don't have a dialogue, they don't talk to each other. That is why the research whatever they are doing is not able to be practically applied in the field. And until unless it's practically applied in the field, there's no use of doing the research only and publishing the papers. So if I talk about the research programs in the Kruger National Park, please change the slide. They have a national research facility. National Zoological Gardens of South Africa is the only zoo on the continent with a statutory mandate to undertake scientific research. So it's their mandate that they have to take the scientific research. Like if I talk about the zoological gardens in India, so our zoological gardens, they don't have a mandate of research. Research we are doing in scientific institutes, but not in the zoological gardens. Zoological gardens are being just managed for the treatment and other purposes, education purposes, conservation purposes, but not for the research purposes. For research, you have to contact some scientific institute, and it was a declared. If I talk about NZG, then it was declared a national research facility and transferred to the management of the National Research Foundation on 1st April 2004. So they have a proper protocol for that, and they serve as the research platforms accessible to the entire research community. Accessibility is also one important thing, including universities and other components of the science system, both locally and internationally. We need to have the exchange programs. On this point, I want to comment that exchange programs are very fruitful. When our students go out and their students come here, then these kind of programs do help us a lot. As a national research facility, the NZG is in a unique position to generate new knowledge, core technologies, and data pools. In India, we lack baseline data. If I talk specifically of the wild animals, so we don't have much of baseline data. We have to create baseline data. We are yet to create baseline data, and then only we can compare it with the data what we have, which we collect. Then please change the slide. They have Center for Conservation Science. Again, in March 2009, the National Zoological Garden launched its Center for the Conservation Science, a knowledge and training hub that focuses on conservation biology and wildlife biodiversity research. We do have Wildlife Institute of India, we do have different centers, few centers, but still research in wildlife biodiversity is not up to the mark, and lot of veterinarians, they don't have the access. This particular center, they have dedicated laboratories for the wildlife pathology, veterinary parasitology, molecular genetics, as well as sequencing laboratory, veterinary hospital, and the staff include veterinary pathologist, veterinary parasitologist, geneticists. So it's like a polyclinic. They have multi-speciality people, and then they are working on that center. So of course the output would be a very good one. The center focuses on wildlife epidemiology, behavior ecology, molecular genetics, wildlife nutrition, reproductive biology, with ex situ and in situ interface. So you can see that they have a balance. They are working on education, they are working on research, they are working on treatment, they are working on statistics, are working on the data collection and analysis. So it's a complete perfect approach for the management. So the next slide, please. One more center which they have is Center for Conservation Medicine and Research. Planning is underway to establish a center for conservation medicine and research, and to expand the current veterinary hospital and establish it as a center of research excellence in this emerging science. So this point particularly I want to elaborate, that they are talking about a veterinary hospital, and in that veterinary hospital they are talking about a center of research excellence. But in our country, what we do, that veterinary hospital and research center don't commonly, they are not commonly established together. So either we have the hospital facilities or we have the research facilities. So there is a gap. So if we want to have something about the research, then we have to contact some research institute, which is most of the times far away. So this is the gap which we have to fill in. Wildlife disease epidemiology, it focuses on the targeted research and diagnostics to investigate the causes, prevalence, distribution, and evolutionary consequences of wildlife diseases of captive as well as wild animals free ranging. They have, as I said, that they have an extensive wildlife disease database, which we don't have here. We are now working on that, but we still have to work a lot. We have to go a long way. And next slide, please. Research databases and projects. So they have different projects which are basically based on the research databases. They are working with the data a lot, because when you have data, when you have correct data, exact data, and then you analyze it, so you can have a number of interpretations. You can know a number of things which are present currently, and you can also predict what can happen in future. What are the chances that what are the chances of some kind of disease happening, some kind of pandemic. So what we say that we should be prepared, and we'll only be prepared when we have the information. If we don't have the information, we'll not be able to predict anything. So we will only be able to do the crisis management until unless we have information in advance. They have gone up to the molecular level. We are also working in India at the molecular level. We also do the sequencing, and all these things. But just what I want to say is that they do it more commonly, and we are doing it in the research institutes. So we need to fill in the gap between the field and the research institutes in India. They have like national genetic databases. They are being maintained and expanded for species such as blue and black wildebeest, black and white rhinoceros, cheetah, southern ground hornbills, oxpeckers. All these are examples. Their research project range from the development and implementation of genetic techniques.
Ma'am, could we have a change of slide, please?
Please change the slide. It's research
मिश्रा जी
database.
slide change करिएगा.
And they're using DNA profiling, all these things. So what I want to focus or highlight is that we are doing research separately, and we are doing the treatment separately. We are not doing it together, but they are at a platform where their research center and their therapeutic center, that is hospital, they are together, and they are using all these techniques much more commonly than what we do. Gender determination in threatened birds, reptiles, mammals forms part of a community conservation project. So you can see that even the communities is taking, they are also participating in the conservation projects. But here we are not that much successful in having the public participation and cooperation. Why? Because we are having human wildlife conflict issues, and we have not succeeded to find a permanent solution for that. In fact, it's not practically possible also, because you cannot cull the animals. We don't have that much of budget that we use, that we shift the conflict animals to the rescue centers. We don't have that much of budget, and we don't have that number of rescue centers. And additionally, removing the animal in conflict from that particular place is not also a solution, because the moment you remove that particular animal, that the vacuum created or the space created is occupied by some other animal very soon. So presently I cannot think of a permanent solution for human wildlife conflict mitigation in India. But yes, that is why we are trying to convince people about coexistence, that we have to take precautions, avoid conflict situations, and coexist. Next slide, please. So these were some particular projects and programs, and there are some other projects also. Like they have a project on avian influenza surveillance. They have an ex situ in situ disease surveillance molecular database for chytomycosis. That's a fungal infection in amphibians. The only one in Africa, is a first step towards developing and applying key molecular diagnostic tests. So they are practically applying the molecular diagnostic tests in the field. The current projects, they include investigating the pathology of free-ranging and captive cheetahs in southern Africa. The first pathology record of free-ranging leopards in the Kruger National Park is an important project undertaken in collaboration with South African National Park, that is SANParks. These are some other. Then they have a biobank. Next slide, please. They have a biobank. The National Zoological Garden, it runs a wildlife biomaterials bank, which is unique in that it encompasses components of multiple biobanks, such as cell cultures. They have a sperm bank, they have pathology bank, they have tissue bank. So all these things they have preserved these things, and they can be used when required. This represents an ideal platform for the development of a knowledge hub. So they have dual purpose. They can be used for the knowledge purpose, for training or educating the emerging veterinarians or other professionals, and they can also be used for the therapeutic purpose when required. Because nowadays we know about the stem cell therapy, and we know about IVF, we know about all these methods which are being used commonly. So having a biobank is also a very good thing. The biobank forms a part of several international and national partnerships, and links to the International Society for Biological and Environmental Depositories, Frozen Ark, and the Barcode of the Life initiatives. So they have a proper collaboration also. It's not that only their country is taking the benefit, they even have the collaboration with the other countries, they have, and with the international society. Next slide, please. They have a diagnostic pathology. We also have diagnostic pathologies in India. Some are very good ones, but again, it's not that commonly available. So they have a diagnostic pathology in the national park as well itself, where the wide range of mammals, reptiles, amphibians, birds, and other species are examined. The service has three main components: accurate and thorough diagnosis of the cause of death and any other conditions present in the animal. By saying this, we are talking about the post-mortem or the necropsy. Storage of specimens and data from the case. This we most of the times we lack to do this. We do the necropsy, we do the post-mortem, but uh, if I'm not talking about the scientific institutes, the research institutes in field, we are not able to store the specimens properly for further use or for further reference, because we don't have that much of facility. Use of these for future research projects on wildlife diseases in southern Africa. We do have some kind of specimens in veterinary hospitals and in veterinary wildlife hospitals, but we are not able to store the specimens or the I can say the samples from all the necropsies which we do. The service accepts whole fresh carcasses and tissues on ice, as well as 10% buffer formalin fixed samples in leak proof containers. So they are not only processing the samples from their own park area, but they are also accepting the samples from outside other protected areas, and they are processing them. The same way as I can give the example that you know about IVRI, Indian Veterinary Research Institute, in which we have in Isaac Nagar, Bareilly. So they also do the same thing. They accept the samples. But one thing, when we are dispatching the sample or we are sending the sample for the diagnosis, one thing is which is challenging is that if the field veterinarians are not trained properly about what kind of sample is to be collected in which type of media, and in what minimum or maximum duration it should reach the laboratory, so that it would be good enough for being processed or investigated. So if we don't have that kind of knowledge, or if we don't have that facilities, we don't have the media, like for example viral media we commonly don't have in each and every hospital. But if you want to send the sample for some viral investigation isolation, then you, of course, you need to have a VTM. But we don't have that most commonly, not always. So this is where we need improvement, and this is where we need the training as well. Next slide, please. This is molecular diagnostic laboratory. So they have a pathology diagnostics, and then they have a molecular diagnostic laboratory as well, a fully equipped molecular genetics laboratory, and render the following services for the conservation community, and they include DNA profiling of wildlife, parentage verification of wildlife, establishment and maintenance of national genetic databases, avian and reptilian sexing, and screening for the chytrid fungus for amphibians. This is the services which the molecular diagnostic laboratory is providing, which is established in the National Zoological Garden under SADParks. Next slide, please. This is just a detail about the what facilities they had when I visited, what facilities I saw there. So just we can just go through it quickly. Next slide, please. Like they have the veterinary hospital, they had the treatment room, they had minor as well as major OT, they had digital radiography, ultrasonography, endoscopy, pathology laboratory, indoor wards for large and small animals and birds, quarantine facility, necropsy room, incinerator. Out of this list, I just want to mention that what we don't have here in our country is one, incinerator. Electric incinerator we don't even have for the human beings also. They at very few places we have electric incinerator, and at most of the times it's not functional also. Otherwise all the facilities we also have. And another thing which we don't have at all the places are the indoor wards for large and small animals. We do have in some zoos, but not in all zoos. So that was the difference, because otherwise all other radiography, ultrasonography, yeah, endoscopy we still don't have in all the zoos. We have our veterinarians are still to be trained on that. These facilities they have in their zoos, weighing of the animals, we also do have fecal and scat examination, deworming, blood examination, full health checkup, vaccination, tuberculin test, sperm motility test. Fortunately, we also have all these facilities in our all the hospitals, zoo hospitals. Then departments, what they have: pathology laboratory, laboratory, then endocrinology lab, reproduction biology laboratory, DNA bank, DNA isolation lab, PCR lab, DNA sequencing, tissue bank, cryopreservation, forensic laboratory, and the necropsy room. Now this is one important list which I can say that we have all these facilities only in the institutes or in the teaching institutes, the veterinary colleges. But if I talk about our zoo hospitals or the hospitals which are established in our tiger reserves or the national parks, we don't have these kind of facilities there. So this is what we still have to strengthen ourselves, and we have to have these facilities. But before having these facilities, we need to train the veterinarians, or we need to recruit staff. So next slide, please. This is not related with the directly related with the health management, but as I said, everything is interconnected, and this webinar series is, it talks about the heritage. So I want to tell you that they are not only taking care of the health management, they are also taking care of their cultural heritage. They do have a cultural heritage management program. So the Kruger National Park has a draft cultural heritage management program separately, and the desired state for KNP includes maintenance of cultural heritage assets. These are examples: Hulamela and Masorani sites and the widespread sand rock art. All actions are advised by Sandparks policy because it's being controlled by the Sandparks. Heritage Inventory Initiative embracing all aspects of cultural heritage has been identified as an essential priority within the next 5 years in KNP. In addition, KNP has some significant heritage resources within its boundaries requiring further research. Other objectives for the KNP, they include development and implementation of heritage management plan, which they are working on with appropriate site management plan. They are making site specific heritage management plan. And at the last, please change the slide. So after talking about all the health management, social aspects, cultural aspects, economic aspects, One Health, the last thing which I want to discuss is this is very important: damage caused by the animals, which we can say negative interaction between human and wildlife, or we can say human wildlife conflict. So they also have human wildlife conflict issues as we have here. Their management is like the animals which are involved there are specifically lion, elephant. They have the impact on particularly the western but also southern boundary of KNP, where they affect neighboring communal or commercial farmlands and pose a direct threat to livestock and community livelihoods. Movement of certain animals, specifically wild buffaloes, in the KNP context across park boundaries also poses serious risk of spreading disease to domestic livestock or humans. It is acknowledged that these and other animals may from time to time leave the park and cause damage. Maintenance of fences within KNP is the responsibility of the park management. So, this is one difference, that our national parks or the tiger reserves, we are not allowed to completely fence them. Why? Because then we have wildlife corridors. So, if we completely fence the tiger reserves or the national parks, then we might block the wildlife corridors. So, in India, it is not allowed, but in South Africa, because they have the private game reserves, so their game reserves are completely fenced, and it's much easy for them to control the straying out of the wild animals and to cause conflict. So this is one difference when we talk about human wildlife conflict. Next slide, please. Problem animal and pests within the park itself do from time to time affect visitor experience, staff safety, and management infrastructure. It therefore at times becomes necessary to remove individual or group of damage causing or problem animals, those that are injured, diseased, burnt, or deformed. So this is the same thing which we also do. We remove the conflict animals, we tranquilize or immobilize them, and then we capture them, and either we shift them to the rescue centers, or if they are healthy enough, then we can release them also, we translocate them. Lethal removal of animals is occasionally required where these pose a direct threat to the people, livestock, or crops on neighboring land. So we also have same examples in India, like if you remember about Avni. So if any carnivore is declared man-eater, then we also go for the lethal removal. But it is not very easy in India because it is opposed a lot. The most efficient and humane technique for the particular set of circumstances will be used, taking into account constraints imposed by practically considerations of safety of humans as well as the potential impact on other animals or the environment. So everything is being taken care of: welfare of the animals, welfare of the humans who are involved in these conflict mitigation processes. So safety of both of them is being taken care of. They are trained people, they go under training, and then only they become a part of the rescue teams. Sandparks highlights respect for life and welfare of the animals in the implementation of such actions, recognizing that the problem is usually man induced. they also know that the problem is usually man-induced the same way in India, in our country also, most of the time it's man-induced.
Madam, kindly conclude in the next 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, sure. And the approaches are based on the principle that prevention is always better than cure. So that was my last slide. Thank you so much for listening, and I'm very really sorry about that technical glitch which I had in sharing the presentation. So thank you so much. If you have any queries, I'll be happy to answer.
Right. So I think before I conclude, let me open this session for maybe a couple of questions from the audience. And I'm particularly grateful to, I think we have Dr. Deborah Steen, who's still logged in, and this gentleman, Chenna Surivil. I'm sure these guys are from a different time zone, and I really appreciate your patience and interest. So can we have a couple of, I think I can see our senior colleague, Professor Satyanarayana. Yes, please. Yes, sir. Very good evening to you.
Yeah. So good evening, Borokar, and also Aditi. Really excellent presentation. It is actually what I can feel is that it's a sensitizing talk of the policy makers, especially in India. No, I have Professor Satyanarayana, retired from the Department of Wildlife Biology, AVC College, Tamil Nadu, India. Actually, we have also trained those my students, Satyakumar, all those Shankar from Wildlife Institute of India, and really. I'm also teaching the wildlife health management when I was in the AVC college. Actually, I also represented as a track advisory committee member at Wildlife Institute of India, where a lot of chief wildlife policy makers will attend that meeting. But
Sir,
in that
you
meeting,
can help, sir, please. I request you.
no, in 2005 to 9, I have pressurized all the policy makers to have a full-fledged wildlife veterinarians and wildlife biologists. It is very unfortunate. Nothing happened so far. And also in the last few meetings of where Professor Mishra is to organize, there where we have a lot of wildlife managers, and there I have openly told them, unless otherwise you come forward to have in all your parks, you cannot manage the protected area, but still nothing happened. And as you rightly pointed out, I do agree that we must have a veterinary in all the protected areas. And as you also addressed that, this also not blaming the forest officials, the policy, but what about the veterinary institutes? They're not offering the wildlife courses for the veterinary wildlife. So though in Chennai we have the Madras Veterinary College, where we have there's only one in part of the curriculum is only one paper they study on the wildlife. So this, as you rightly point out, they do not know the biology aspect or even the species identification of in the field. So we do not have the field veterinarians. And though in Tamil Nadu we have in few parks like Mudumala Wildlife Sanctuary, we have the veterinary, but it's also deputed. See, people depute from the veterinary, the department, the animal welfare department. This is very unfortunate, as you rightly point out. I think when you compare to South Africa and India, I think what I feel is we are in two extreme ends. I do not know when we are going to succeed. Really, it is a model. See, the Indian policy makers must come forward to take this as a model for the administration of it. And also, I was teaching the wildlife management techniques by RH girls, where the culling is allowed in even USA, like white-tailed deer, where 10% of the population are illegal. But India is scenario different. If you allow the permit, then they've finished off all the wildlife in the level. See, the license giving also is a big headache for the policy makers, the forest administrators. So they don't encourage such things in India, unfortunately. And lastly, one more thing is with regard to the vaccination of the livestock is happening in the Africa. What about the vaccinations like anthrax or FMD? Whether they take any program for vaccination program, those are entering into the protected areas.
Yes, vaccination programs they do have. Yes, but unfortunately, they not. I'm not talking about the vaccination right now, but they do have a problem of tuberculosis in Kruger National Park, and they are also not able to control it because they're free-ranging animals, and once it has spread, how many animals they would cull?
All right. I think we have Satyanarayana sir. If you are done with your submission, we have Ms. Jagannath Adhikari. I see the hand going up, please. Yes, sir. Adhikari ji. हाँ सर पूछिए पूछिए
Thank you very much, Dr. Aditi. for your impressive presentations about the biology, that is the field of the conservation biology. And here I have one query that on the basis of the human-wildlife conflict, is there any relief fund program by the government for minimizing the human-wildlife conflict in the Africa?
In Africa?
That's my just query. Yeah.
Okay.
Have uh, there is any managed by the government for the relief fund as a relief fund for the victim persons by the government
Yeah,
in the Africa or not?
compensation also they have,
Yeah,
and
compensation, yeah, relief fund.
yeah, compensation and relief they do have, of course. And then
Yeah,
they are using other methods also. They, like, we have the rescue teams, they also have the rescue teams. So they go and
yeah.
like remove the animal from there, or if required, they cull the animal. Lethal action is also taken, but compensation is also there. But like in India, we are much more towards compensation, because we cannot easily go for lethal removal. Those are rare cases when the actually the chief wildlife warden declares man eater, or then only we can remove the animal. Otherwise, not. So they also do
So,
have
so,
compensatory
yeah,
relief.
yeah, we are also facing such types of the problems in Nepal.
Okay.
That means human wildlife conflict is the very common,
Mm-hmm.
but there is a limited relief fund and the compensations for them. Therefore, there will be the always conflict between humans and the wildlife. Thank you very much for your impressive
Thank you,
presentation.
Adhikari. Thank you. It's a pleasure to have you with us in this conference. Any more questions from other delegates, please? If not, can I have any more question, please? Anybody else would like to ask a question? Right. So, Ma'am Aditi, thank you so much for this very unbiased and transparent comparative treatise in identifying the deficits between the way we work here. I mean, of course, I have to confess that it was sounding a bit, depressing every time you pointed out to flaws, and this is what we do not have in our country. But I believe the starting point of any progress is when we admit to those deficiencies and start working towards them.
Yes, sir. Accepting
So
the
yes,
failures is
absolutely, and
very
we need to
important.
take that in the right spirit. And probably you've already set a benchmarking for the best way to manage the health of Indian wildlife. And I'm extremely grateful to you for your elaborate presentation, despite all initial technical hurdles. Thank you so much to our friend and senior professor स्कंद मिश्रा जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आपने बेहतरीन कॉन्फ्रेंस आप अरेंज करते रहते हो, एंड दिस इज अ ट्रीट फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस who have this hunger for learning new things. Skansab, I am not very sure
Thank
the
you.
co-chair is still around. If we have
हाँ,
the co-chair of the session, yes.
वो जा चुकी हैं कॉलेज से, कॉलेज का टाइम हो गया
जी
था तो
जी सर, जी
जा
सर. So
चुकी
I
हैं.
think from my
हाँ,
side, once again, thank you so much, Aditi ma'am, and
My pleasure,
God
sir.
bless you. Thank you everybody for this. Satyanarayan sir, namaskar.
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर आदित्य, बहुत ही बढ़िया लेक्चर और आपने यहाँ पर बहुत अच्छी जानकारी दी, खासकर क्रूगर नेशनल पार्क जो कि इंडिया से बाहर का है, लेकिन वहाँ का और यहाँ का कंपेरिजन और उसमें क्या यहाँ और होना चाहिए, इसकी बातें आपने बताई. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद डॉक्टर बोरकर सर, सेशन चेयर के लिए आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. डॉक्टर सत्यनारायण, प्रोफेसर सत्यनारायण सर, सीनियर प्रोफेसर वाइल्ड लाइफ बायोलॉजी, इस सेशन में पूरा आपने सहयोग दिया, उसके लिए मैं सभी को धन्यवाद देता हूं. कल 10 बजे से लेक्चर है, पहला लेक्चर जो है वो यूएसए से डॉक्टर देवरा स्टीन दे रही हैं. मैं सभी को इनवाइट करता हूं कि कल सुबह 10 बजे फिर से जुड़े. धन्यवाद. Okay, all of you.